Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents 4. The Loot, a LitRPG GameLit novel, by Eric Ugland, narrated by Neil Helligers. Chapter 1. I put my arm around Nikolai's shoulder, realizing how much taller I was than him. Let's build a nice little town, shall we? Maybe forget about all this court nonsense. Just make a place that's relaxing and peaceful. Oh, you poor fool, Nikolai said. If you make a place like that, they'll kill us all just to live there. What if we just make a place that's, mainly for fishing by a lake? I admire your tenacity to follow this dream of yours, but I am forced to admit that will not happen. You are in too deep, Montana Cogshall. You have already set events in motion. Let me stop you right there. I don't want to hear what you're going to say next, okay? For now. Great, I said. Looking at our group, I realized that I knew quite a bit about everyone there, mostly because we all shared the experience of the Dungeon of the Ancients. But there was, in essence, a stranger among us. So, Natalie, you know anything about her? Only vaguely, he replied. She has a measure of fame, being that she is a member of the imperial family. Lesser, but she is still of the aristocracy. I know she is trained as a fighter, though not in the Legion or any other military. As far as I remember, she is more a part of the tournament fighting scene. Tournament fighting? It is a form of entertainment. Like gladiators? Well, gladiators are a specific career and choice unto themselves. Gladiators typically fight in a coliseum, mostly against monsters, and almost always to the death. There are very few rules in the coliseums. Tournaments, rather, are often held on estates. They build up to the grand tournaments, which are held in arenas within cities. Fighters in tournaments fight other humanoids in specific types of combat with rigid codified rules. There is little to no death involved in tournaments, outside of accidents. Are the tournaments jousting? Jousting is often included in tournaments, but it depends largely on the organizer and the sponsor. Do you know what she's specialized in? Combat-wise? I believe you told me she is a mid-level knight, is that correct? Level 14 knight. Nikolai scowled. Low level? But getting the choice of knight at level 10 is impressive indeed. Should we... she works for us now. What do we think about that? We? You are in my hearth and my mentor. You're on the team. He stopped and looked over at me with a raised eyebrow. We need to have a real conversation about what our plans are. Dude, I said. I have no idea what you've planned. As far as I know, you and Cleve planned a ton of shit, and I only know about what Cleve told me, and the little bit you let me in on. As far as I know, we're building a safe home for some people Cleve knew, right? There is more to it than that, but yes, that is one way of explaining it. What's another way? He smiled at me. It is true we are building a home, he said. But it is more precise to say that we are building a space where some of us might ride out the coming storm. What storm? The Civil War? He nodded. It will be a horror show, I have no doubt. Hopefully we are able to insulate ourselves from it. Now, returning to your original question, Natalie Glatton, I imagine her brother sent her to you for a vastly different reason. Yeah, she's a spy. You are a dingus, Montana. She is here because Leon is playing the long game, hoping she will make an impression on you. An impression? Nikolai took a long breath, letting it out slowly. What? I asked. You are an unmarried duke, Nikolai said. Unmarried and unallied. Undoubtedly, Leon is thinking he will get ahead of the game by bringing his sister to you early. And this is just the beginning. I don't think so, I replied. Leon is not pimping out his sister. Term it how you like, he said. But Leon is counting on his sister catching your attention. I know little of Emmeline, but I would not be surprised if her father or guardian was operating on a similar idea. I opened my mouth, ready to say something, but Nikolai just raised his hand. This is something I have seen before. I was around the Emperor when he was still unmarried, and I witnessed what occurred. There were plenty of men and women presented to the Emperor, all of whom used different tactics to, well, attain their quarry. Who won? The Empress. I mean, obviously. He smiled. She was the sister of a duchess betrothed to Valimir. That relationship soured the brothers. Perhaps it can be said that marriage is the reason Valimir had the Emperor murdered. I'm not saying I agree with you about Natalie. Does not matter. It is why she is here. But I suppose it can't help to just keep an eye on the situation. Are you asking me to assist you in this matter? In what matter? Finding a wife? No, I don't want a wife. A husband, then? No, I'm not. I don't want anything, okay? I want to make a safe place for people to live, and I want to find a spot to fish. That's the extent of my wants. As you wish, my lord, he said with a smarmy bow. Then he smiled at me and resumed walking toward our campsite. I watched him go. He moved differently than when I first met him. All his swagger was gone, replaced by a sense of sadness, hopelessness. It was hard for me to really come to grips with this new man being Nikolai. I wondered if it would be possible for him to regain what had been stolen from him. Given sufficient time and resources, sure, he'd be able to regain those levels, theoretically. By the time I got to the tree, a fire was crackling and bedrolls had been set down. No one was talking, though. Everyone seemed to have slipped into their own private little worlds. I sat down and leaned against a tree. The fire felt nice. Yo, Nikolai, I said. I've got a choice coming up. Tips? Me too, Emmeline said. Same, Skeld added. Then he looked pointedly at Ragnar. What? Ragnar said. I know what I'm choosing. Is it true that the dungeon proved lucrative? Natalie asked. I cannot tell you about the treasure, Nikolai said, a pointed glance my way. But the experience earned inside is like few others. And Montana? I cannot figure on how to guide you through this, as I cannot fathom what choices the gods might present you on this night. Solid mentorship, I countered. You know the likely challenges we face, Nikolai continued as if I hadn't said anything. So I would advise you towards a path that might give you advantages in dealing with the court, or building a settlement. But I fear you will only receive combat-based choices. What of me? Skeld asked. You might do well with scouting or exploration. We are headed to tame the wilds, which means combat, I said. You have plenty of combat ability. I could always use more. Unless your witlessness causes you to lose your dukedom because you know nothing about the politics of court. That's why I have you, I said. He returned my smile with a frown. I will not be able to speak for you in all cases. I cannot be the Duke of Cogshall. That mantle is on you. Skeld, you and Natalie take first watch. Emmeline and Ragnar second. I will take third with Montana. Before anyone could say anything, he pulled his bedroll over himself and turned away from the fire. Chapter 2. The first thing I did when I laid down was take a moment to pull up my character sheet and look over my attributes. Attributes: Strength, 71, Agility, 31, Dexterity, 30, Constitution, 53, Wisdom, 24, Intelligence, 19, Charisma, 31, Luck, 30, Unassigned points, 53. 53 points, that was a shitload. That could change things. I thought about what I could do and what I should do, and that I had completely forgotten to talk to Nikolai about anything. He'd told me before to push the point into strength, see how high I could go. So I did. I put 29 points into strength, nailing it to 100. I waited, thinking I'd feel something, a difference. Nothing that I noticed laying down. 11 points into Constitution just to get some more HP. I'd been getting too close to death too often lately. 5 into Agility, 6 into Dexterity, 1 into Intelligence, and 1 into Charisma. All evens. Attributes. Strength, 100. Agility, 36. Dexterity, 36. Constitution, 64. Wisdom, 24. Intelligence, 20. Charisma, 32. Luck, 30. Unassigned points, 0. I felt good about my stats. I felt like I was getting deeper into the weeds of being overpowered, but, well, someone had to do it. It took a while before I fell asleep. Laying there in the darkness, listening to the crackle and pop of the fire, watching the stars spread across the sky, I wondered if Earth was somewhere up there. If maybe, given how physics worked and light traveled, if I could get a powerful enough telescope, I might see something happening in the past. It was a nice thought, for a moment at least. But I knew it couldn't be the case. The basic laws of this universe were simply too different to have any potential connection to my old universe. Thinking about Earth quickly brought about my past self, and what happened in the dungeon. What was that rage? A blood fever of sorts? Killing so many of those creatures sent me into a state of, well, slaying. But was that a facet of who I was on Earth, or now? Was it a mark of evil? Something slipping through from my previous life of being a horrible excuse for a living being? Here I was, trying to be good, and yet I had managed to snag a bonus because I had killed over 1,000 beings. Where was the good in that? Somewhere in that rambling thought dump, though, I slipped into slumber. It seemed that as soon as I saw the blackness of sleep, a notification blared up. In appreciation of achieving both level 15 and level 20 in a single day, you are hereby awarded a bonus of 25 levels of skill points in any one skill of your choice. It is time. You must choose. For reaching level 20, you are offered a choice. You must make a choice. This prompt may not be minimized nor ignored. Second choice. You have been granted 11 options due to your skills, abilities, and actions. 1. Nothing. Nothing is as it sounds. You receive no benefits, no penalties, nothing. You receive nothing. You will be nothing. Not the bravest of choices, but something you have been satisfied with in the past. 2. Warrior. You will continue as a warrior. All martial skills advance double. 3. Executioner. The executioner kills whomever is denoted as deserving death. Judgment is not offered, only the penalty. Critical hits do double damage on any target denoted by a superior. Bladed weapon skills advance double. Diplomacy and social skills increase at half speed. Charisma checks are more difficult. 4. Reaper. Reapers kill, indiscriminately. A Reaper provides death for any and all. Gain double XP from all kills. Gain 0 XP from other sources. Do 10% more damage to living creatures. 5. Noble. You have a title, whether or not you deserve it. Leadership skill advance double. You gain a portion of your sworn followers' XP. Bonuses to relationships with other nobles, penalties for freemen. 6. Explorer. The unknown intrigues you. You desire to uncover the hidden and reveal secrets. There is little better than touching that which has never been touched before. Tracking skills advance double. Map unlocked. Gain bonus XP for mapping areas not yet discovered or explored. 7. Cleric. You have been touched by the gods. You may call upon the powers of your chosen divinity to assist you and yours in life and in battle. 8. Weapons Generalist. You don't want to be a swordsman, an axeman, or a maceman, You want to use all the weapons all the time. Forget defense, you are about the offense. All offense martial skills advance double. Gain bonus XP anytime you use a new weapon type. 9. Master of Monsters. You have a way with the creatures that others fear. Monsters are your friends, companions, family. Bonus to taming attempts on all monsters. Increased damage from monstrous pets. Monstrous pets require less taming to become domesticated. Able to see breeding lineages of monsters. 10. Monster Hunter. You understand the creatures others fear. Monsters are commonplace to you, but you hate them. Bonuses to damage monsters. Visualize monster weaknesses. Bonuses to harvesting monsters. 11. Bergman. Not quite undisciplined enough to be a barbarian, nor so noble as to be a knight. You are still a grand warrior with honor who lives to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Martial skills advance double. You take less damage from all attacks as long as you are protecting at least one non-combatant. Gain bonus XP from protecting others. You have 1 minute to decide. The countdown clock came up. 1 minute wasn't much time, and I hadn't been expecting such a wide range of choices. It was definitely getting deeper into subclasses territory. Some of these were certainly pushing me along a path toward specialization. These choices seemed like second or third tier options, which was annoying because now it seemed like they really mattered. While I could continue along as a warrior, Nikolai had just made it clear that wasn't the best decision. I was not at all intrigued by being a noble. It seemed like a stupid choice. Explorer was neat, had some useful abilities, but I had a feeling it'd be quite some time before I hit level 25, and I wasn't sure those skills would be useful through the long term. Short term, as we explored the dukedom, it'd be great, but ruling, building, just didn't seem to be within the realm of actually helpful. Executioner was interesting, if brutal, but I couldn't imagine how new recruits would handle being introduced to the Duke of Cogshall, Executioner. Rather similar line of thought to the whole Master of Monsters. Reaper was just out. I didn't want to depend on killing to level, and I didn't want everyone to think I was just about death. I didn't think being a cleric would be wise, mainly because I had relationships with 3 gods, and choosing one would likely piss off the other 2. Bad idea. That left weapons generalist, which was really just like warrior, and I couldn't see how that was going to be good in the long term either. Bergman was, well, not quite cool sounding as Master of Monsters or Reaper, was probably my best bet. Bong. You have made your choice. You are a Bergman. Martial skills advance double. You take less damage from all attacks as long as you are protecting at least one non-combatant. Gain bonus XP from protecting others. Let them come, they will crash upon you and perish. And there we were. I'd made a choice, and I was now a level 23 Bergman. Which meant, of course, someone was screaming at me. Chapter 3. I woke up in a fluster to someone yelling my name. Confused as to where I was and what I was doing, I flailed around. Then I shook myself into wakefulness and accidentally shoved my bedroll into the fire, setting it alight. Looking around the campsite as my blankets illuminated the surrounding countryside, I noticed Ragnar stood next to me, looking at me like I was insane. "What?" I asked. "You need to sleep more if that's your reaction to being woken up." "Don't yell my name. You see anyone else awake?" he asked, pointing at all the others sleeping. "No yelling? Just poking and whispering?" "Guard time?" "Not quite. Just, well, 2 things. It's always 2 things. Emmeline darted off in the night." "Perfect." "And there's something big and nasty lurking out in the dark." "So?" "I have no desire to solo a monster," Ragnar said, "so I woke you up." "How long has Emmeline been gone?" "Just a minute or 2. "Monster first, then," I said with a nod. I pulled the Xyphos of Sharpness out of the bag, gave it a bit of a swing, and spun it in my hand. While most of the treasures from the Dungeon of the Ancients had yet to be catalogued or identified, I was reasonably sure the sword was going to wind up being one of the highlights. It was just such a versatile little weapon. "Let's go kill something," I said. Ragnar smiled and pointed. I pushed into dark vision, and the world lit up around me. Sure enough, something large lurked a fair distance away, past the 100-yard mark for sure. "You stay back here at camp," I said, "and get skelled up." "Natalie? No." "Letting Nikolai sleep?" "Yeah. He won't like it." "He doesn't like anything." Ragnar shrugged in reply, but seemed to agree. I started toward the thing with a light jog. Since we had the fire going, I knew the monster in the darkness saw us, so there was no need to go stealth. Straight at the motherfucker. That was the way to do it, especially if it was a predator of some kind. The creature popped its head up. Just for a second, I caught the gleam of its eyes as it looked at me before leaping up into the air. Huge wings shot out and flapped hard, getting the creature truly airborne. I lost it against the night sky, which was not good. I stopped and peered around, unsure how the thing could have disappeared. Could it be smart enough to have drawn me out of the camp so it could fly over me and attack? That was a very bad and very real possibility, so I turned and sprinted back toward the firelight. I heard a loud whoosh as the creature came right overhead, landing in a big cloud of dust right between me and the fire. I didn't stop this time. I just launched myself for the creature, leading with the sword. Again, the creature leapt up, almost lazily. I went flying through the air and crashed into the ground, sword cutting deeply into a rock. There was a heavy thump, and I felt warmth on my back. I rolled over only to have a weighty paw come down on my neck, and a huge face full of teeth looking down at me. The creature sniffed me. "Montana," it said in a gruff, barely understandable voice. I stammered, confused. "Yeah?" "Companion." He moved off me and sat down like a giant dog. Immediately, I realized I'd gotten one of the other treasures of the dungeon. The monster companion as promised by the boon Typhon had gifted me, aptly named Monstrous Companion. I heard the pitter-patter of little feet as the unceasingly courageous otters charged with their spears. I hopped up and spread my arms wide. The herdsman skidded to a stop and stared at me, and whatever it was that was behind me. "He's with me," I said. As I expected, the statement was met with confusion. "That thing?" Ragnar asked. "It's—" "Say same of you," came the gruff voice behind me. "You small, ugly." "Who you calling small?" Ragnar said, shaking his spear. "Snack," came the reply. "They aren't snacks," I said, turning to face the creature. "No eating anyone here." "Want snacks?" the creature said. I had a moment to look at the thing, so I shot my little spell in its general direction and I got back. Manticore, level 25 monster. He was a big guy. Sitting down on his haunches, his head was above me, his big eyes looking down at me, a massive mane around his feline face, which wasn't completely feline. It was feline-esque, with a large mouth full of 3 rows of teeth. Massive reddish eyes matched its fur, and huge wings hung off its back, black and leathery like a bat's. If a bat had a wingspan measured in yards, that is. His tail curved around his back, ending in a large stinger. I'm sure I was just imagining it, but I swear it was dripping venom. The creature was big and bad and more than a little terrifying. And yes, there was sufficient evidence it was a he. "Do you have a name?" I asked. He nodded his massive head, then said, "Fritz." "Fritz? I'm Montana." "No." "Yeah. Well, these are my herdsmen, Ragnar and Skeld." "Herd?" "No, well, I guess you might be able to think of it that way, but they are more like, trusted friends. I have several friends,
Snacks.
Nope. None of them are snacks. Do you, what do you eat?
Flesh. Metal.
Metal?
Need iron.
Okay. Iron, that's not impossible. Any type of flesh? Fritz frowned, then seemed to think it over before answering.
Yes.
Okay, that's doable. Just like blanket rule, as long as you and me are, companions?
Yes. Companion.
No humanoids.
Like human snack.
Sure, I get it. I like marshmallows, but sometimes we have to do without what we want because.
Why?
Because. He growled, pushing his giant head towards me. I did not back down, taking a step towards him until our heads touched. I could tell he had some serious strength, but so did I. For a moment, we played a weird little game of inverse tug-of-war, shove-of-war. Finally, he realized he wasn't going to win, and I suppose saw that I wasn't going to really fight him, and he relented.
No human snack.
Or elf, or...
Know what mean?
He growled at me. Are you hungry right now?
Hungry.
Okay, well, quick question here. Do you hunt via smell?
Tracking?
Sure, tracking.
Can track.
He grunted with a sharp nod of his massive head. I walked back to the camp, feeling the eyes of the manticore on me, still not convinced he wasn't about to pounce. I grabbed Emmeline's blanket and brought it back to Fritz. I held it out to him. He sniffed it, deep.
Want find?
He grumbled. If you can.
Can,
he said, getting ready to leap into the air. Hold on just a second, I said. This person you were hunting, not a snack.
No rules.
And can you fly someone with you? He grumbled very loudly. I'm taking that as a yes, but you don't want to. How about you go with someone and you make sure they know where you are and the like? He grunted.
Fine.
Skeld, Ragnar. I will go, Skeld said. Keep him away from the city. I don't want an overzealous guard firing off a ballista at our new buddy here. I see no way this can go catastrophically wrong, Skeld said with his usual hard deadpan. Let us go hunting, Fritz. Fritz leapt into the air, unfurled his wings, and did a barrel roll before flying out towards the city. Ragnar, standing right next to me, had a stick in his mouth, chewing on it. Want to put a bet on how long it'll take for Fritz to be Fritz kebabbed? He asked. Chapter 4. I decided not to wake Nikolai. Yes, he was supposed to have guard duty with me, but the guy just seemed so tired all the time. Instead, I sat on a rock a ways from the fire and waited for my new friend Fritz to come back from his hunt. Maybe half an hour later, when the sun had just peeked up over the horizon and streaks of brilliant light painted across Osterstadt's great walls, Skeld came tearing back along the path. "Montana!" I heard Skeld yell out. "There is a problem." I poked Ragnar and told him to take my watch, and then I sprinted off toward Skeld. As soon as Skeld saw me running, he turned and hoofed it back towards the city. The view was still jolting. It looked as if Osterstadt had literally been carved out of the huge mountains soaring up on either side of it. According to some legends, the ancients who built the aptly named Dungeon of the Ancients were the same who'd removed a large portion of the mountains before building a city and a dungeon, then mysteriously dying out. The Osterstadt walls were huge, towering more than 100 feet above the landscape. It stretched from one cliff to the other, providing a total blockade between the rest of the world and the Emerald Sea. A river meandered towards Osterstadt, getting almost to the wall before disappearing underground in cleverly built canals, leading the water through the city before falling into the Emerald Sea beyond. A bridge across the river denoted a pretty fair north and south split, and the tree we camped under was quite a ways north of the city, far enough distant that we could see the entire place. We broke off from the road fairly quickly, heading south along the wall towards the Noble Gate. We went at a fair clip, eating up the ground. I didn't have any weapon out and wore little in the way of armor, only my seal pants and a billowy white shirt. Well, a shirt that was supposed to billow. It was a little tight on me now, to be honest. I hope Lee had been able to hire a tailor. Up ahead, I could see the problem. Fritz the Manticore stood there, looking all big and scary. Ballista bolts were sticking into the ground near him. On the other side of the ballista bolt stood Emmeline. Well, coward Emmeline. Further beyond Emmeline was a group of guards standing behind their shields, spears out and ready to rock.
Find!
Roared out Fritz. Good, I shouted back, hands up towards the guards. Maybe go back to camp now.
Hungry,
replied Fritz. Then get away from the city and go hunt. There was a slight whistling noise. Another ballista bolt slammed into the ground in front of Fritz, sending a spray of dirt and grass up into the air. Fritz growled, and I could almost sense his desire to attack. No, I shouted. I'll take over from here. You go hunt. In one motion, he leapt up, over Emmeline and towards the guards. Right as I truly feared he was going to land amongst the phalanx, he spread his wings, cut a tight turn, and flew away. The guards stood down, sort of. The spears went up, and the shield wall went mostly away. Sorry about that, I said, keeping my hands wide and very obvious to the guards so as to make sure they knew I wasn't a threat. Is that your beast? One of the guards asked. He had an aquiline nose, a prominent chin, and piercing blue eyes. He seemed like the leader of this unit, given how the rest of the guards looked at the man. Well, I hesitate to denote terms of ownership. After all, he's his own creature, I said. He means yes, Skeld said. The guard narrowed his eyes at Skeld, then at me. I do not appreciate being spoken to by your pets, the guard sneered. He should be on a leash. I bristled. It was a good thing I didn't have a weapon in my hand because I was ready to attack the guards over that. Hey, Skeld said, hand up to me. Take care of them later. Focus. Emmeline. I nodded at Skeld. I got this, I said. Camp? Yeah. Skeld trotted away. Gents, I said. What's the problem here? Beyond your monster attacking the city? Did he attack? Seemed like he was polite and... I walked up and snagged one of the bolts from the ground and held it out. Looks more to me like he was the one being attacked. Your monster was here trying to eat this woman. This woman is my charge, I snapped in reply. There are two problems I see here, guard leader said. One, this woman tried to sneak into the city. Two, it would appear she is trying to get away from you. Has he kidnapped you, young lady? Absolutely not, I said. Did I ask you? He snapped, his spear dipping down to get ready. You did not? Silence then, dog, or I will drag you to Austerstadt prison in irons. I waved my hand for them to continue. He turned to focus on Emmeline, giving her a smarmy sort of smile. Now, girl, are you in danger? She looked at me. I just raised my eyebrows at her, making it clear that it was her choice to make. I was trying to sneak in to see my suitor, she said, looking sullen and caught. The guard smiled and walked a little closer to Emmeline. He knelt down and whispered to her. She shook her head. He is a duke, Emmeline said. He would not do such a thing to me. Him? A duke? The leader asked. One of the other guards looked at me, then whispered something to his comrades. Laughter trickled at first before becoming a guffaw. He is, Emmeline said. The leader gave me a weird little smile and sort of sauntered over to me. Told her you're a duke, eh? You know, I suppose it was me who said that, yeah, but there are others who confirm it. Impersonating nobility is a rather serious crime here in Austerstadt. Surely you mean Glatton. Oh, likely there, too, probably worse. Perhaps I should ask if you would prefer dealing with the Legion on this issue. They are known to take quite an offense to anyone who presumes to be above their achieved rank. I'd love to talk to the Legion about this." He seemed taken aback, but then shook his head. "Well, perhaps we will involve them soon. Are you ready to tell me the truth about things? I am a duke, an imperial duke to be precise, and I am her guardian as requested by her father." Sure, that last bit was a little bit of a lie, but it seemed like a good embellishment. The leader looked me up and down before stopping at my face, and then smiled the smile of the cocksure. "I do not believe you." "Believe what you want, guardsman, but it's true. Have you proof? Do you accept indicium as proof?" Tired of his nonsense, I ripped my shirt off and tossed it to the side. I flared all of my indicium at once and stood there, mostly exposed, I guess. The man's eyes went a bit wide as he looked over everything before settling on the indicium on my chest, the Cogs Hall family crest. One of his men behind him had a small book out and flipped through the pages. He settled on one, then presented it to their leader. The leader looked at the proffered page and then back at me, and all the color drained from his face. "Apologies, my lord," he said. "I did not—" "It's fine just doing your job," I said quickly. "Emmeline, let's go." She walked back over to me. I gave her a smile and shot one over at the guards for good measure. But inwardly, I wanted to rage. Chapter 5. "So," I said once we've gotten a bit of distance between us and the guards. "What the fuck was that?" "I know you're going to be mad with me," she started. "Bingo. But did you need to leave your shirt behind?" I looked down. I was, in fact, shirtless. And I looked pretty good if I do say so myself. I flexed some muscles. "Stop," she said. "You look ridiculous." Disagree. "You have absolutely no idea how foolish you look. You are out of style, You were the one running away." "I was not running." "Stop distracting me with semantics. Answer my first question. What the fuck?" "I needed to speak to Philemon." "He doesn't want to talk to you. He wants you to get out of the city. He charged me with getting you out safely, and—" "You know nothing of Philemon nor me." "I know more of you than you could possibly imagine." "Like what?" I stammered. She'd pretty solidly called my bluff. Okay, I don't know that much, okay? But I agreed to do something, and Philemon believed you needed to not be in Osterstadt for your own good, so I'm trying to keep you safe and out of Osterstadt." "Do you know who Philemon is?" "Like beyond the shadowy figure who holds court under a shithole tavern in the seedy part of town? No, that's pretty much the extent of my Philemon knowledge." "He is among the most powerful men in the city." "Yeah, figured that one out." "A crime lord, dark side of things, fingers in all sorts of nefarious pies." "He has nothing to do with pies," she said, keeping her face straight for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Yes, a number of pies, but these are not nice pies." "Yeah, the crime thing was a pretty clear indicator of that." "He runs assassins. Did you know that?" "Not surprised." "And thieving rings." "I expected that, honestly. Brothels, gambling dens, human trafficking. I doubt humans, but certainly those of other races. He is also heavily involved in debt buying, and him being a bad man doesn't change the fact that he has access to lots of information, and that information points to you being in danger. Are you not interested at all in why he cares for me?" "There's a pretty limited list of ways it could be, and none of those make me excited. I'd rather be kept in the dark." "He is my father." "See, that's just not something I needed to know." "He has no desire to see me. My own father." "I am sorry about that. Truly, I am. My father wasn't exactly top-notch in the whole, being a father thing. Outside of, fathering me, being my progenitor, I get it. And while I chose to rebel against my father and everything he stood for, you decided you'd take the path of a thief, run the same game your father did, because if you were good enough, he'd pay attention to you and finally give you all the love you missed out on. But either you sucked at it and got caught, or he didn't love you no matter what you did, which made you overreach and get caught. Her eyes glistened. Immediately, I knew that I'd gone a little too far. "I'm sorry," I said. "Too far." She nodded at me. "Too far," she said. "But more true than I would like. I guess it is what happened, in a way." "You went for a big score and you got caught?" "I did, and yet I did not. I got exactly caught as I needed to be." "You needed to be caught?" "Yes, I needed to be caught. If I was not, if I had made it out cleanly, I would have been hunted in perpetuity." "I feel like I might be missing something here. What exactly did you do?" A smile spread across her face, wry and almost flirty. "I take it you know little of Osterstadt?" "I mean, if you listen to Nikolai, he'll tell you I know little, period." "That is only because he's trying to push you to learn more faster. Similar to the Empire, I believe, magic has never been loved here. I cannot say I have any affection for it either, but I can see its uses. Somewhere in the history of Osterstadt, all magic usage was relegated to a single guild, the Magic Circle. They control all magic in the city, both the learning and casting of spells. Nothing can happen in the city without gaining their permission, which is nearly impossible. What that means, however, is that there is rarely any healing magic done on the regular people. It does not benefit the guilds or the burghers to have the population overly healthy. Burghers? Yes. Like meat sandwiches? What? No, burghers. Like men or women who have money and power but no titles? Like the guys in the Explorers Club. Yes, that club is full of burghers. In order to keep everything operating to the benefit of the burghers, they need healing to be rare and expensive. I'm not sure I see how that helps. Obviously, the primary resource for this city is the Emerald Sea, the great and magical trees. The rights to harvest the trees are owned by a number of individuals, and those people are at the top of the pile. If you want to make money in this city, best for you to get into one of the various trades around the Emerald Sea, say milling the wood or hauling the wood. In order to do so, you need to sign a contract. This gives you company housing, company food, and a paycheck. You must pay for that company housing, however, as well as the company meals. It is deducted from your paycheck. At first glance, you earn more money than you are paying for your own upkeep, but it is very likely you will incur additional expenses. After a few months, you find yourself in debt to the company, or rather to the owner of the company. Working the Emerald Sea is dangerous, and it is very common to be injured working there. If healing magic was pervasive, the workers would be able to get back to work quickly. They would not accrue interest on their debt, and they would be able to earn more money. So, in effect, Osterstadt is run on a type of legalized slavery. I hate it. So I stole something from the Circle of Magic. Something? A number of somethings. Such as? Every spell book they had. I took them all. And then I took a few precious magical objects, and I ran for it. I let them catch me with a few of the little things I took, she said with a big smile, right after I hid the library they used to have. How did you hide a library? Using a bag of holding I stole from them. I raised an eyebrow and nodded at her. Impressive. So I was not headed back into the city to speak to my father. It was to get the library. And speak with your father? It was, maybe, something I was considering. Will you tell me where this library is? I asked. I can get it for you. You mean you can get it for you? No, I meant what I said. You want it, I will get it for you. But I can't let you go back into Osterstadt. She looked at me, then at the city's walls. then out at the wilderness to the east, then at me, then back to the city. "Tell you what," I said. "I have a favor from Philemon. If you want, I can give you the favor. You can use that to talk to him." "And what is it you want from me? The library?" "Nothing." I reached into the unfillable knapsack and pulled out my Philemon favor. I knew I'd be getting another one as soon as the Emmeline quest completed, so I wasn't overly concerned about giving this one away. I held the coin out to her. She raised an eyebrow. "You know the value of this?" "Roughly nothing to me," I said, "and a whole lot for you." "For you to say that tells me you do not understand who my father really is." "Perhaps. But I believe he has little to offer me that I might actually take." She took the coin from my hand. "This might anger my father." "From my limited experience with Philemon, I think it is more likely it will amuse him." "If you go to the oldest graveyard in the city, can we not do this with all sorts of vague terms and whatnot? I might have limited time to work in the city." She gave me a knowing smile. "You have been offered a quest from Emmeline Rogers. Liberate the library. The magical tomes collected by the Magic Circle were hidden in a tomb somewhere in Osterstadt. Retrieve them and bring them back, intact, to Emmeline Rogers. Reward for success. Emmeline Rogers becomes your follower until you release her. Penalty for failure or refusal. Emmeline Rogers returns to Osterstadt. Failure of quest, rescue the maiden. Yes, no." "So it's like that," I said, not hiding my smile. "Yes, I accept your quest, but in return, you have to agree to stay out of Osterstadt." "Forever?" "Until I say." She took a big breath and let out an even bigger sigh. "Deal." "Congratulations, you've completed a quest. Rescue the maiden. You rescued the girl Emmeline Rogers from the Osterstadt prison, and she has agreed to accompany you until you release her. Reward, a favor from Philemon." A favor coin seemed to come out of nowhere, spinning up into the air as if someone had just flipped it. I snatched it and gave it a quick look. "Huh," I said. "A Philemon favor coin." I quickly pocketed it. "Now, the library." "Graveyard? Where did you get the library?" "Matters not. In Osterstadt's oldest cemetery, you will find a mausoleum for the family Sheik. The sixth Sheik had a fondness for animals, and his reliquaries are decorated with them, predominantly sheep. But as he was a dastardly man, some of those sheep are sick. You must find the sixth sick sheep. Pull on the sick sheep's horn, and it will open a hatch. Inside the hatch is a bag. Inside the bag are all the books. And everything else I stole." "Everything?" "It was my hidey hole. Everything I ever took and did not sell is there, or should be there." "Okay, great. So I need to find the sixth sheik's six sheep that's sick and pull the horn." "Exactly. Done." Chapter 6. Once we were back at camp, I was informed that my new friend Fritz was hunting to the north and would be back. Later. No one said a thing to me about Emmeline, and I didn't choose to make a big deal of it. Instead, I sat down and ate a breakfast of nuts and berries as provided by Ragnar, a punishment handed down by Skeld for failing to keep track of Emmeline. While munching on succulent strawberries, I saw a lone figure tromping up the road towards our tree. Even from this distance, I could tell it was Lee. And not just that it was Lee, it was angry Lee. I got up and tried to head him off. "What the hell?" Lee yelled out as soon as I was in range. "Good morning, Lee," I said. "Good morning, yes. Now, what the hell?" "What the hell what?" "Why is everyone out of the city?" "Beyond the fact that 3 of us are technically wanted." "That's 3 of you. Natalie, Skeld, Ragnar. You left me alone in the city with a huge chest of gold. Beyond needing protection for that literal fortune, how about the logistical question of how the hell am I supposed to get out of that city? And, oh, man, you're right. I didn't think about any of that. I made a mistake, Lee. He stopped what he was saying and looked at me. A mistake? Yeah, I messed up. I shouldn't have left you in the city alone, and definitely not with a bunch of gold. I'm sorry, and I'll definitely do my best to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Oh, he said, looking down at his feet. Okay. He seemed a little confused now that I'd apologized. I think he was being buoyed by his anger, prepared for a fight. But he was in the right, I was in the wrong, and I had every reason to apologize to him. How did things go when I was, otherwise indisposed? Sure. Well, Lee stalled, I suppose that depends on how you feel about things. What happened? You gave me enough gold to cover what I could get. That seems like a pretty good start. The problem is what I could get, which is nothing. Nothing. I'm assuming you're going to tell me why? It's the way Osterstadt is. I don't know the whole history behind it, but after what I've gone through, I suppose I at the least understand the logic of how it came to what it is. I'm still not getting it. Everything in the city is controlled either through a guild or contracts, and everything revolves around the damn Emerald Sea. Emmeline was mentioning something about that a lot of the workers are bonded or like almost company property. Emmeline? Someone new to our party, but who grew up here. Native? Yeah, she shed a little light on things, might be able to do more for us, except, what? She's not exactly allowed back in the city. Great, super helpful. But, yeah, I haven't hired a single worker because no one is willing or able to come with us. It's a pretty big city. I find it a bit hard to believe. I'm excluding some people who might want to come but won't be able to offer anything. There are some vagrants and beggars who would probably be willing to go anywhere as long as you offer them food or booze or both, but I don't see that as going well for anyone. Maybe, but maybe some of those cats just need a chance. Maybe. And speaking of cats, there are those of the non-human variety who aren't allowed to join guilds, but they also aren't super fond of talking to anyone who looks human. You look like an elf. They didn't want to talk to Natalie. You didn't talk to them? I was busy. Do you think I was flouncing about or eating bonbons in a hot bath? Is that something we can do? A bath is something you should definitely do. The last experience didn't go so hot, but let's get back on track. I'm hearing that there are some non-humans to talk to, see if I can convince them to go. Yeah, but again, don't get your hopes up because you look pretty damn human. What about building materials? Nothing. Nothing there either? Fuck me. It's guilds. They control everything. And we're not a thing. We are a non-entity. They don't want to sell to us. And even if they did, it's not clear there's a ton they'd be able to sell to us. The city is focused on the Emerald Sea and the industry it allows. There's nothing excess because no one else needs it and no one else wants it. The things we want, their industry doesn't need and doesn't produce it. What about the farmers outside the city? Food might be the one place we don't have a problem. The farmers seem to exist slightly outside the guild system, more or less. Bring goods into the city, sell for coin, take that coin back to the small crossroads and whatnot further out from here. And that's where things like plow blades and draft horses can be found. But inside Osterstadt, there's just nothing. No one really rides horses in and around Osterstadt, so there's a single group that sells mounts. But mostly they deal in either show ponies for the rich or the draft animals who pull the lumber. Want metal? All controlled by a guild, and they use the metal to make saw blades and axe heads. The slight excess is used by the weapons and armor guild to outfit the city guard, rangers for the sea, and the like. There's nothing left over for outfitting a whole new city guard, or even to sell us raw materials. Okay, I'm getting the picture. I could go on. I'm sure you could, I said, holding a hand up. But it's clear we have some work to do. Yes, quite a bit, in fact. Want a shitty breakfast before heading back into the city? No, the inn serves amazing food, and I already ate. Bonbons in the bath? Chapter 7. I assumed Nikolai had zero desire to get any closer to the Osterstadt prison than he'd already been, so we left him and Emmeline at our little camp under the big tree. Emmeline watched over the still sleeping Nikolai, and I told her to warn Nikolai that a manticore might be visiting, but that he was a friend. Or, at least not likely to eat anyone. I can't say I was particularly keen to go back into Osterstadt, but work had to be done, and no one else seemed to be able to do it. The guards at the gate gave me a bit of a once-over, but Lee had obviously done a little palm greasing when he left, because as soon as the guards saw him, they waved our whole group inside. Walking back to the inn, I started a mental checklist of all the things I needed to do to make the holding happen. Obviously, the most important element out of everything had to be people. We could hunt and forage for food, at least to start, and we could gather all sorts of materials. We could even forge some tools. Or, acquire them through less than savory means. I just preferred not to engage in outright larceny. Grave robbing, maybe. Dungeon looting, definitely. But just stealing felt, antithetical to the whole good guy persona I was working on. Back to the main point. I needed bodies. Preferably some skilled bodies. At least a blacksmith and a cook. Give people tools and a full belly, and they'll do an awful lot for you. At least that had been my experience in the past. Bonus points would be a few masons and carpenters, people who knew how to do some real construction. And beyond that, everyone else who was willing to work hard and risk their very lives. The key would be getting a few good people. But if everyone belonged to rich dudes, more or less, I had to talk to some rich dudes and convince them to do me a favor. Our stop at the inn was basically just long enough for me to run upstairs and slide the chest of gold into my bag. The group waited for me downstairs, and once I emerged onto the street, I was met with 3 inquisitive faces. "Where to, boss?" Ragnar asked. "Next stop," I said. "The Explorers Club." Everything looked basically the same as the last time Cleve and I visited the place. While the guards outside were different, they were nearly identical in appearance to the ones guarding the front the first time. I wondered if the Explorers Club hired more for an aesthetic than anything else. I took the favor token Cleve received from the wealthy merchant, Thayun Botts, and handed it to the front door guard. He looked at the coin, reached back over his shoulder, and pulled the ribbon that hung down from the overhang. A moment later, a hand holding a silver tray extended from the hole. The doorman put the coin onto the tray, and almost instantaneously the tray and hand disappeared back into the building. Lee stood right next to me, looking around. "Is this place—" "Private club," I said. "Rich dicks inside." "Ah, and I'm assuming otters aren't invited. Rather cruel. I'm guessing your Elfas ain't allowed through their hallowed halls either. That's their thing here. Bigotry? Yeah." Lee shook his head. "Go wait with them," I said, pointing to my Hearthman. "No reason for you to have to fight with these assholes. We just need to keep them happy until we get what we want from them, and then you think I'll lose my cool in there?" "No, I think they'll lose their cool in there." "Probably right." Lee nodded and walked over to the Lutra. Just left me, Natalie, and the doorman. "Long night?" I asked the doorman. He shrugged. "Good job?" I asked. "Good enough," he replied. I wanted to ask him about the Explorers Club, but just as I opened my mouth, the door opened and the footman appeared. "You may enter," the doorman said, "but just you." Natalie bristled. She was definitely about to say something untoward, but I held a hand up to her. "I'll be fine inside. Just wait here a few minutes." Her lips thinned. She glared daggers, first at me and then the footman. But she did as I asked, and walked over to Lee and the Lutra. It felt like Natalie was taking her job a little too seriously, though I hadn't exactly remembered Leon telling me she was a bodyguard, more that she was in my service. "Onward," I said with a smile to the footman. He just turned and started walking in response. Our path through the building was more circuitous this time, which meant I got to see a little more of the club's opulence. Given the time of day, the large leisure-type rooms were empty, but the dining room was almost overflowing with diners. The footman escorted me through the depths of the clubhouse until we were in a hallway lined with doors. He knocked on one, waited a moment, then opened it. Inside sat a small table with seating for one. Thayun Bots was on the other side of the table, his bulk overwhelming the chair. Empty plates were about the table, as well as a half-full bottle of wine, or juice, or whatever. It was essentially brunch time, so it could well have been Bellini's for all I knew. An exquisitely engraved small bell made of some shiny metal sat in one corner. Bots looked up, a tiny crystal glass in his meaty paw.
"Oh,"
Bots said with surprise.
"I was not expecting you."
"I apologize for the interruption," I started. Bots waved his hand at me.
"Not a bother. I was just having a post-meal drink. Now, where is your master?"
"My master?"
"The man to whom I owe this favor."
Bots held up the favor coin. "Apologies. That man was my father."
"Was?"
"He was murdered."
"So the rumors are true,"
he said, a small smile spreading across his face.
"I did not realize I was in league with nobility. You are a duke now?"
"I am."
"Well now,"
he said, eyebrows high,
"this is quite intriguing. I would offer you a seat, but the private rooms really are limited to a single diner."
"That's okay. I fear my business for the day would preclude me from accepting such an offer."
"Ah, I can imagine a newly made duke has much debauching to do."
"Perhaps later," I said, really trying to keep my temper. This guy just exuded slime. He raised his hand to his mouth and took a sip of the syrupy liquor inside, then raised his eyebrows knowingly.
"Do you mind?" he started. "But we are not blessed with the heraldry one finds in the Empire. Would you be willing to show your indicium to me?"
"Sure," I said, feeling a little weird about the situation, but really just wanting things to get on the way. I peeled off my shirt, once again reminded of my need to find a tailor, and flexed that weird internal metaphysical muscle to make the indicium emerge. This time, however, I focused just on the cog's hole achievement. I looked down at my chest to see what was there, how it had changed. There was now a small crown on the top, but the same Banderstatch filled out the middle. Despite conquering the Dungeon of the Ancients, I hadn't unlocked more of the achievement.
"Oh, so impressive,"
Bots said, his beady little eyes looking me up and down like I was a slab of meat. "About that favor," I said. He blinked a few times, pulling himself out of whatever lurid fantasy he'd popped over to.
"Yes, a favor for a duke. What might I do for you, my lord?" "I have some land."
"Congratulations. One would imagine it is quite a bit of land." "It is enough."
"How much land are we talking?"
"I don't exactly know."
"Is it nearby?"
"Near-ish."
"Curious. Go on."
"I am in need of some assistance in, well, building up my holding."
"A grand castle for a grand duke?"
"I suppose saying an imperial castle for an imperial duke would be more along the lines of what I'm doing." He leaned back into his chair, the poor thing creaking like it was about to give up the game.
"Imperial duke? Curiouser."
"What can I say?"
"I assume you have come up against some of the, shall we call them vagaries?"
"Quirks, perhaps."
"Ah, yes, quirks. The quirks of doing business in Osterstadt."
"I have, yes."
"And you are here to claim a favor to get help navigating those needlessly arcane rules and traditions?"
"Either that or helping me avoid them altogether."
"What is it you need? What is your formal ask of me?"
I need workers, able bodies, craftsmen and women.
Is that all?
He asked, seeming genuinely surprised.
Here I thought you would be requesting lumber, stone, gold.
Just bodies. He filled his tiny glass to the brim and slurped little sips of it for a moment. I dutifully held my tongue and pretended as if it wasn't the most annoying sound known to man or beast.
What you and your father did for me was nothing short of a miracle, and I am beyond grateful. Plus, it cannot hurt to have an Imperial Duke as a friend in these trying times.
I closed my eyes and nodded my head so slightly.
Here is what I can offer you to fulfill your favor,
he said, pulling out a piece of parchment and a feathered quill. He began writing.
You may choose 5 individuals from my top tier. You may choose 5 from tier 2, and then 20 from the bottom tier. In addition, I shall provide you a writ for 2 mages for 1 whole year.
He nodded, still writing, then signed his name with a flourish. He folded the parchment up, pulled a small stick of wax from the drawer under the table, lit the wax, dripped it onto the fold, and stamped his ring into the wax. Then he rang his little bell. Close to instantly, the door opened, and a footman stuck his head inside. Bots handed the parchment to the footman.
Please have that delivered immediately, Bots said, and call for my carriage.
At once, sir, the footman said, bowing from the room.
My carriage will take you and whomever is your adviser to my housing, Bots said. My overseer will meet you there, and he will know the boundaries of our deal.
The favor coin spun up from the table into the air and popped with a blink of light.
Ah, the gods have accepted our interchange,
Bots said with a smile. I just smiled and nodded.
Good day, Lord Cogshole, Bots said. I look forward to seeing this castle once it has been built.
Chapter 8. I stepped out of the room and was met by a different footman who wordlessly escorted me from the building. Out front and a bit off to the side, there was a carriage waiting. It wasn't a big or ornate thing, but it looked nice. The sleek black horses out front matched the glossy black carriage behind. The driver sat in the front, looking like an extra from one of those posh BBC Dickens films. Jaunty sort of hat, curly hair, a hooked nose, that sort of thing. But he had a crossbow next to him, and beneath the lace coming out of his sleeves, I spied a fine weaved chainmail. A heavy chain hung about his neck, with a large carved animal of sorts. Though I tried, I had no idea what animal it was supposed to represent. A quick pull from the bag, and I slipped a gold coin to the footman. He looked down at it in his hand and sighed as if it was beneath him to even bother accepting such a tip. Then he disappeared back into the building. My party was watching me, as was the driver. "Just a moment," I said to the driver.
"As you wish,"
he said, relaxing ever so much and pulling a small flask out of his jacket pocket. I crossed the street to where my party stood, leaning around an unlit lamppost. "What's that about?" Ragnar asked. "It's a carriage," I replied. "Takes you places." No one even cracked a smile. "We've got a ton to do and little time to do it, so if you don't mind, we're going to split up. Ragnar and Skeld, you guys go with Lee and talk to the, furry people," Ragnar finished. "Sure, whatever. Go get a read on the situation, and if anyone has expressed a desire to leave the city. Natalie and I are going to visit some place and pick out some workers." "Wage," Lee began. I held up a hand. "Let's not go down that path yet. I don't know the full extent of what's what, but I will make sure that these people are treated right." Lee nodded. "You want us to offer, citizenship?" "No, just suss things out. I'd like to be the one who makes the offers and whatnot, just because, "It is your name on the door?" Lee asked. "Yeah, exactly. Good luck. Let's meet at the Imperial House at noon." "What door is he talking about?" I heard Ragnar ask as the three guys headed down the street. Natalie and I climbed up into the carriage. I leaned out the window. "You know where you're going?" I asked. The driver nodded. "Onward." The driver shook his head, clearly annoyed with me. Natalie looked out the window as we lurched forward. While this carriage had shocks, at least some form of them, they were definitely on the softer side. Every little bump in the road sent us into an unabating wave of undulation. It made me a little queasy. "So," I said to my compatriot, "you were a tournament fighter?" She nodded at me. "What was it like?" I asked. "Exciting. You don't seem very thrilled." "Tournaments were never my first choice for my life." "Then why?" "My parents. There were certainly some complications that come with my heritage. Being royalty." She smiled. "I am of the imperial line. At least I am at present. But my family was unlanded after my great-great-grandfather tried to steal the throne. Thus we have no real power. My parents groomed Leon for politics, and he has been quite successful, but their plans for me required me to be alive and unblemished. So while I desired a life of combat, I was precluded from joining the Legion. I tried monster hunting, but while I was in training, there was the von Klammstein intrusion, so there was no chance for me." "What is that?" "The Klammstein intrusion? It was an infestation of slag spawn that broke out in South Messigvale. Took down quite a few monster hunters, as well as a goodly portion of 3 legions before it was finally quelled." "Ah," I said, as if I had any idea what slag spawn were. "That is when the arena was ruled out for me as well. Too dangerous. Too great a chance I would be scarred, but not in the tournament." "There is a chance in tournament fighting as well," she said. "But the rules are very rigid. The chances are very small. It is more of an emphasis on skill and perfection in form than victory at all costs. Hits to the face are generally considered demerits." "What was your event?" "I did the joust, the mounted sword, the sword and shield, and the shield freestyle." "Shield freestyle?" "Shield plus any weapon." "I mean, that's pretty cool. How'd you get stuck with me?" "Leon. And my parents, our parents passed away recently." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Thank you. It has been difficult. Leon and I have had some long discussions about what my life should be, where it should go. For so long, everything had been dictated by others. Now that I had to make a choice, I knew not what to do. Prior to my uncle dying, I had been toying with the idea of joining the Legion, or even seeing if the Thingmen might accept me, or perhaps signing on with an adventure company heading out to the grasslands or the Urg, or even across one of the seas. Wait, back up. Adventure companies? The carriage stopped with a hard lurch, and I almost fell into Natalie. The door opened, and small stairs came down from the carriage automatically. "We have arrived, my lord," the driver called out. Chapter 9. I walked down the steps and took a look at our surroundings. We were in the courtyard of a dormitory-like building. 5 levels of mossy gray stone in serious need of upkeep. Small stone benches were set up in a few spots where someone had tried to plant grass and trees, but the only things that grew were mud and disappointment. A few young children watched me, their games paused for the moment. I felt a distinct depression hanging over the entire place. The lack of sunshine didn't help matters. We were near the cliffs and the soaring walls, which, while impressive geological formations, were rather hellish on pleasant lighting. An older man wearing thick robes walked down the steps from the front door, a smile on his face like this was just the nicest of places. He met us at the cobblestone roundabout. "Good day, my lord," he said with a slight bow towards me. The bow felt awkward. I wasn't at all comfortable with people giving me such deference. "And a good day to you," I replied. "I have been told you are here to pick up some workers." "You're the overseer?" I asked.
Nutresh Zuithuzu, at your service, he replied, sweeping off his soft hat to reveal a brave attempt to embellish what remained of his hairline. Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall. Honored, my lord. Will you follow? He popped his hat back on and spun around, marching happily into the building, chattering away, assuming I was already following. Mr. Botts has one of the finest collections of workers in all of Osterstadt, currently numbering in the hundreds. And you oversee them all? I do. It is quite the task, if I do say. He mentioned tears to me. We passed into the building, where things got even more gloomy. A few weak candles were losing the fight to push back the dark. There was a small door in the wall with a plaque next to it. I took a step towards it, thinking we'd be meeting in the office I assumed was there, but Nutresh continued into the building, moving down a hallway. The Tiers were established in the Third Guild Concords 38 years ago. There are 8 levels, denoting both the skill requirement of a position and the skill of the worker in the position. Now, while I would love to let you know all the mathematics going on in the background, it is proprietary. Suffice to say, part of my job today is to guide you through the process of choosing workers, and to ensure you need not worry about the tiers overly much. To which I am eternally grateful. Immediately, I wondered how to turn this situation more towards my advantage. This guy worked for Bots, and though Bots was helping me, I didn't for a moment think Nutresh would guide me to the best workers. He'd be a fool to do so. Rather, he'd try to convince me to take all the dreck they wanted to unload. I couldn't blame them, that's just the rules of the game. Whatever Nutresh had been saying, I'd lost, having spent those moments in my own mind. He seemed to be happy for the moment, so perhaps it was more sunshine blown up Bots' bountiful behind. The hallway ended in a large open room, something like a cafeteria. Long tables and poorly made benches dominated the room. There was a small kitchen area to the right where something smelling simmered over coals. Nutresh guided me through the tables until he stood in front of a door. He fumbled with some keys, unlocked the door, and ushered me into a very small office with 2 chairs. Notably, he frowned at Natalie and shut the door in her face. I grimaced and was about to say something, but needing Nutresh as much on my side as I could manage, I just plastered a stupid smile on my face and ignored it. It was a tiny office with a small desk wedged into the space, a bit lower than comfortable, with 1 chair on either side. There was a cabinet to the left and stacks of paper to the right. On the desk was a plate overflowing with candles, with enough spilled wax to indicate there had been many a late night spent here. There were no windows and no vents of any kind. Next to the candles was a pot of ink and a host of quills. And the most obviously important thing in the room right now, a thick ledger. Nutresh settled in his chair and pulled out a small piece of parchment. After a quick glance, I could see it was the missive from Bots. "This is quite the, transfer," Nutresh said. "Before we get any deeper into the, whatever you want to call it," I said, "can you just explain how things work here?" "In what way?" "You said something about transferring ownership of debt," he said quickly, interrupting me. "Just of debt and contracts. These workers will be contracted to work for you for whatever time remains on their contract, or until they pay off their debt." "So they have to work for me?" "There is no coercion taking place, but you're able to call in their debt, at which point they will either pay what they owe or be placed in the debtor's prison where they are forced to work it off. So most will take any job as long as the debt is not called." "Okay," I said, feeling pretty gross about the whole situation. "Let's do this." "You have been allotted 5 Tier 1 workers, 5 Tier 2 workers, and 20 bottom-tier workers. What is your industry?" "My industry? I'm, building a holding." "Construction." "No, well, I need a little bit of everything, a blacksmith. Do you have a smithy?" "No, I will have to build one of those." "So you will need masons." "Yes." "Which makes me ask if you have a quarry." "No." "So you will need miners." "Yeah, and before you ask, I will also require a carpenter and—" He held up a hand.
I will warn you, due to Osterstadt's economy, anything involving woodworking is very hard to find. You have no carpenters? We have several, but you are limited to the workers we have available and not already assigned. So we have but one carpenter free at the moment. We have no lumberjacks, foresters, arborists, or rangers. Noted. Where might you start if you were building a town? By getting out of that horrible job. Not one for the wilds. Outside our walls is a barely controlled wasteland. I, for one, refuse to entertain the idea of stepping beyond the gates. Okay, how about that carpenter? Utrecht nodded and opened the ledger. He flipped through pages, reading and muttering to himself before finally finding what he searched for, and then setting the page down gently. He read it over once before looking up at me. I have a Tier 2 carpenter, a younger woman, and while she showed some promise, she lacks motivation, gumption. Okay, that's fine, I'll take her. She has 4 years left on her contract, and to be honest, quite a debt load. So I am reasonably sure she can be kept working for quite some time to come. Excellent, I said. Is there another carpenter? No, no one available. Well, then one will do. Blacksmith? Utrecht smiled and flipped through the pages. I have 2, I will take them both. You have no concerns. He smiled and nodded and made a few marks on a piece of parchment. But then I noticed him notice something. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but he was looking over to the side and he was reading something. Oh, he said, flipping through his ledger. It would appear, that is, I believe Mr. Botts has, completed a major sell-off. And, well, it would appear he can no longer complete the, deal so he is backing out of the favor he agreed to? No, most definitely not. It will just require, that you and I negotiate something you feel is a fair replacement. I frowned, and I leaned back in the chair. I have to say, I said, this displeases me. Utrecht had a rather forced smile on his face, and I could see a few beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. A bell rang out in the city, something I probably would have missed if the two of us weren't sitting in an awkward silence. There was a knock at the door, and Natalie pushed it open before Utrecht could even offer up an excuse why Natalie couldn't come in. The attack bell sounds, she said. I sprung to my feet and looked across to Utrecht. He immediately put his hands up. I am not a combatant, he said, pushing back from his desk. That is not my job in the slightest. I just gave a tight smile to the man, then nodded. I'll be back in a moment, I said. Utrecht gave a wan smile, which probably meant that he hoped I was about to perish in the fight. Chapter 10. Natalie led the way through the building and out into the city streets. I was busy pulling armor from my bag and getting it on my person. I was also thinking along the lines of strategy, trying to figure out what it was I could best do. Naturally, that made me think back to what Nikolai had yelled at me, that I would be best served mastering a single weapon first. Good thing I hadn't taken that whole weapons generalist class. We weren't far from the Emerald Sea and the Bulwark, making us some of the first up on the wall. As had been the case every time I'd seen it, the Emerald Sea took my breath away. It was just such a massive expanse of green, trees literally as far as I could see, tree tops, rather, and of all sorts of different varieties. The bulk were conifers, especially right up against the city, but further afield I spied some deciduous leaves. Birds flew above the trees in great swarms, making it clear something was heading straight towards us. As other soldiers, warriors, and dudes with weapons started to arrive, I took a moment to reassess. Do you need help with your armor? Natalie asked. I was about to say no, but I realized that while most of the time I just wore simple stuff, chainmail and the like, maybe it'd be better if I was able to take a little more punishment.
That way I wouldn't need to end every battle relying on my regen to survive.
I'd love it, I replied. I pulled out all the plate armor I could find, and we cobbled together the various pieces that fit until I had a patchwork of steel and a few other metals covering my body. I didn't look particularly good. I looked a bit like a macabre clown, but I felt decent. My movement wasn't limited, and even though it was heavy, I didn't notice any sort of slowdown. The other fighters on the wall, however, were laughing at me. I definitely heard a few bets get placed on how long I'd make it before dying. I pulled out a handful of gold coins and gave them to Natalie. "Put a bet on me making it through," I said, pointing to a nefarious-looking woman standing at the far back with a small clipboard in front of her and no weapons about. "You should not sully—" "Just proving a point," I said. "You are a duke. They don't know that. Yet." She rolled her eyes at me, but walked away. I put all my gear back into the unfillable knapsack, sure there were a few hoping to snag the bag off my corpse, and then I took out my best weapon at the moment, a battle axe. Battle axe. Item type, uncommon. Item class, two-handed melee. Material, iron. Damage 24 to 46, slashing. Durability, 100 out of 180. Weight, 12 pounds. Requirements, strength 14. Description: a single-bladed axe meant for cleaving, with a back spike meant for poking with serious intention, and a top spike for spearing. It didn't have the same sentimental connection to cleave, but it did have better stats. Only a single cutting edge, but a spike on the back gave me some more killing options, as did the spike on the bottom, and the top. I gave the axe a few swings, getting used to the weight, also taking a moment to make sure my armor wasn't going to pinch up anywhere. Pointedly, there was a distinct lack of legion. There were some, a token force at best, standing at attention in the central spot they'd occupied the first time I'd fought at the wall. But instead of a massive force with a big shield wall ready to kick ass, it was a small group, maybe 50 legionnaires at most. I started over to them, but felt a hand on my shoulder. "Do we have a strategy?" Natalie asked. I looked over at her, sword out and glinting in the light, a large shield across her left arm. Her helm was on, with the visor partway up. "A lot of that depends on what's coming," I said. "As far as I know, there's no guarantee of what it is." "Ah," she said, looking out across the treetops. "And last time I was here, the Legion did most of the heavy lifting, but I'm a bit worried they're not really coming to this party." "That would be bad." "That would be rather disastrous, yes." A soft rumble rolled out from down below, and there was a rush to the edge of the wall, everyone trying to get a look down at what was coming. Someone yelled out, "Neoclops!" I had to know what it was, so I ran forward, and I couldn't help noticing that as I was going forward, most people were heading back. Some even left the bulwarks. At the edge, I knelt down and peered over, expecting to see a massive monster of some kind. Instead, I saw hundreds of big monsters, maybe more. Bipedal, a verdant green, huge heads, wide bodies with remarkably large arms. They were climbing the cliff with fluid ease. "Not sure what these are," I said, watching as Natalie looked over the edge. "But bipedal and big. I'm guessing our best bet is you tanking and me damaging, by which I mean you keep my back safe and I throw down." She nodded once and then closed her visor. We backed away from the wall and took up a position about 15 feet back from the edge. She stood to my left, slightly behind me. I took a glance at the Legion. Still about 50 bodies. They had arranged themselves into a small line, protecting the stairwell leading back to the city. Couldn't imagine that would do a whole lot. The creatures coming up the cliff wouldn't mind a little hop off the wall. There were guttural calls echoing out from the cliff, something approaching a song, but more chant-like, I suppose. The adrenaline started to pump. I bounced on the balls of my feet. I closed my eyes. Let everything fall away until I found a spot of calm. I took a few deep breaths, filling my lungs to bursting. Screams sounded out around me, and as I opened my eyes, I saw my foes. It was time to battle. The Neoclops had arrived. Chapter 11. The Neoclops were interesting creatures. Nightmarish in their own way, but I could also see them as pretty badass. They were about 15 to 20 feet tall and half as wide, just massive things. Long arms wrapped with ropey muscles. They wore simple hide loincloths to cover their jiggly bits. Most interesting, they had 8 heads at the top of their chests. Not really much of a neck, just heads, all of which held big mouths with large, thick teeth. Some faces had tusks, some faces had big noses, some small. Tall, pointed ears stood up straight or had been torn off. Dark green tufts of hair were all over the place, both on top of the face and under the chins, and peeking out from under their arms. There was some grunting and grumbling between the heads and between the Neoclops, but as they crested the edge, they stood still. One roared, all 8 heads going off with thunderous might. Another Neoclops joined, then another, until it was a veritable wall of noise. I could almost feel the wave of energy pulsate over me, and I involuntarily leaned forward. Screams and shouts echoed out behind me. My fellow fighters were afraid. I, for one, welcomed the shouting. I held up my axe with one hand and gave all I had to my best blood-curdling yawp back at them. It wasn't quite as effective. I didn't get the feeling that any of the Neoclops had even a remote fear of me. "Whatever," I said as I turned to look over at Natalie. "We got this." As it turns out, we did not. Natalie wasn't there. In fact, as I looked left and right, no one was there. Everyone had moved as far back as they could, regrouping at the back of the bulwarks, essentially hiding behind each other. "Oh, come on!" I shouted at the fighters. I'd like to say I came up with some sort of rousing speech to give, something to be recorded into the history books as great words that turned the course of the battle. But instead, I got distracted by the rumbling steps of the Neoclops charge. "Time to dance," I said, to pump myself up. Then I charged to meet them. The Neoclops had quite the reach advantage on me. Also, they had weapons, so as soon as I was in range, there were huge clubs swinging at me from every direction. I dropped to my knees and slid under a massive club, looking up just in time to see a straight-up tree trunk go whistling by. I hopped up and immediately jumped over another swing and darted to the left of another before getting my first swing off, absolutely going for the fences. The axe connected perfectly, right at the side of a knee joint that was as big around as me. The Neoclops roared loudly, and its legs snapped. The Neoclops fell over, and I kept going, stepping around the falling form and hitting an overhand chop to one of the Neoclops' 8 heads, popping the skull open with the spike. There was no time to celebrate. Another Neoclops was already swinging at me. It was like all 8 heads were watching me, somehow telling their bodies how and when to respond. The only thing that saved me was the sheer number of Neoclopses, because they constantly got in each other's way, clubs smashing into other Neoclopses as well as into other Neoclopses' clubs. Then me darting this way and that, swinging where I could, but mostly punching holes in the thick green skin with one of the spikes on my axe. Viridian blood poured out of their wounds, and pretty soon I looked just about as green as they did. Any turn I made was accompanied by a gruesome spray of gore. I skidded to a stop at the edge of the cliff just as a Neoclops was pulling itself over, and I took the moment to Sparta kick the bastard off. He pinwheeled a moment, but then gravity grabbed hold and he tumbled down. It made me wonder immediately why this wasn't just the way things were always done. Push the invading monsters off the edge. But an answer provided itself very quickly. The kick had been super cool looking, but also left me a bit unbalanced, which meant the Neoclops next to me was able to give me a little push, and I went over the edge. "Fuck!" I shouted as I fell. Chapter 12. As soon as I had the mind to, I swung the axe, pick first, at the cliff, stopping my fall. I was below the invaders now, which meant I didn't have to fight my way back up, but it did mean I had quite a climb. I got my feet situated on the cliff face and slid the axe into my bag, a tough maneuver one-handed, and started back up. Climbing wasn't particularly tough. The rock was really craggy, so there were plenty of handholds, and I had plenty of strength to work with. I loved it, actually. Plus, the blood covering me gave me just a little extra grip. I reached the top just as the last of the neoclopses were pulling themselves up over the ledge. Axe back out, I spun it once in my hand before charging. Turns out the neoclops weren't that smart. They didn't think to look behind them, even with 8 hands each to survey the area. I leapt up, axe held high, and brought it down as hard as I could, slicing deep through the back of one of the neoclops. The whole thing just opened up, insides becoming outsides and covering me in gore. I didn't stop moving, just pushed through the viscera shower, coming through the other side already swinging. Then I heard that glorious sound, the unmistakable slam of shields on rock, the Legion forming up their shield wall. Shouted orders and the steady tromp of metal-shod boots. Whatever part of the Legion that had shown up was doing its job. Finally. I took my leave to fight laterally then, swinging my axe low and cutting the neoclops at the knees or ankles, thinking that someone could follow along behind and finish off the job. It was a gruesome but simple gig when it came down to it. The big guys were bruisers, but they didn't work together in the slightest. Hell, there were multiple occasions where neoclops didn't even seem to work amongst itself, the heads arguing about what they should be doing. Bonus, though, along the way I got a fun notification. Smashing. You've learned a new language, Troll. And I heard one neoclop shouting at its other heads for doing things wrong. Finally, a single neoclops tried to make a break for it, and I launched my axe at it end over end, hitting perfectly to slice 3 of the 8 heads wide open. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to faze the creature, and it continued on, dropping down the cliff and climbing away, with my axe embedded in head number 4. I lose more axes that way, I said, shaking my one head. The rush of combat subsided, giving me a chance to look around. Corpses littered the battlefield, nearly all of them neoclops. And I was the only one standing amongst the dead. Everyone else was at the far edge. The Legion, having grown dramatically during the battle, was nearly as numerous as they had been at the previous conflict. I saw some familiar faces, and they waved at me. I wiped at my armor, trying to get some of the gunk off me. I noticed a stuck eyeball on the left elbow joint of my armor and pulled it out. "You look like absolute shit," a familiar voice called out. A Legionnaire lieutenant swaggered over to me. "Darby, right?" I asked. He nodded. "Lord Cogshull, yes?" he replied. "That is what they call me these days." "Impressive display out there. Seemed like no one was up here for the fight at the start." "Ah," he said, a big smile spreading across his face. "And here I thought you were a showboat." "Not following, sorry." "The neoclops, when they attack, they let out a roar before they charge. Very high chance to induce fear. You get hit with that, you'll be running and hiding. Not a whole lot we can do to train for it, being magical and all. So we set up in a warded building just down the stairs. Soon as we get word, we set up a shield wall and push the bastards back whence they'd come." "Oh, yeah, I had no idea." "You think the Legion would just allow the monsters to overrun the city?" "I mean, even now, you guys seem a little light on bodies." Darby looked back over his men. "There is some truth to that," he said. "I assume you know of the goings-on in Glutton, in the capital city, and the Empire." "Some. I'm new to this whole court game." "The Legion is not immune to these problems. Those who seek the throne are gathering armies, and the best source of soldiers, unfortunately, remains the Legion. Thus, many veterans are forgoing their pensions and hiring on to mercenary companies. They feel they are able to make more money in that way, and perhaps they will. I, for one, feel there is little honor in that. Alas, You are not the one making the call. I am not. That is a shame. He gave a slight smile as he shook his head.
Ah, but that is the joy of freedom. One may make the wrong choice.
Mister? Came a small voice. Same deal as before? Behind me was a familiar little kid, standing there with a big smile, a big bag, and a pair of pliers. Hey, little dude, I said. What are we harvesting today? Teeth and tusks, he replied. Sure, I said. You harvest, you can keep half of everything. Deal, he shouted, already running. You know him? Darby asked, suppressing a chuckle. We've had a few run-ins. Interesting friends you have here in town. Only the best, I said, clapping the man on the shoulder. Thing is, I'm about to leave town. I fear Osterstadt will lose out on that. Have to go build up Cogshall. Good name. Has a certain ring to it. I'm hoping I can do justice to the memory of the man. Not a small undertaking, he said. Building a holding. Are you thinking a country home? Still come visit us in the city? No, I replied. I have been charged with building a whole city, at least one of sorts. Maybe you can swing on by when you get a chance. Another smile. If there is anything I can do, you know of any guards who might be looking for a new place to work? I do not. The Legion and the city guards do not get along in the slightest, and I fear I am already losing too many legionnaires to hope to assign any your way. No man of mine is coming up for retirement either, so I fear you will need to ask again of me. Know anyone who might sell me tools, food? That I can arrange. Are you leaving soon? Preferably before nightfall. That is a timetable I fear I am unable to meet. I think perhaps I might be able to facilitate something a little later on. Leon will know how to get in touch with me. Leon Glatton, the Viceroy? That's him. You do make interesting friends here. Only the best. Then I will speak with the Viceroy when I have managed to get something set up. It will likely be a merchant from the capital, but thank you, Darby. He nodded at me and then made his way back to his men. The little kid, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc on the various corpses about the place, ripping teeth and tusks out of the mouths with wild abandon. An armored figure walked up to me and knelt in front of me. I have failed you, Natalie said, putting her visor up. Nonsense, I snapped, grabbing her arm and pulling her to her feet. You got hit with a fear effect when those neoclops roared. And yet you did not. I have some abilities which keep me from fear. Not like I can fault someone else for succumbing to something I'm immune to. But shut it. We have too much to do to worry about that nonsense. There'll be plenty of occasions in the future to prove yourself, and if I'm guessing right, this was the first real taste you've had for combat, right? Outside of tournaments, that is true. So, not so bad for a first-timer. You didn't actually leave the battlefield, did you? No. There you go. You did as good or better than anyone else out there. Except for you. Ah, but I'm a duke. She glared at me for a second, but then broke into a smile. I will not fail you again, she said. Not a thing, I said. Just, do you remember how to get back to where we were? Chapter 13. I was about to walk off the bulwarks when the little kid ran up to me. Yours, he said, pointing to a rather massive pile of teeth and tusks. Oh, I said. Thanks. The kid nodded his head, then ran back to his pile. He took off his shirt, tied it into a sack of sorts, piling the teeth and tusks inside. There was something really depressing at the situation. Something tugged at my heartstrings, whatever those are. Thing was, I looked out across the bulwarks and I saw the absolute devastation, the death. Green blood covered a massive amount of the stone, but there was no shortage of red blood. Humans had died. Not many other races had engaged in the fighting, at least outside of the Legion. There were a few dead Legionnaires. I thought about what I'd done in the past, and what I'd hoped to do in the future, and I realized that I needed to start getting back on the path to good now. "Kid," I called out, walking over to him. He looked up at me, a little afraid, a little rebellious, his little belly sticking out. "What?" he replied. I knelt down and still had to look down to look into his eyes. "You alone?" "No, lots of people around." "What about a family?" "Got one." "Where?" "Why?" "Curiosity." "You gonna hurt them?" "No. Why would I do that?" "Your type likes to hurt my type." "What is your type?" "Poor." "And mine?" "Rich." Well, normally I would agree with you, but I'm trying to change things." "So why you want to know?" "Because I'm worried about you." "Me? You got no reason to worry about me." "Little dude, you don't even have a sack for your goods." "Gave you the sack, and I got a shirt just as good." "No, it isn't." "Works?" "Sure, but you wind up with no shirt on." "It is warm enough." "Isn't winter around the corner?" "I will have a new shirt by then, right?" "I don't know. Will you?" "Of course." "Look, just, take me to your house. Let me see that you have a place to live." He glared at me, as best he could, with his shirt off, his belly hanging out, and a bunch of bloody teeth hanging out of a makeshift sack. He harumphed at me, then stomped off. "You have found a hidden quest. The lost boy. You have worked with a small boy. He might be homeless. It might be worse. Help him. Reward for success, XP. Perhaps nothing else. Penalty for failure or refusal, none. Yes, no." I smiled, wishing it had been as easy on Earth to see when it was time to do something right, and I accepted the quest. Then I signaled to Natalie and she came over to me. "We're gonna follow this little guy," I said, pointing to the little dude. "See where he lives." "May I ask why?" she asked. "Don't suppose curiosity will suffice?" "For now." The kid stomped along the streets, seeming to know for the most part where he was going. He led us back towards the gate, then into the more industrial part of town. We followed him around a tavern, through some alleys, and finally to a shop specializing in the fabrication of exquisite items called the Gilded Gears. I stopped and peeked in the window. It was a small storefront with a large counter and a massive work area behind that. There were various workbenches all the way back, and small figures raced about, building all sorts of various things. Two small figures who looked a lot like humans but shrunk down and plumped up darted along raised walkways behind the counter being, naturally, at an appropriate height for humans. I guess they were both men, as they had the most impressive droopy mustaches and wore heavy leather aprons. They had to be gnomes, or rather they could be a type of dwarf. I shot my identification spell through the window. Window, item type, common, material, glass, durability, marginal, weight 22 pounds, requirements NA, description, made from glass, it is a window, you can mostly see through it, this one is dirty. Of course. I didn't want to go inside, so I just called Natalie over. "The little guys, are they gnomes?" "You've heard of them?" "Heard of them? I have spoken to them, played with them, had them as tutors. Outside of this backwater, bigoted city, the Empire of Glatin embraces all the races of Voldrani." "Duly noted." Inside, the kid waited patiently until one of the gnomes noticed him. The gnome smiled and said something to the kid, making it clear the kid had at least basic familiarity with the gnomes. The gnome pulled a lever and stairs came down into the public side of things, such that the kid could tromp up to the counter and divest his shirt sack of his collected goodies. The gnomes went over the various bits and bobs as presented by the kid, and then conferred with each other for a moment. They pulled some coins out and put them on the counter. With a quick swipe, the kid snatched the coins from the counter, then darted off. He pushed the door open, glared at me, and ran down the street. But that said, he didn't try to make it hard to follow him. Again, we raced behind him through streets and alleys, getting really deep into the poorer side of town until we got to a really nasty area. Tenement buildings, people living on top of each other. The smells were overwhelming and the sounds were dehumanizing. I felt alternatively disgusted and sad. And to make it worse, we followed the little dude behind one of the worst buildings to a small shack squished into a forgotten alley. It was little more than offcuts of wood with the hints of nails holding it together, so calling it a structure was kind. The kid slid a slice of wood out of the way so he could enter. He didn't close it. I had to duck and turn sideways to get in, and once I had, it was a grim sight. The space was about 3 feet wide and maybe 10 feet long. The back wall was weeping brick, and either side wall was just the exterior walls from the neighboring buildings. A tiny fire pit was made out of stolen street cobblestones in the center. A rickety shelf hung from the roof and held a few clay pots. A woman lay on a cot at the far end of the building, a tiny child curled into a ball at the foot of the bed. The kid held out the handful of coins to the woman, but all activity stopped as soon as I stepped into the space and knelt by the fire. Struggling to sit up and grimacing in pain, the woman pulled the boy behind her as best she could at the same time as she wrapped her leg around the kid at the end of the bed. "Who are you?" she asked. "Just a friend," I said. "I will not sell them to you," she sneered, holding out something that might have been a knife once but was now mostly a crooked piece of rust. I had my hands up. "I'm not here for that," I said. "May I approach?" She didn't make any sort of move, so I crouch-walked across the dirt floor. As I got closer, I smelled something rank, fetid, and familiar. "You're hurt," I said. She frowned. "She's getting better," the kid piped up. "She can stay here." "I can heal you," I said. "Why?" she snapped. "How?" "Well, I can get you a healing potion, or I can cast a spell on you." The little kid at the end of the bed was staring at me with big eyes as I edged closer. Her terror was evident. "Magic?" she asked. "Magic, yeah." "You are in league with demons?" "No, not at all." "That is how magic—" "No, that is not how magic works." "You channel demons into my body and I will become a demon." "Still not true," I said. "Would you feel more comfortable with a healing potion or something like that?" She nodded. "Okay," I said. "I can do that. Maybe also some food?" She looked at her 2 kids and nodded once more. "I will not give them to you," she said suddenly. "I'm not asking you to." "I cannot give you anything else." Again, not asking. "I am giving you these things with no thought for reciprocity." She blinked and looked at either kid, then back at me. "I do not know that word." "I'm not looking for anything in return. I'm just trying to help." "But—" I held a hand up and set it on her arm. Her skin was on fire, and I desperately wanted to help, but I didn't want to cast magic without her permission. Closer to her, the smell was worse, and definitely gangrenous. "Can your son guide me to a shop to purchase healing supplies?" "You will return him?" "Of course," I said. I looked over my shoulder at Natalie peeking in the door. "And my friend will remain here to make sure you're okay, and that I come back." The woman bent over her kid and whispered in his ear. The kid nodded and then pushed past me and left the hovel. I crawled out and stood up outside, stretching. Natalie grabbed my shoulder. "What is it we are doing?" she whispered. "You're keeping them company while I go get some health potions. We have much to do before we leave the city, and we ought to get out before nightfall." "That's true, but this is important." The look on her face said she disagreed, but she kept her mouth shut and just nodded. Chapter 14. The kid didn't bother to wait for me. He just headed down the street. I jogged until I could catch up. "Fast, little dude," I said. He didn't respond, just kept going. "You have a name?" "Yes." "I'm Montana." He stopped, then turned to face me. "Heard you a noble, lord of something or other." "That's what they tell me." "Why are you—" "Because I like you. Because I see you and I remember my childhood, and I don't want you to end up like me." "Rich?" "Okay, this is confusing, I get that, but you just trust me, I'm trying to help. If you hurt my mother or my sister, I will stab you while you sleep." "Deal. I'll even take off my armor for you." My answer seemed to confuse him, but also amuse him. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. He kept walking, but now he moved at a more reasonable pace. "Nolan. Everyone calls me Mouse." "Nice to meet you, Mouse." 3 more turns, and I was lost, but Mouse seemed to know exactly where we were going. He delivered me to a small store, a few windows across the front of a wooden building with a swinging sign above. "The Horned Buck General Goods." I pushed through the door and took a gander about. Like most of the stores I'd been to in Glatton, there was a small space for customers and a large space for the shopkeeper. Rows and rows of shelves took up all the back space, but a massive man had wedged himself into something that might have once been a comfortable chair by the lower counter. A small bell rang out as the door opened, and the big dude looked up. He sneered as soon as he saw Nolan. "You little shit," he started. "I told you you're no longer welcome." "Easy, buddy," I said. "Who are you?" he asked. "Just a customer." "I apologize," he said, settling back down. "What can I do for you?" "I need a few health potions if you got them. Thing is, can a disease be cured by a health potion?" "Not the ones I got," the man replied. "Maybe a cure disease potion?" "Neither can be purchased with chits nor put on account." "Can they be purchased with gold?" He smiled. "Imperial gold? Of course." "How much for a potion?" "The basic heal is 100 gold. Cure disease, 250. "That seems a bit steep." "You want to look elsewhere? Feel free. You will find my prices competitive. Plus, I am one of the few shopkeepers what stock potions. Most of my colleagues think potions just take up shelf space." "Looks like a bit of shelf space is not exactly a concern of yours." "No," he smiled, looking back over the gobs of shelves he had. "Are you—" "I'll take as many as you have," I said, pulling a sack of gold from my bag of holding and starting to count out coins. The shopkeeper pointed to a scale. "Quicker to weigh 'em." I shook my head. "Brilliant." While the dude slipped between his shelves and grabbed the potions, I started weighing out gold in sets of 500. The man set down 5 healing potions and 4 cure disease. Very viscous liquid in glass vials with wooden outer cases. "With this," the man said, "I will be happy to throw in a potion holder for a mere 10 gold. I sighed but agreed, adding a quick 10 coins to the rather large pile. "Anything else?" "You have food?" "Some. Are you looking for trail rations, cooking supplies?" "Both." We haggled back and forth, but by the time I left, I had plenty of fresh fruit, a 30-day-ish supply of trail rations, a new shirt for Nolan, a small doll for his sister, and a knapsack to hold whatever Nolan wanted. The way back was quicker, and I swear Nolan had some pep in his step, almost skipping along. Naturally, that meant we had to return to an unpleasant situation. In this case, Natalie standing in front of the door with her shield out and sword drawn, standing between the hovel and a few surly-looking types who might possibly have been guards. "A good day to you all," I said, affable as could be. 6 assholes turned to face me. The leader type had black teeth, which made it really hard to keep my smile on when he smiled at me. As I got closer, I could see that these men weren't actually city guards. They were fakes. Could be private security, I supposed, but it seemed more likely that they had just used the fear the downtrodden had of the city soldiers to inflict a little extra pain. "Now what is this?" Black Teeth said. "A clown?" I looked down at my patchwork armor. I do look a bit of a mess, don't I? Too right you do. Right, fool. Is there something going on here? None of your business, fool. Maybe I'd like to make it my business. Seems like a suitably foolish thing to do. Happy to put you down in the pursuit of my official duty, the man said, sneering as he pulled out a brutal-looking sword from his belt. Is violence really the answer here? I asked. Yes, he replied. Then he swung an overhand chop, perhaps thinking he'd take advantage of me not having a weapon on my person. Without really thinking, I shot my hand up and grabbed the blade on the downswing, gripping it hard. The steel sword scraped up my armored gauntlet, but otherwise did nothing to me. I twisted the blade and wrenched it free of his grasp. He seemed a bit shocked, but that was when the rest of his men he was with pulled their blades. I looked at the sword with disdain. It was a piece of shit. I'm really not looking for another fight today, gents, I said. They didn't seem to be picking up what I was putting down, so I snapped the shitty sword over my knee and tossed the busted blade over my shoulder. Fuck off, assholes, I said, stepping forward, or I'll actually get angry. I reached out and grabbed another sword, ripped it free from the faux guard, and threw it over my shoulder. A moment later, there was the sound of glass breaking and someone shouting out. The fake guards looked at each other. I snapped my fist out and punched Black Teeth in his face, sending plenty of his namesakes clattering across the cobblestones. His eyes rolled back in his head, his knees went weak, and he dropped to the ground, unmoving. That seemed to be the breaking point, as the rest of the assholes took off running. Natalie slid her weapon back into its sheath and stood at attention once more. What was that all about? I asked. They claimed this structure was illegal, she said, and that Zoe needed to pay taxation, in gold or flesh. That's gross. I ducked into the hovel and saw the woman leaning up against the back wall. She seemed terrified until she realized it was just me. Then she settled down a little. I passed her a cure disease potion first, and she took it warily. She uncorked the vial, then looked at the potion. How do I know this is not poison? You could trust me, or you could ask Mouse what the dude at the store told me, or you could think about why I would have taken the time to defend you from those assholes outside just to poison you in here. She seemed to consider that, then drank the vial in one gulp, wincing as it went down. Runic letters seemed to sprout from her body. They whirled around for a moment before settling on her skin, and she seemed to glow for a second. As the glow left, some of her color returned. I passed a healing potion over. This time, she just drank it. She shuddered. The glowing letters thing happened again, and she exhaled the breath she'd been holding. Her whole form seemed to relax as the pain subsided. She leaned her head back against the wall, closed her eyes, and she smiled. A genuine smile. Thank you, she said, keeping her eyes shut. Thank you. You're very welcome. I feel it is all in vain. Nah, they will return. They will wait until you are not here, and they will return, and I will suffer more. My children, do you actually want to live here? In this hovel? No, but would you have me freeze to death on the streets instead? Nolan sat down on the cot and held out the doll for his sister. She reached out her tiny arm, grabbed it and snuggled against it, wide eyes remaining trained on me. I have a place you can come to, if you want. Where I can be your debt slave? No, thank you. No. Frankly, I don't exactly understand the whole debt slave thing, and mostly because I think it's a pretty heinous thing, and partly because I don't want to try and figure out something so vile. I won't abide by it, nor allow it to happen in my lands. Is that what happened to you? My refusal to participate is what happened to me. I had a trade once, and I earned out my contract. They hate when you do that. But they want what I can do, so they cannot kill me. They just start to take from me. They take my home, and they take my health. Not to, denigrate the story at all, but, what is your trade? I am a smith. A good one? She smiled. At one time. How about I hire you? You? You'd need to move. Leave Osterstadt. On a contract? Just a pledge of loyalty. And that you give me at least a year, but I'll pay you, and feed and house you, no charge for that. And my children? Come with us. Just, Mouse can't steal from me. Ideally, he'd stop the stealing altogether. She looked at her hovel, then at her children. She scooped her daughter in her arms. Is there, I don't want to sound indelicate, I said, totally sounding indelicate. But is there a husband, a father to the... He has died. Oh, I'm sorry. She gave a slight nod. It was for the best. Do you have any things you need to gather? I asked. She waved her hand about the hovel. Do you think there is a single thing I would like to keep from this hole? The little girl held out her new doll. There we go, I said, pointing. We're keeping the doll. Chapter 15. We made an odd procession. Me in my harlequin armor, Mouse walking next to me, Zoe and her daughter, with Natalie bringing up the rear, still looking resplendent in her shiny armor. I carried a sack of their belongings. We didn't exactly talk a whole hell of a lot while we walked. The kids were scared, and the mother looked wary, like someone was going to come for her. I had a feeling about it. Something bad was going to happen. Notably, unlike damn Nikolai, I didn't start spouting off about the bad feelings I was having, inviting the fates to intervene and fuck everything up. I kept it to myself and just focused on scanning the environment for any problems. The city was bustling. It was basically the middle of the day at that point. Having not spent much time in the urban world of Valdrani, it was really interesting to see how the city worked, how people lived in the city. People walked across the whole road, and occasionally there'd be a horse or carriage that would send everyone scurrying to the sides. The perimeters of the street were covered with stalls and wagons selling an insane variety of things. Hot food, cold beverages, fruits, trinkets, it ran the gamut. I bought the kids some chilled fruits, and their faces lit up. And that pretty much made my day. I was turning into a big softy. But it felt good. It felt right. As we got close to the gate, passing by an apothecary's shop, 7 men and 10 women came out of an alley in a big line, blocking us from moving forward. The rest of the people in the road gave us some space and then went about their day. In the center of the group was a woman with a hard and cruel face. She wore a dress that was most definitely cut for hard work, and not for anything frou-frou like looking good. "Where is it you're headed, Zoe?" the woman said. I waited for Zoe to answer. Unfortunately, she seemed cowed by this group, and just stood there, eyes wide, ready for me to turn her over. "Do you mind if I answer?" I asked Zoe. She shook her head, but looked to the ground, ashamed, I think. I nodded, then shook out my body and cracked my neck, stepping in front of my little group. It wasn't hard. Zoe and her kids were rather small as humans go. "Hello," I said, trying my very best to be polite. "Who are you?" "Who am I? Who are you?" the woman snapped back through a foul sneer. "Let's not play the who the fuck am I game," I said, "because I'm pretty sure I'm going to win." "I can tell by your appearance that you are not from Osterstadt, so I would kindly ask you to leave because this is not your business." See, That's where you're wrong. It is my business, and I'm not having the best of days, so if you want to fuck off, that'd be swell, 'kay? Her eyes shot open wide, like she wasn't used to being spoken to in such a manner. She looked down the line at the rest of her people. No one seemed to believe I'd done what I'd done. This is my last warning to you, outsider. Well, fuck you, it's my last warning to you, I retorted, then quickly added, Insider. Kill him, she said. I looked around, noticing that there were several guards who really didn't seem to have the slightest of cares with what was happening in their street. Naturally, because I'd taken my eyes away from my attackers, they'd taken advantage. By the time I turned my attention back to them, a sword was angling up towards my throat. A young woman with raven black hair having pulled it from her scabbard with some straight-up samurai style. I leaned back, got some bangs, and shot my fist out. The girl had been pretty, but a steel gauntlet and a metric fuck-ton of strength is not really the best means for a makeover. There was a rather sick crunch, and the woman dropped. She was still alive. You could tell because bubbles formed as the blood came out of the remains of her nose. Guards! The woman screamed, shrill. This man has guards, I shouted, louder. I have been attacked. The woman was shocked. A single guard walked over to our group, moving slow like he'd rather be rousting drunks out of a park. What seems to be going on here? He asked. She attacked me, I said, pointing to the woman on the ground groaning. Yep, he said. Saw that. That is not what happened, the woman snapped. And I have witnesses. The woman looked to her group, and all the heads nodded, almost in unison. I am a witness, Natalie said, stepping out and pulling her helm off. She shook out her blonde hair and stood tall. As cousin to the late emperor, I declare that this man was attacked and defended himself. And I said, also doing my best to stand tall and look noble, Lord Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall, Count of Duhamel, Count of Helgund, and Count of Dunnasmere, declare that I was attacked by the woman on the ground after the crazy one ordered her people to kill me. I said I saw what happened, the guard said. Seems like she has been punished enough. Thanks, I said. Just take your fancy titles and get on your way, the guard said. Lord Longhair. And so we did. The crazy lady glared at me, and I could tell she was running through all sorts of scenarios in her head where I was being killed in the worst ways possible. I just flashed her my winning smile and pushed her out of the way so we could walk on by. At the front gate, I could see we were still being followed by a few of the crazy lady's people, but the actual crazy lady had gone off on her own somewhere. You need to get them to the tree, I told Natalie. I'm not exactly sure of the time, but I have a feeling I need to meet Skeld and crew soon, and I still have to get back to Nutresh. It is 11 o'clock, Natalie said. How can you tell? The sun? I looked, but the sun just looked like it was, in the sky. Slightly the sun, more the clock. She pointed to a clock mounted above a tavern across the way. Sure enough, 11. Okay, I said. There are clocks around here. Good to know. Natalie gave me a smile, a genuine one. You can trust her, I told Zoe, and I will meet you later tonight. Natalie is going to take you somewhere safe, and tomorrow we're going to head to a new home, okay? Zoe nodded. I am sorry about that woman. She represents... She stammered out and trailed off, seemingly at a loss for words. We have a bit of a hike in front of us, so you can tell me the story later. For now, go have a hot meal, meet some of the people going with us, and don't worry. You're safe. Zoe gave a wan smile, like she wasn't quite ready to believe me, but nodded, and started walking towards the gate, holding both of her kids' hands. Beware the promises you make, lordling, Natalie said, looking a bit grim. Safety is not a sure thing in this land. especially outside these walls. It will be for them, I said, firm, promising myself I'd make sure I died before those three. Just keep them safe for tonight, okay? I'll take over after I get this city behind me. Natalie sighed at me, then turned and followed her new charges. Chapter 16. Nutresh was not particularly happy to see me back. Having caught a whiff of myself, I think it's fair to say he wasn't exactly keen on smelling me either. I plopped down in the chair, my armor creaking ever so much as I did, and made sure I had a big smile plastered over my face. "You missed quite the good time," I said. "I am sure," he replied, droll as ever. "Have you ever seen the monsters that—" "No, and I have no interest in it either." "Fair enough. Now, where were we?" "I believe I was in the midst of presenting rather disappointing news." "Ah, right. Mr. Botts's sudden success in ridding himself of his chattel. Now, Lord Coggshall, is that really a term we feel should be used in this situation?" I ignored his statement and continued into the other thing that bothered me. What I'm trying to sort through, rather, is the simple question of why your boss has seen fit to try this method of getting out of the favor he agreed to. I assure you, he has done nothing of the sort. This is simply an unfortunate coincidence for you and a smart business play for him. Something he has planned for some time, and it just so happened to conclude on this morning. And lest you forget, I have been authorized to enter into negotiations with you until you are satisfied. How many workers can Mr. Botts offer me? 5. 7 if you are willing to accept dwarves. I have no qualms over any races. One of those, are you? A sneer appearing on his thin lips. I suppose I am, yes. Then I can push it up to... He flipped through his ledger. 10. 30 to 10? And how many of those are Tier 1? 1. Tier 2? None. The rest? 4 are unranked, 5 are bottom tier. This does not inspire overwhelming confidence from me. Ah, but I have yet to tell you the good news. I'm all ears. Being that you are a man of the world, I assume you have no qualms with the use of magic? None. Then I have been authorized to offer you the employment of more wizards from the magic circle. Wizards? Yes. A geomancer might be the most useful thing for a man building a city, or an enchanter. There are plenty of uses for magic. You don't mind magic? Oh, I think it is a way to open yourself up to possession by outsiders and how you will face the most vile of outcomes. Any use of magic is beyond evil, and those who practice it are an abomination. But you will not be an Osterstadt, and I have no qualms with you becoming the lunch of abominations as long as those abominations are well away from me. Okay, well, I'm glad we're finally to the honesty stage of things. Bring on the mages. How many can you get me? How many can you handle? All of them. 4, then. I mean, I was supposed to have 30 people, and now I'm down to 14. Not sure that's quite fair. As much as I might like to give you more, there is a hard limit as to what's available. In this case, 4 wizards that meet your requirements. Is there a 5th just hanging around, maybe that doesn't meet exactly what I need? Nutresh frowned, and he pulled out a small notebook. He scribbled a few lines, and then he waited. It was awkward. Got a family? I asked. I do, he replied. Wife and kids? Yes, 2 girls. I bet they are precious things. They certainly were. But they have reached a certain age where... His attention snapped back to the small notebook and he read over something. It appears there is a war mage who is technically available. Done. Do you understand the requirements for keeping a war mage? Sure. Neuters eyed me warily, and I could almost hear the argument raging in his head. On the one hand, he really didn't want to have to pay for the war mage, whatever that might be. On the other hand, he relished the opportunity to get rid of any and all mages from the city. Thankfully, for me, fear won out. Deal. 2 geomancers, 1 enchanter, 1 hydromancer, and 1 war mage. 15 total workers. Am I missing anything? That seems to be what is available to you, yes. Quick question. What exactly am I getting? You are receiving their contracts and debts. Even from the wizards? Yes, Mr. Botts feels as I do about magic, and he is eager to rid the city of casters where he can. In this case, he is willing to buy the wizard's debt and transfer it to you. He pulled some pieces of parchment out of a pile and rubbed them against the pages of the ledger, somehow transferring the writing from the ledger onto the parchment. Then he piled them all together, wrapped a bit of ribbon around it, and set it to one side. He did a little more writing, then handed me a piece of parchment with a list of names. I looked them over, as if that would give me some sort of useful information, but it was just names, nothing leapt off the page. Nutresh busied himself scribbling on a piece of parchment, his face tensed up in concentration. He stopped, leaned back in his chair, and looked over what he'd written. Then he pulled a small clipboard from below his desk, did some more writing, and presented it to me. It was a bill. "The fuck is this?" I asked. "What you owe for the workers," he said, both surprised at my tone and like I was an idiot for not realizing. What I owe? Yes, this is the debt you are purchasing from Mr. Botts, though it is at quite a reduced rate. Incredibly so, to the point where I asked Mr. Botts if he was indeed serious about what he was offering. For some of these, especially the wizards, you are getting their debt for silvers on the gold and 8,000 gold, 8,151 gold, and 65 silver, but I thought it prudent just to round that down. Yeah, this was not how I thought the favor was going to work. If you do not wish the wizards to be part of your group, that number could drop dramatically. I looked at the number, and I thought about things. Mainly, I thought about Botts, about the man and his methodology. What was he doing, and why was he doing it? He'd seemed genuinely interested in helping me out, but could his desires have changed? Had he been able to contact Nutresh while I'd been off fighting? Had he found out that Valamir, perhaps the next emperor, was out for my blood? There were a whole host of questions and no real answers. To compound things, I had little idea of the amount of gold I had on me. More specifically, the amount of gold I had which had been minted by the Empire. I could imagine the exchange rates on ancient dungeon gold wouldn't be in my favor. Kick 2 wizards off the list, I said. I'll take the war mage, 1 geomancer, and 1 enchanter. You wish to leave yourself without a hydromancer? How much is the hydromancer? 1,800 gold. The enchanter? Let me see. He flipped through papers, and I had the distinct impression he was pulling these numbers out of his ass. 1,000 gold. Minor question, I said. You want me to count out 8,000 coins in here? No, he said with a shake of his head and a bit of a smile at how dumb I was. He opened a cabinet and struggled to get a scale on the desk. This is an imperially sanctioned coin scale. I've used one of these scales before, I said. So tell you what, let's see what I got. I'd imagine it's somewhat less than what I need. I pulled out the chest, thumping it on the floor. It's always a bit of fun to see the reaction from someone who wasn't expecting magic. Nutresh, being that he hated magic, shot back to the wall behind the desk and stood there, eyes wide, fear radiating out from him. Popping open the chest, I looked at a ton of coins. Obviously not an actual ton, but, well, a lot of coins. I started scooping them out of the chest and into the scale. Nutresh slowly got over himself and sat back down. Once we got to 1,000 coins, he held up a hand and grabbed a leather bag. He poured the coins from the scale into the bag, and then we resumed. Another 1,000. And another. The chest was starting to look a bit low. 4,000. 5. 6. 7. And that was basically it. 7,000 and change, I said. What's that get me? I can only give you one of the 2 geomancers, Utrecht said, looking over his numbers. But that will give you everyone else. I scooped up the coins in the bottom of the chest and put them back into my bag. Keep the chest, I said. Which, I suppose was apt, being that Bots had been the one who'd given me the chest in the first place. Utrecht didn't seem overly pleased with my generosity. If you wait outside, I can gather your workers from here, and you can take them whither you will, Utrecht said. That said, you will need to fetch your casters yourself. They are the last 5 names on the list, and they are quartered in the magic circle. I sighed. It has been an absolute pleasure dealing with you today, I said through clenched teeth and a forced smile. I snatched the papers from the desk, and I stalked out of the office. Chapter 17. Standing in the lobby, I decided I needed to figure out what exactly I had in terms of loot in the bag. I've been spending gold like it didn't matter. To a certain extent, it didn't. For whatever reason, it didn't seem like it was that hard to get gold in this world. And if I needed to get more, it looked like I just needed to go kill some monsters, which were certainly in ready supply almost anywhere. It did make me think of something. That stupid worm I'd taken a ride inside of. That dead monster had a lair full of treasure, and I felt reasonably confident I'd be able to get back there. I put it on my mental to-do list, which then caused this. You found a quest. For the Horde. Return to the Worm's Cave and liberate the treasure left in the creature's hoard. Reward for success, 5,000 XP, treasure. Penalty for failure or refusal, none. Yes, no. I accepted the quest, and then I thought a moment, and I flipped through the menus quickly until I found what I'd been looking for. A quest log. There were a few incomplete quests on the list, and I just added one to it. Just as I was reading over the list, though, Utrecht came into the lobby leading a group of downtrodden, deeply unhappy people. As we had discussed, there were 10 of them. Here you are, Utrecht said. Your workers. Now leave the property. Always a pleasure, I said. Asshole. Utrecht gave me a sick smile when he walked back to his office. I gave a smile and waved, then said, Let's do as he says, because this place is depressing as hell. No one said anything, so I just walked out of the building. All 10 followed. Outside, the sun was shining, just not where we were. The group of 10 gathered around me, and I took a moment to look over them. 5 were humans, all men. 2 were dwarves, 1 male and 1 female. Then there were the 3 non-humans. 1 was shorter than the dwarves and quite a bit like a badger, with black fur and white stripes down its face. Not a skunk, since there wasn't a tail like that, and the striping was different. Plus, this one was wearing clothes and giving me a curious look. 1 was a big dude covered in scales with massive arms and legs. Oh, and 4 eyes. 4 yellow eyes across the front of his face, almost like a spider's, except they had pupils and stuff. He had a wide mouth and little ears sticking out of his big round head. He was easily 1.5 feet taller than me, and his arms reached nearly down to his ankles. And the last one was a hot chick with 2 fluffy foxtails. I felt awkward about that, given how Mr. Paul had said something about kitsune girls, and if I had to make a guess, I'd have said this was a kitsune girl. So, I'm Montana Cogshall, I said. I guess I own your contracts and debts and stuff from bots, and yeah. They all just looked at me like I was an idiot. Thing is, I continued, really just talking while I was thinking, the whole rigmarole makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to just say that your debts are forgiven. You guys don't owe me a thing.
You want to come work with me? Great, I'd love it. What is it you want us to do? One of the dwarves asked. Build a city, I said. We are going out into the wilds to make a home. And we owe you nothing? One of the humans, a tall man with jet black hair, asked. Nope. You are a fool. The man walked away. There was a bit of light laughter from the other humans, and a second later, there was only one human remaining. Okay, I said. That's a bit shitty, but whatever. If you don't want to work with me, leave now. No harm, no foul. If we work for you? The fox girl started. Will you pay us? Of course, and I won't charge you rent. I will keep you as safe as I can, feed you as much as I can, and house you for, I don't know, a long while. For free? The girl asked. Yeah. You get paid gold, get room and board, no debts, no weird contracts, no bizarre bullshit like what goes on here. The remaining 6 looked at each other. Where is this place? The female dwarf asked. A ways east of here, bit north, I said. Can we bring our families? Yes. The dwarfess smiled and said, I am with you then. And you shall have my axe, the male dwarf said. I tilted my head, trying to think if I'd really heard the dwarf correctly, and I thought about saying something, but I figured the less said about that particular phrase, the better. I probably didn't hear him right. Glad to have you aboard, I said. Is your family nearby? The dwarves both nodded, and I started to wonder if they were a couple. Okay, well, meet me out front of the Imperial House at noon. The 2 dwarves nodded and darted off. Rest of you? I asked. I will do it, the fox girl said, if you promise to give me the opportunity to prove who I really am. That's a rather vague promise to make, but sure, fine. I have no family. You are still welcome. Any business you need to finish up in the city, handle it now. Meet me, I understand, she said and walked off. Next, I said, looking at the 3 remaining. Do you take offense to non-humans? The badger-looking thing said. All are welcome and encouraged, I said. I quickly added, I have non-humans among my hearth. The giant dude stepped forward, and as he got closer, I got a better look at his scales. They seemed, well, very hard, but also maybe stone? It was tough to say, but I'd venture that the guy didn't need much in the way of bonus armor. He also had a pair of goggles on top of his head, 2 brass ovals that were wide enough that he'd be able to have them cover 2 eyes each. You are coming with? I asked. He nodded and hoisted his big sack up onto his back. That's when I noticed he had smaller, more delicate arms underneath his big giant arms, and the smaller arms were tightening the pack straps around his giant ones. Hey, I said, pointing, oblivious to how horrible I was being. That's really cool. The big dude frowned, and I caught up. I am so sorry, I said. Just so sorry, I should not have said that. He shrugged, and I worried he was just going with the flow and giving up on things. His little arms got a pipe out of a pouch on his belt and started packing a bowl while his big arms just sort of hung there. The badger looked around the dude, but then the last human opened his dumb mouth. You take the walk and I am out, he said, lip raised in a sneer at the big dude, I guess called a walk. Though given the angle, it also could have been at the badger type. Who is the walk? I asked. The human pointed to the big dude. I was right. The walk looked down at his feet, obviously thinking I was about to dismiss him. I am top tier, the human said. Pretty much the only chance you have for your city to be a thing. Yeah, I'll take the walk, I said. And you can fuck right off, tier 1. Wait, what? The human bigot was confused. You realize I am one of the best. You're a bigot, Haas. If you want to come, learn that humans aren't the be-all and end-all, that other races are boss as well, then I'm happy to oblige. But if you're just going to be a piece of shit, you can stay here and do that.
Osterstadt seems like the perfect place for pieces of shit." The man was flabbergasted and stared at me for a minute before stomping away, muttering to himself. Badger Dude gave me a smile. "You are a fool," the Badger said. "The man that walked off is a legendary carpenter. He's a legendary asshole." The Badger threw his head back and laughed. "You might be okay," he said. "Let's build a city." Chapter 18. While I'd wanted to head to the Magic Circle and finish up with the whole gathering workers part of the day, by the time I'd gotten out to the main road and knew vaguely where I was, it was a little too close to noon to go get lost looking for the Magic Circle. Plus, with the Walk and the Badger Dude were moving along with me, I figured it was pretty important that I change directions and head towards the Imperial House. "Any chance you know where the Imperial House is?" I asked as soon as I'd come to accept that I was lost. The Walk pointed. "Great, thanks," I said. The Badger was talking to the Walk, but it seemed like mostly inane prattle, really. Things about how the city was different than when he came, how he hadn't been getting jobs, how big the debt had been, how there was an excellent dumpling vendor 3 streets over, that sort of thing. Coming around a corner, I saw the Imperial House, and I saw my 3 dudes standing together, leaning against the wall in the shade. It wasn't super hot in the sun, but there was a warmth to it, and the humidity was rising. Made me think a storm had to be on the way. I raised a hand and waved. Ragnar waved back. "You are kidding me," the Badger Dude said. "Are those Lutra?" "They are." "Well, fuck. You got a problem?" "It is said the only true friend of the Lutra are the fleas they carry. They are betrayers and—" "Hey, buddy," I said. "These guys have been with me through some serious shit, and they've done nothing but blow me out of the water with their willingness to do what it takes to keep others safe. Most importantly, me." The badger-looking dude gave me a look, kind of like I just insulted his mother and mentioned his father was dying. Then he turned and walked away. "Today is not going well," I said to the Walk. He shrugged and smiled. I took it to mean that at least his day was going better than expected. We moseyed over to my guys. Well, I moseyed, and the Walk tromped. Didn't exactly have much in the way of a light step about him. Ragnar and Skeld looked past me at the new guy, while Lee walked right up to me. "You got one, worker?" Lee asked. "I got more than one, but, it maybe cost most of our gold." "Most?" Ragnar asked. "You've dumped an actual ton of gold into that damn bag." "Look, man, we have a lot of non-Empire gold." "And some broken furniture," Skeld offered. "Oddly enough, they didn't take that as valid currency," I said. The Walk made a noise, but his wide mouth was smiling, so I figured we got him to chuckle a little bit. "I also have some wizards coming on board," I said. 4 of them, plus 2 dwarves and, I spied the fox girl walking across the road towards us. And her. "Kitsune girl," Ragnar said breathlessly. "Great," Skeld said. "Don't tell me you've got a problem with her," I snapped. "I have a problem with him," Skeld replied with a thumb over towards Ragnar. Maybe Ragnar was drooling a little. Who was I to judge? She stopped in front of me. "Hello," Ragnar said smoothly. "Ragnar Helfdane at your service." She looked down at him, being that she was about a foot taller, and raised one perfect eyebrow his way. "And you are?" she asked. "Hearth member of Lord Cogshall." "Oh, Lord Cogshall," she said, snapping her look to me and giving me a beguiling smile. "You are so young to already have a hearth." She was a beautiful creature. Human-looking for the most part, except with dimensions that were slightly off. Oh, and the big fluffy twin tails. Her red hair was back in a big ponytail, foxtail, leaving short bangs framing a pretty face with big eyes. She was pretty damn close to being a classic cartoon princess. You know, provided the classic cartoon princess had 2 big fluffy tails. She wore perfectly unblemished leather armor over her curvy torso, and had tight leather pants on her legs. A bag was across her back, with an unstrung longbow peeking out the top. She reached a hand out to me, and I shook it. "Lord Cogshall," she said. "You may call me Amber." "Amber, it is nice to meet you. You're already good friends with Ragnar here, and the other Lutra is Skeld. Lee is this guy here, and the walk is, well, not talking." "His name is Connall." "You know him?" "I do, somewhat. We lived near each other in the dormitory." Connall the Walk nodded to Amber the Kitsune girl. "Great, we're all friends now," I said. "Which means I should probably take a minute to, I trailed off as I looked around the group. I could start talking about Cogshall, my plans, who Lee was, all that good stuff. But then I'd just have to repeat myself when the dwarves showed up. But considering where I was, I figured I could stop in and have a quick chat with Leon. I'm going to hold off on explaining things until we've got the rest of our group here. So you guys talk amongst yourselves, maybe grab some lunch out here, and I'm going to go meet with someone real quick." I pulled some gold out of my bag and handed it to Lee. Then I walked across the street and into the Imperial House. Chapter 19. Apparently, I was memorable enough that when I walked into the lobby of the building, the young woman behind the desk just smiled at me, then got up and left to find Leon. She returned a moment later and escorted me to a small meeting room about 10 yards down a hallway. A minute or two later, long enough for me to sit down at one of the 2 chairs and clean my fingernails with a dagger I'd picked up somewhere, Leon came rushing into the room. "How did you do it?" he asked. "The prison?" "Yes. Is there a dungeon?" "There is." "And you made it through?" "Yes, but on a technicality." "There is little I would like more than to hear the tale you must have, but our time is short. Yes. Even now I am sure there are those who are trying to find where I have gone and how to listen in on this room. Here's the quick and dirty. I'm safe. Nikolai is safe. Thing is, someone who works for or with the prison has a new power. He can steal levels, skills, everything." Leon's tanned face paled. "That is a nightmare. Might want to look into that." "I will." "Are we wanted men in Osterstadt?" "Were you arrested?" "Yeah, I think Northwoods is involved somehow. I think he wanted the land Benedict chose." "He did. You should be aware that he has connections to Valamir." "Of course he does." "And he is angling for quite a bit of a promotion in the hierarchy." "Naturally. He's a lord right now, yeah?" "He is a type of lord. He was a baron, and now he is a count, but he has dreams of moving higher still." "So he wants the Cogshall dukedom?" "Now that it exists and exists next door to his county, I imagine he does. You should be very wary of him. He has plenty of money and a decided lack of morals. I would not put it past him to hire his own legion and take your title by force." "Well, let's put that on the back burner and go back to the first question. Are we wanted men in Osterstadt?" "I cannot say for certain. But as we have not been informed of your, well, departure from the institution, I have the distinct feeling they are going to ignore that it ever happened. They will claim Nikolai has died and that you were never imprisoned. That said, I imagine enterprising guards will find it hard to not snag you if they have heard you were once guests of the institution." "So you're telling me to stay out of town?" "That is likely your best course of action. I urge you to get out quickly and make little noise." "Well, already failed on that second bit. Natalie is fine, by the way." "Thank you." I slapped the table and stood up. "Always good to see you, Leon," I said. "Ah," he said, holding a hand up. "There is one more thing I have managed to secure for you. I had put the paperwork through for this when Benedict was still alive, when I thought there might have been more time." He set what looked to be a flat leather pouch of sorts on the table. He unfolded it, and there was a map of the Empire. Small. Lots of blank space where the Empire wasn't, and a surprising amount of detail where the Empire was. He tapped on an area, and the map zoomed in. Google Maps. I breathed involuntarily. I have not heard that name for this device before, Leon said. It is a map of the known Empire, done to as an exacting detail as we are able. True to what he was saying, he continued to zoom in until I was looking at individual buildings inside Osterstadt. He used his fingers to go back out and around, showing me the basics of the map. Then he got the map to the part of the world that most interested me. Cogshall. Your holding is here, he said. Sure enough, there was the Cogshall crest above the Cogshall name. Northwoods, he tapped another part of the map, is right next to you. Your boundaries touch on a few places. His lands are much smaller than yours. This map is kept up to date through magic, so if there is a change in the size or boundaries of any known holding, it will be reflected here. However, due to the lack of Emperor at present, expect nothing to change. Exactly. Leon, I said, folding up the little map and putting it in my knapsack. This is the best thing I've gotten all week. He stood and extended his hand. Happy to help. And good luck out there. Chapter 20. Back outside, everyone was eating meat off a stick, and there was actually some conversation happening. A shared meal was always a fantastic way to bridge gaps and make friends. The dwarves had shown up, and had done so in force. From 2 dwarves, we now had 15. The male and female had not been a couple, and they each had rather robust families. 9 belonged to one, including some rather ancient-looking dwarves, and 6 in the other, 4 of them adults and 2 very little babies. I gave a little wave and walked into the group. There were plenty of hellos, and all the dwarves introduced themselves to me at once. I basically lost all the names in a heartbeat. Okay, I said. We need to get out of town and to our new home, preferably before I'm arrested. There were more than a few concerned looks, but before anyone could ask questions, I pointed to Lee. Lee here, I said, is going to take you out to meet up with the others in our party. We'll be camping there this evening and heading out to the land in the morning, okay? Lee was a little surprised, but he nodded and said, Follow me. Ragnar handed me a stick of meat. Should I ask what this is? I asked. It's tasty, Ragnar said. I took a big bite of the meat. It was delicious. A little chewy, but a robust flavor profile. Tell me how your journey into the other side of the tracks went, I said. What tracks? Skeld asked. Idiom. Just, did you find anyone? Lots of individuals, but I doubt there's many you'd want to take with you. And why is that? It would seem there is something of a drug problem infecting in the non-human sector at present. We spoke to a cleric there, and he believed it was being pushed by some of the more pro-human, anti-imperial groups in the city. Makes me wonder if the city is hoping they can slip out of the imperial yoke during this turmoil. That is something we have heard, Skeld said, chewing his meat. I don't think we should give up on those people there, Ragnar said. I did meet one group that I thought we should maybe talk to. Who? Skeld asked. The Patenti. Ah, right, Skeld said, nodding. They have a clan. The whole group wishes to leave, said things were getting dangerous in the district and they have been barred living elsewhere. The more the merrier, I said. Did you check out the arena? Yep, Ragnar said through a full mouth. Not much there unless you want to try talking to ogres. Is there something I should know about ogres? I asked. Ogres are simple creatures of violence, Skeld said. Hugely strong, quite literally, unbelievably stupid. They seem to just meander around and kill things unless directed otherwise. And we already have you for that, Ragnar said with a huge smile. Even Skeld laughed at that, choking a bit on his food. I whacked him on the back, and a morsel of meat went flying. "Serves you right," I said. "But talk to me seriously about ogres. Are they—"
"They are monsters, rarely seen in polite society," Skeld said. "I have little first-hand knowledge of them, never saw one in Sommiers, but I have heard they are very territorial and unceasingly cruel."
"And stupid," Ragnar added. "You mentioned that," I said.
"No, like really stupid. Painfully so.
I have been dealing with more than my share of bigotry today, and I just want to be sure that we're not making judgments based on what we have been told and losing sight of what these creatures actually are."
"They are actually violent, stupid creatures who will eat anything they can catch and everyone, and relish acts of cruelty."
"Noted," I said. "I guess we let them stay in the arena."
"On a different topic," Skeld said, looking over my shoulder. "A woman looks like she has something to say to you."
I turned to look, just in time for a very intense woman to step deeply into my personal space. "You are a duke?" she asked. "I am," I said, too flustered to say much more than that. "Duke Cogshall?" "That's me." "Are you a real one?" Yes." "Are you a loyal supporter of the Empire?" "Yes, what is this?" "I am trying to understand who you are." "Just a dude trying to be a duke." "You do not seem like a duke." "Have you met many?" A very slight hint of a smile tugged at her mouth for a second before she shoved it back down. "Not so many," she replied. "You are my first. But I have seen them. They rarely wear armor, or walk around on their feet. I can walk on my hands if you'd prefer." She raised an eyebrow in confusion, which of course meant I had to do it. I did a headstand, and all sorts of pouches opened up or fell off. My dagger slid out of its sheath and clanged against the cobblestones. A few steps, and then I came back upright.
"Ta-da!"
I said with a flourish.
"That really does nothing for you seeming like a duke,"
Skeld said around a mouthful. I noticed he'd chosen to finish my meat stick.
"Makes me think you are more of a dick," Ragnar said.
"I'm not a typical duke," I said, ignoring my hearth. "But I'd like to think that makes me one of the good ones." "Are there good ones?" the woman asked. "At least one," I said. "You?" "My adopted father. He was a good one. Me, I'm still a work in progress." That seemed to take her aback, and she took a moment to gather herself before looking back at me, then at my friends. "Is it true you have companions of all races?" she asked. "I wouldn't say all races," I replied.
"Not for lack of trying," Ragnar added. "We just had to talk him out of asking ogres to join him."
"Is that a mark of desperation, or a belief in the inherent goodness of others?" the woman asked. "The latter," I said, a little surprised at the complexity of what the woman was asking. "Honestly, I think the attitudes in this city suck. Hard. I've had plenty of interactions with plenty of people, and I've met massive assholes on both sides of the plank. So yeah, I'm going to take every individual on their own." The woman nodded. "And this new place of yours, the city you want to build, will it be like Osterstadt, or will it be made in your image?" "I'm not sure it's going to be in my image, but I am not a fan of Osterstadt, so it's not going to be like this." "And if we come with you, you will keep us safe even though we are in the wilds?" "I will do my utmost to keep you safe." "But, not to be rude, who invited you along?" "My ass of a husband was one of the workers you sent away this morning, and when I heard about your offer, I wanted to know more of you, to see if you were really real." "I'm real." She just stared at me for a minute, and I had the distinct feeling she was judging me. "I am putting my family at risk by going with you," she said. "But I feel it might be the best way for my children to have a future. Will you still honor the deal you offered my husband?" "Sure," I said. provided you come with him to make sure he stays in line." She let out a breath I hadn't realized she was holding. There was a distinct release. She'd been genuinely nervous over what I'd say, and I guess my response had helped calm her down. "If you wait by the main gates," I said, "we will be there shortly. One of the three of us, or all of us, I'm not exactly sure. We have a few stops left to make before then, but you and your family are welcome to come with us." "Thank you, my lord," she said with a slight curtsy. She walked away quickly, with purpose, and not much of the anger she'd come with. I wondered who her husband was, and realized that it could only have been the legendary carpenter because all the other humans left before I said anything beyond forgiving their debts. Maybe the day was looking up.
"So what are we still needing to do?" Skeld asked.
"There's that clan to talk to," I said.
"The Petenti?"
Ragnar said. "Right. And I have to pick up some wizards from the magic circle."
"Different parts of town? How quickly should we be leaving Osterstadt?"
Leon made it sound like the sooner the better, so...
"Split?"
"Yeah. I didn't really want to, but I think it's the only way to get it done. 2 of you to the Betenti, and I'll go to the wizards." The 2 otterfolk nodded and were off. I stood there and thought about where I might find the magic circle. Chapter 21. I wound up asking a legionnaire. I figured that was substantially safer than trying to interact with any of the city guard. The legionnaire pointed the place out on my fancy new map, and luckily it wasn't that far into the richer side of town. After a 20-minute stroll through the city, doing my best to look like I belonged, I came to the square holding the magic circle. The building was massive, almost like a cathedral. Huge double doors standing atop a steep staircase took up most of the front. Towers soared into the sky, coming off at odd and sometimes unreal angles. The materials of the building were unique, to say the least, changing several times across the building. White marble, black basalt, obsidian, green glass, something that looked like it was flowing water. It was a wonder, really. The rest of the buildings in the square were geared towards mages, at least as far as I could tell. There were apothecaries, rare ingredients boutiques, potion makers, and bookshops. Several bookshops. There were 2 cafes, 2 taverns, and 1 restaurant. And there was definitely a much more quiet sense to it than most of the other parts of Osterstadt. It felt like people weren't coming to that square unless absolutely necessary.
"It is my favorite spot for a quiet cup of coffee,"
came a familiar voice almost in my ear. I spun around, hands up in a defensive posture. I took a step back when I saw who had spoken to me. "Donner," I said. He looked good. For having his arm torn off the night before and, I thought, being beaten to death. He smiled at me, and it was disgusting because there were definitely strings of flesh still caught in his teeth. Teeth that were a little too sharp.
"Ah, 'tis I,"
he said with a slight bow of his head. I reached for the dagger at my waist, but his hand snapped out and grabbed onto my wrist. There was a lot of strength there. Not so much that I'd be stopped if I really wanted to fight him, but enough to surprise me.
Now, we are in public," he said. "And here, so close to those demonic mages, the guards get a little touchy."
"You think I'm afraid of guards?"
"I think you want to leave the city today."
"That might be true."
"It is. We have been watching you all day, awaiting my master's orders."
"Who is this master of yours?"
"Oh, that is something I cannot spoil for you. You will meet the master eventually, just not yet. You see, the master misjudged you. You possess far more power than we anticipated, and thus We must prepare a bit more before he meets with you. But no matter. We have time. Perhaps more time than even you. I know you will not heed this gift, but my master is willing to extend an invitation to you to join our little society. Yeah, no thanks. It is as I told my master. You do not know what path is best for you. You're really creepy. He released my hand and took a step back. No need to attack my person, he said with mock offense. It might hurt my feelings. What are you? I asked. You aren't human. And neither are you. Yet here we are, playing make-believe amongst so many chattel. His use of the word chattel got my brain whirring. He viewed all of the citizenry about us as belonging to someone or something, and it wasn't exactly a common word, but it was one I'd used earlier that day. Were they listening in to my conversation with Nutresh? Was Bots somehow involved? Was Bots this master? Donner was staring at me, smiling in his creepy way, as if he was reading my thoughts. He knew I was thinking things through, and I needed to throw him off the track I was taking. Are you a vampire? I asked. He raised his eyebrows. An intriguing assumption. But I will give you one small answer since you were kind enough to save me from that pit. No. Why were you down there? Oh, the powers that be started to notice the Master's movements, and we needed a sacrifice to throw the trail asunder. I was that sacrifice. You went back to the group after they threw you to the wolves? You misunderstand. I volunteered. It was a great honor to do something so significant for the Master, and he rewarded me greatly. It is because of his reward I am who I am today, much stronger than when I first walked these streets. So your master gives you power? No, my master provides the path to power. He showed me the way, and then guided me along. For that I have sworn myself to him, much as Ragnar and Skeld have to you. You're in his hearth? Nothing so base. Our society is much grander than your piddling group. But fear not. I enjoyed my time with you and yours, and I plan to beseech the Master to offer invitations to some of those who are currently adrift in your wake. They'll say no. You cannot say for certain what they will answer when they see the awesome power available to them if they but join us. I chanced a glance around the square. Now that I was looking for it, I could see guards most everywhere. It was subtle, but there were men with crossbows on roofs and balconies. There were men with swords and shields tucked in alleyways and by doorways, and, most pointedly, there was both a city guard station and a legion station at opposite sides of the square, small with limited markings, but definitely there. No viable options for taking Donner down. For the moment, Donner said, again way too close to me. I will bid you adieu. I fear our next meeting will again be a surprise for you. But until then, eat shit, dickbag, I sneered at Donner. He raised his eyebrows, but then gave me a slight smile. Yes, eloquent as always, Lord Cogshall. Good day. Then he walked off as if he hadn't a care in the world. I really hated him, mostly because of the way he totally fooled me. He had me fully believing his story the whole time, and seeing how he acted now that he wasn't in the prison or the dungeon, he was a completely different person. Which, to be fair, in a way, I guess he was.
I sighed. A problem for another day. Chapter 22. The huge double doors of the magic circle opened up onto a smaller lobby than I was expecting. Basically, once the doors opened all the way, there was about 10 feet of space before a small desk with a man behind it. The desk was covered in notebooks, all currently closed. The man was short, maybe 5 feet tall. He had blonde hair going back in a poofy sort of coif, and looked more than a little bored as he leaned back in his chair and read a book. There were banners hanging down from up high, showing stylized variants of creatures in bold, clear colors. Maybe some sort of house system or something to denote the schools of magic practiced within the guild. "I assume you have come to file a complaint," the man at the desk said. He held out a clipboard with a piece of parchment in my direction, but had not taken his eyes off his book. "And before you say anything, know there is no danger of demons coming to get you because you saw magic performed." "Yeah," I said. "Not why I've come." He set the clipboard down and looked up at me over his book. That's when I noticed the book was balancing on the desk without his hands touching it, remaining on the page he'd been reading. "Neat trick," I said. "Why are you here?" he asked. "I'm here to pick up some wizards." He frowned. "We have no wizards here. Magicians, mages, tricksters. We have a wide variety of mancers." "Mancers? Okay, cool. I'm here to pick up some mancers." The man sighed. Then his book floated up off the desk and out of the way. He then started opening and closing all the various books on the desk. What he was looking for, I have no idea. I took a second to peek at the book he'd been reading. Tusk Love. Nice. "You are Duke Cogshall?" he asked. "That's me." "I fear I must ask for a confirmation." "You need to see the indicium?" I asked. He gave the sort of smile where he realized how big a pain in the ass he was being. "I do." "Okay, sure. No problem." There's a very good reason knights have squires, and it mostly involves putting on and taking off armor. The better your armor protects you, at least as far as I've been able to tell, the more difficult it is to put on and take off. I was wearing full plate at that time. I started with the gauntlets, which were simple, just a little pulling and shaking until they clanged to the floor. Then I had my hands free. 10 minutes later, I managed to get my upper body clear of armor. I had made quite a mess of the lobby. The secretary, at least that's what I considered him, was not looking quite as smug any longer. I flexed that weird internal muscle to project my indicium, and he got up and looked over my body. "You are an interesting specimen," he said. "And you have spoken honestly." "I told you. We must be careful in these trying times," he said, walking back behind the desk and sitting down again. "I have your orders here. You have somehow purchased the debts and contracts of 4 mancers. I did not expect much from such a new noble." "I've got deep pockets," I said, picking up my armor and putting it into my bag of holding, making sure the secretary saw that I had a cool magical item. "Is that?" the man said, leaning across the desk. "A magical bag? A bag of holding?" "It is. I mean, technically it's called the unfillable knapsack, which reminds me. Is there some sort of command to empty out a bag of holding?" "Yes, of course." "Can you tell it to me?" "May I cast full identification upon your bag?" "Sure." He did a little thing with his hands, and then I saw his eyes unfocus a little as he read over something. "My gods, that is quite the item you have. If you do not mind me asking, where did you get it?" "It was, a gift from someone for freeing them from an agacnern." An eyebrow rose. "You continue to surprise me, my lord. A normal bag of holding will react to a simple empty command, though I hope you do not do that here," he said with a bit of a genuine smile. "I'll hold off," I replied. "Thank you," he said. "As you are not a member of the circle, I apologize that you are not allowed past this room. but I will have your mancers come out to you. Thank you. I spent a moment pulling another too-tight shirt out of the bag and getting it on. I still looked ridiculous because I had the plate armor on my legs. I just didn't want to go through the trouble to change. The secretary seemed to finally decide something, and he looked up at me. "These mancers you chose, is there a reason behind them?" he asked. "Pure availability." He took another breath and looked back at the wall behind him. "You seem like a good man," he said. "At least as far as magic is concerned. You did not come in here with fear, you have a magic item, and you have not asked for any sorts of quick spells to be taught to you. I try. I urge you to reconsider taking some of these." "Like whom?" "The enchanter is the worst one among the bunch. He is after gold more than anything and has the morals of a bit of the brick wall to the left of the desk shivered a little, making noise. The secretary shut up immediately and shot me a knowing look. Then the bricks opened, moving out of the way in such a manner that it had to be magic. A young woman walked through, meek, and stood in front of the desk. She snuck a glance over at me and then bent over the desk and whispered something to the secretary. He whispered something back to her and pointed at me. She looked at me, confused, concerned. "Are you Lord Coxhall?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "That's me," I said. "I am Mercy Coughlin, hydromancer." "Nice to meet you. Another set of bricks flew apart, and a slim man in gaudy robes strolled through, arms akimbo. "Who has called for me?" he basically yelled out. I looked over to the secretary, and he gave me a slight nod. "You're the enchanter," I said. "I am the enchanter!" "Let's tone it down a little." "You dare to speak to me like that?" "I'm daring." "Who are you?" "Duke Montana Coxhall." The enchanter looked over to the secretary, then at me. Quick movements of his head so that his long hair streamed out behind him each time. "I have not heard of you." "Nor I of you." He frowned at me. "I am the paragon of enchanting in Osterstadt, and likely the Empire as a whole. You will know my name." "Yeah, I mean, as soon as you deign to tell me." "Okay," I said, holding my hand up. "Maybe just shut up until the rest get here." "The rest?" He turned. "What is all of this about, Reginald?" "Someone has finally purchased your contract, Burl." "This hooligan?" "Hooligan?" I asked. "He owns your contract, yes," Reginald the secretary said. "So I would be a little more—" "I refuse to work for a man like this." "You don't even know what you're supposed to be doing," I said, already feeling like it might be better to let the dude go. "Tell me what it is," Burl said, "and I shall prepare myself to be amazed." "Building a city—" "Nope. Absolutely not. I will not leave Osterstadt. I certainly cannot expose myself to the dangers outside the walls. It is simply inconceivable. Should I be injured or worse, the loss to magic as a whole is incalculable. No, I will not do it. You can find some other fool to risk their life in pursuit of your inane vanity." He waved his hand, and the bricks in the wall danced open. Burl flounced away. The bricks returned to the wall with little fanfare. "I get what you mean," I said to Reginald. "He is a handful, and I do apologize, but I fear I cannot offer you a replacement. Despite his boasts, he is one of the better enchanters, and there are not many around." "Refund? Store credit?" "You would accept credit?" "Sure." "Excellent. I will make a note of that for you, my lord." 3 people came through the next opening, 2 women and 1 man. The man was in chains. He had a leather half-mask covering his lower face, making it impossible for him to speak. The woman handed me the chain and then disappeared back inside. He is to come with us? A small voice asked. I looked behind me to see the hydromancer peeking at the chained man. I think, I replied. He's the war mage? Reginald nodded, then looked a little concerned. I take it you have not met a war mage before? No. This is a little complicated then. I must ask if you have been briefed on the dangers of the war mage? The war mage in question rolled his eyes. Yeah, I said. I got this. The war mage snapped his gaze at me. You will be responsible for any of his actions while under your care. I got him, I said. Reginald nodded and made a few marks on his papers. You seem to be missing a mancer. Yeah, a geomancer. Essie? Mercy the hydromancer squeaked out. Reginald nodded. Just give me a minute, will you? He stood up before I could say or do anything and slipped through the stone wall without disturbing it at all, which, to me at least, was far more impressive than anything else that had happened. I stood there with the two mancers. So, you two know each other? I asked. The war mage shook his head. No, Mercy said. Few tend to, there is not much socialization with, him. That seems rather cruel, I said, smiling at the war mage. He just looked at me. I was about to ask Mercy about all the chains, but that's when Reginald returned with the last mancer, Essie the geomancer. She wore very little clothing, which meant nothing was left to the imagination. She also seemed to be leaning a little heavily onto Reginald. She had a bouffant of red hair, shockingly so. She was pretty, but in more of a cute way, and she seemed to be working very hard to eschew cuteness in favor of sexy. This is Essie, Reginald said. Essie gave me a wide smile, and then she threw up all over me. Reggie, my good man, you think that store credit might be used for a quick and surreptitious way out of Osterstadt? Chapter 23. Reggie wasn't exactly keen on his nickname, but he did manage to get a carriage to us, which carried us to the front gate. There I saw the woman and her family waiting, looking rather hopeful at all sorts of wagons and whatnot passing. As I had surmised, her husband was the last man to leave, the legendary carpenter and average bigot. It took a little pounding on the ceiling, but the driver stopped, and I got her family aboard. There were definitely a few looks at the war mage and his chains, but whatever the family was on the run from scared them more than the war mage. It was a tight fit, but we just got very close to each other, and had a quick ride out of the gate and over the bridge where the driver kicked us all out and promptly turned around to head back into the city. Essie, for her part, had passed out, which meant I had to carry her and hold the chains to the war mage, who also had leg shackles on, so his stride was rather short. It was one of the more annoying walks I'd taken in recent memory. There was definitely a long trail of saliva and vomit running down my back. A large campfire was roaring while a meal was being prepared. No longer were we a small group hiding behind the tree. Now we looked like one of the weirder caravans you might come across. Naturally, it wouldn't be a meeting between me and Nikolai without him stalking towards me like I'd done something horribly wrong. So I gave him a smile and pushed right by him. "Need a minute," I said, indicating the body I was carrying. Nikolai snatched the chains leading to the war mage and held them up as if they were naked pictures of his wife. "This is the more pressing issue," he said, seething. "Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that." "How about talking to me about things before you do them?" It was in the moment, and I didn't have a way to talk to you. "So you—" "Stop," I said. "Give me a minute to get the rest of these fine people settled, and then you and I will wander off with Mr. Chains and we'll have a real talk about how I fucked up this time." He grimaced but gave me a curt nod. I did some quick introductions and passed off the responsibility of the passed-out Essie to Lee. He was not amused. Then I headed over to where Nikolai was holding the chains of the war mage and glaring at me. "Okay," I said. "Hit me with it." "Hit you?" he asked. "Yes." Nikolai hauled back and punched me across the face. I was stunned and just stared at him. It's not like it really hurt, it was just surprising. "Not exactly what I meant," I said. "What were you thinking with this?" Nikolai snapped, shaking the chains at my face. "This?" I replied. "Dude is a human. Dude is a war mage." The war mage rolled his eyes. "I am not even sure how it is that you managed to find yourself in possession of one. Do you realize the danger you have brought upon us?" "No, clearly not. Despite what you think, I'm not actively trying to fuck us over. And yet you do it so well." I reached over and unbuckled the war mage's mask, then ripped it over his head. Nikolai took a step back and had his hands up immediately. "He's a human being," I said. "I am a warmancer," came the war mage's response, somewhat undercutting my attempt to humanize him. "Dude, what the fuck?" I asked. "Do you want to stay wrapped up in chains?" "The chains are there for a reason," Nikolai said. "What reason is that?" I asked. "Your safety," the war mage replied with a glint in his eye. I took a deep breath and let it out real slow because I was starting to feel a bit over all this nonsense. I was continually out of my depth because there was so much about this new world I had no idea about. "Okay," I said. "Let's all take a step back and—" The war mage whispered something quickly, and I saw these glowing runes zoom out and wrap around my head. It was super bright for a second, and then nothing. "What the fuck was that?" I asked. "You will unchain me now," the war mage said, "and you will free me from your contract." "Fuck you," I said, and I popped him in the kisser with a jab. His eyes went wide as his nose started to bleed, and then he fell over. I looked at Nikolai, who had his eyebrows arched in that picture-perfect I-told-you-so look. "War mages are those who have studied offensive spells and magic," Nikolai said. "They exist almost exclusively to cause damage, to kill. Most also have certain levels of charm and command. They are dangerous. High level, they can kill great swaths of people, and there are not many ways to stand up to them. More than anything, it is rare to find a mage who has studied such destructive magic that did not lose some measure of control over themselves. They are unpredictable and often lose any moral compass they might once have had. The exposure to that much raw power affects humans poorly. That is one reason magic is so tightly controlled in Glatton." "So he's a loose cannon," I said. "A cannon?" "Right. He's an indiscriminate killer." "Likely," Nikolai said. "I am not," came the war mage's warbling reply from the ground. He struggled a little, trying to come to sitting, and instead just settled for laying on the ground. "I was merely showing the danger that most think is possible, and all that nonsense about war mages is just that, nonsense." I helped the dude to his feet and used my sleeve to clean some of the blood off his face. "Thank you," he said. "Those of us who train in fighting through magic are labeled as unstable because there were those in the past who chose to use their magics for evil. But those with swords have chosen the path of the tyrant, yet swordsmen are not thrown in chains." "You did not try to charm him," Nikolai said. "Yes, I did, but I could have cast a fireball or—" "Guys," I said, hands out. "Let's both agree that it's possible to kill a lot of creatures with magic or metal. I am not a lunatic looking to wreak havoc and cause death. I have a gift with magic, and I chose to focus on protecting my country and those in my country." "Seems legit to me," I said. Nikolai's face took on a grim look. It was immediately clear he wasn't buying it. "There are reasons these men and women are kept in chains," Nikolai started. "Fear, mistrust, and bigotry," shouted the war mage in reply. "Your kind has been behind the worst atrocities this empire has faced, yet I have not." Silence between the two men. I wasn't sure if I should interject something. I felt like we should give the dude the chance, but it seemed like I didn't have a real say because I didn't know the full scope of the history. It made no sense to keep people chained up because of what they might be able to do. "And if you worry about my powers," the war mage said, "I used my strongest charm spell on the Duke, and he shrugged it off with no problem. If I misbehave, he may kill me." "You must join his hearth," Nikolai said. "Then we will allow you to walk free without chains." "Now, wait a minute," I said. "Hush," Nikolai snapped, keeping focused on the war mage. "It's my—" Nikolai snapped his gaze to me, and I shut up. "And if I choose not to?" the war mage asked. "Then we will escort you back to Osterstadt," Nikolai said, "and we return you to the guild from whence you came." "The magic circle," I said. "Whatever it may call itself," Nikolai replied. Another tense standoff. The war mage nodded. "A life in chains either way?" "Lord Cogswole is not a typical man," Nikolai said. "He will not abuse you in the way you imagine. He is kind, almost stupidly so. Clearly, as he has been willing to trust you when no one else would." "I'm right here," I said. "You can ask questions of me." "Would you force me to kill for you?" he asked. "You mean like in war?" "No, I mean in peace. I do not want to be your means of execution." "Buddy, I'm drowning in ways to kill people, and if I do my job correctly, I'd really prefer to tone down the whole killing everyone thing." The war mage nodded once. "I will join you with but one proviso." "What?" I asked. "I would prefer to be known as Warmancer." I gave the man a bit of a smile. Just like that, I had a Warmancer in my hearth. Chapter 24. The Warmancer was a 28-year-old human male named Taryn Flynn. I know because that's how he introduced himself to me. "I am a 28-year-old human male, and my name is Taryn Flynn." He seemed unsure of how to move himself without the chains on, and his arms and legs had marks around them from years with manacles around them. Nikolai seemed a little more at ease with Taryn now that he was part of the herd. I took a quick peek at his character sheet, and he had some decent stats. Taryn Flynn, level 19 Warmancer. Statistics: HP 269, Stamina 229, MP 596. Attributes: Strength 11, Agility 12, Dexterity 12, Constitution 13, Wisdom 18, Intelligence 29, Charisma 12, Luck 11. Nikolai and Warmancer walked back over to the camp together, talking about spells and combat. Lee and Natalie were heading back towards the city. I ran after them. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Picking up the wagons and supplies I'd managed to purchase already," Lee said. "I did get a little done while you were in the dungeon, just not everything you wanted." And they were gone. I was trying to process my feelings of forcing Flynn to join my hearth. It felt wrong somehow. I'd literally just forced him to tie his life to mine. I suppose, in a sense, it might be worth it, because as long as I was around, he wasn't going to be chained up. But I agreed with him in that sense that it was like a trade of physical chains for metaphysical ones. Was I wrong in what I'd done? Or what I'd let Nikolai do in my stead? Ragnar and Skeld came tromping up in front of a large, colorful wagon behind them being pulled by two creatures that seemed like a predator version of a yak. Big snout, lots of teeth, long hair, curled horns, and taloned feet that gripped the ground with ease. I shot off my identification spell their way. Grovlux. Level 9 beast. Something new every day. Skeld stopped off where I stood, while Ragnar guided the wagon up towards the campsite. As it passed, I got a look at the person driving the wagon. My first glimpse of a Patenti. A small creature, somewhere between 2 and 3 feet tall, he seemed a bit like a cross between a fox and a bear in miniature. He had very large pointy ears that stuck almost straight up, a bit like a fennec. A large drooping mustache swooped off the end of a squared-off muzzle filled with sharper teeth than I'd anticipated. A lithe pipe stuck out between his teeth, sweet-smelling smoke curling up and over, drifting behind him. He saw me watching him, and he gave me a slight wave. "The Patenti?" I asked. "Indeed," Skeld replied. "Any issues?" "None." "Are they ready to roll?" "Yes." "And they have some skills?" "Oh, yes," came a melodic voice to my left. "That we do." I looked over to see the little guy with the pipe standing very near me, looking out over the city of Osterstadt as if he'd been there with us the whole time. "My clan is full of skills, and I believe we will prove to be very useful citizens of your new lands." I looked down at him. He looked up at me and smiled. "Landfrank, of the Clan Night Delver." "Landfrank, I'm Montana Cogshall. You are the Duke," he said, nodding. "I know." "Why'd you want to leave Osterstadt so badly?" "We were never quite welcome there," he said, looking over at his clan setting up their wagon. It wasn't a huge wagon, but with their small size, they managed to squeeze 2 stories out of it. From the look of it, the second level mainly held beds, and the first was devoted to all the other comforts of home. They popped up little windows to let in some extra light and, I suppose, give additional headroom. A large balcony folded out from the main level, something along the lines of a porch, where one older-looking Patenti pulled out a small rocking chair and sat down, gazing over everyone with a contented sort of smile. "I admit," Landfrank continued, "that we might not be your first choice for tasks like cutting down trees or constructing edifices, but we are able to do a great many things you tall folk forget to think about." "I am very glad to have you along," I said, giving a slight bow of my head. "And I am honored you believe I am able to protect you." "Quite sure we can protect ourselves," Landfrank countered. "But you may feel honored all the same." He gave me a pat on my leg, and then moseyed back to his wagon. "Interesting chap," I said to Skeld. "I would like to think so," Landfrank called over his shoulder. He blew a smoke ring straight up in the air, and it seemed to follow him like a halo. Skeld just threw me a smile. Emmeline walked over to me, a smile on her face. "Any trouble getting the books?" she asked. "The books?" I started to ask for clarification, but the reality came rushing back and smacked me upside the metaphorical head. "The books." "You forgot?" she snapped. "No," I lied. "Not really. Just I had other things to do, and I'm going back to get them right now, okay?" She put her hands on her hips. I gave her a big smile and a little wave and started back down the hill towards the city. "Fucking books," I mumbled. "I can still hear you," Emmeline shouted. "Go do something useful," I retorted, wishing I could put some points in a skill for good comebacks. Chapter 25. The guard stopped me at the gate. 2 human men stood there with the smug smiles of middle school bullies. "You have business in Osterstadt?" the taller one asked. "Just a quick visit to a cemetery," I said. "I am but a humble traveler and merely seek to kneel before the graves of my ancestors and beseech their blessing." The taller one smirked at the shorter guard, but the shorter guard seemed to have some reaction to the words. "Well," the short one said, "go on with you then." "Wait," the tall one whispered. "What about—" The short one shushed the tall one and looked back out across the fields in front of Osterstadt. "Go on in," he repeated to me. "Thank you," I said and started walking. "He could have paid an entry fee," the taller guard said, trying to whisper but missing the mark.
He is just a country bumpkin looking to do something nice, I heard the shorter guard say. No need to fleece coin from him.
I moved through the crowds as quickly as I could, trying to slip out of sight of the guards. I had no reason to think they were watching me or following me, but I didn't want to increase the odds. After a few blocks, I pulled out my new fantastic map and did some pinching and squeezing and moving around until I was pretty sure I knew where I was, and then I rotated the map around me, trying to find the oldest cemetery in the city, which was somewhat challenging considering that didn't happen to be the name of any of the graveyards. Another problem with the map, not everything was named. There were some places I assumed might be temples or churches, some of which had titles, but others were just large buildings that seemed to be the anchor points for city squares. While the map certainly had some use, a ton of use, it was not approaching Google Maps quite yet. So I turned off the main thoroughfare and looked for the one place I knew where I could get information: a bar. 5 minutes of walking down streets, and I found a small square with a variety of shops around it. In the middle, there was a statue of a man with a spear in one hand and a monster's head in the other. Pigeons and other birds clamored to sit all over the statue, their poop covering the carved head in a grotesque approximation of blood. Charming. I looked at the various signs and tried to guess the establishments. This close to the outer wall, the places were nice enough and, in my estimation at least, catered to a crowd made up of visiting merchants. There were plenty of places to stay, but little in the way of homey vibes. Also, a distinct lack of tradesmen. No blacksmiths or the like anywhere nearby. There was one sign that made me chuckle. The Randy Badger, which had a badger being, well, Randy. I walked across the square and pushed the door open. The Randy Badger was empty. I looked back outside. It was only late afternoon. The sun was still up in the sky. I guess it made sense in these pre-light bulb times. Workers would take all the daylight they could to do what they did. A man came rushing out from the back to stand behind the bar.
"Coming in?"
the man asked. "Yes, I am," I said, took the last few steps until I could lean against the bar. "What can I get for you?" he asked with a wide smile under a magnificent mustache. It was big and black and had a glorious curl to either end. "Ale and a bit of information, my good man." I flipped a gold coin on the bar. Like with most barmen I knew, that gold coin barely bounced before it disappeared. "Ale I can get," he said with a smile. "Not so sure about the information." "Oh? Well, depends on what you seek." "I'm looking for the oldest graveyard in Osterstadt." "Ah, for that I might be able to help you." He pulled a woolen mug from behind the bar and filled it with ale, then slid it in front of me. "Just a moment." Then he walked off, disappearing into the back. I sipped the ale. It was fine. Warm, so that was disappointing. But in terms of flavor, it was nutty and robust, more than tasty enough to make up for the temperature. I could hear people talking in the back. Then the bartender came out again, this time followed by a woman. She had dark hair pulled into a bun, and the sort of face that always seemed to be smiling. "The wife has a question to ask," the bartender said. "Before—" "The wife?" she asked, looking at her husband with a raised eyebrow. "I am the wife now?" "My wife?" "Whose wife would I be, cooking in the back of our bar?" The bartender gave his head a shake and took a big step back, knowing when it was time to ease the foot out of his mouth. "Are you Duke Cogshall?" the wife asked. I paused, then smiled. "I mean, if you can keep it quiet, yeah, I am." The bartender was shocked, and then looked back and forth between myself and his wife. My lord," the barkeep said, dropping into a bow of sorts with his head coming close to the bar top. "None of that," I said. I must apologize," the barkeep said, snatching the ale from me. "You should not be drinking this swill, my lord." "It was fine. You don't need to do this." "He is not from Osterstadt," the wife said to me. "My husband, I mean. Ah, so he's impressed by the title? Exactly. But I have heard something about you, and I would appreciate asking one more question. Sure, I said. The barkeep slid a small glass in front of me. My best spirits, the barkeeper said. I appreciate this, I said, putting another gold on the counter. Thank you, my lord, the barkeep said. Really not necessary, I said. I took a sip of the drink he'd given me. It was an amber liquid of sorts, with a smooth oak and smoke flavor to it, a slight burn as it went down, and notes of something or other. Your other question? The woman shook his head at his wife, and she seemed to pause for a moment as she formulated her question. Are you the man who lifted a little boy and his family from squalor? She asked. I blinked a few times. This was getting a little freaky. Explain, I said. We have done business with a young man at times, a rather small boy who calls himself Mouse. A bit grubby, but excitable. He has brought us some meats, and we buy it from him at a slightly inflated price. We know it is likely along the lines of a 5-fingered discount, but looking the other way a little was not a bother. Besides, so far from the Emerald Sea, we rarely get the exotic meats from the monsters. But he came in here last week with quite a haul, enough that he needed a hand wagon. So I was concerned. It's one thing to buy a stolen leg of lamb, but this I had to know. I asked him, and he said it was because of a friendly man who became a duke while the boy was watching. A large man with long hair and a big beard. Today I heard that someone with the same appearance escorted the little boy and his family out of the city, protecting the boy and his sister from someone who wanted to buy them. Is this true? It might be. What are your intentions with them? I don't know you guys at all. Do you want to know the location of the oldest graveyard? Yes, but, she smiled. Then you need to answer some questions. I grumbled, but inwardly was fine with the whole thing. I didn't see any danger telling people the actual events that went down. I inherited a dukedom not that far away, and my father wanted me to build a holding there, someplace safe where people can come and live calm lives. And this kid, well, his family looked like they're on some pretty hard times, and I could offer them a way out, and up. You're not trying to take away the children? No, what? No, absolutely not. The mother is with them right now. When I left them at our camp, they were sitting around a fire having a big hot meal and watching my Lutra buddies fail at flirting with a Kitsune girl. You have quite the group. You don't know the half of it, I said, wondering how they take to a manticore. Would you say that you are a man who tries to help, to do good? Sure. Then I feel I must ask you, Rebecca, the bartender said sharply. Do not do this. It is not right what happens, Rebecca snapped back to her husband. It is evil and it is not our fight, the bartender replied. But for the grace of the gods, it could be. I felt extremely awkward, like I'd stumbled into something intensely private. So I sipped some alcohol and wished for an invisibility spell. And what do you know? I didn't find one. This man, if he has done what the rumors say, can help right wrongs. He is a duke. He is one of the highest men of the Empire, and you are— Okay, I said, setting the drink down on the counter loud enough to get their attention. What is it you're talking about? My lord, the bartender began. Isaac, Rebecca countered. He has asked to know. Isaac and Rebecca. I had to smile at that. But little did I know how Old Testament it was really about to get up in this bitch. There is a woman who is a member of one of the founding families of the city, Rebecca said. And she is one of the wealthiest people in all the Empire. In Osterstadt, she is either the richest or the second richest, depending on the season. But there's something horrible and evil about her? I asked. Yes, naturally. She steals children and buys them, They are playthings for her, and when she tires of them, she bathes in their blood."
Okay, that's a whole lot more fucked up than I was anticipating.
"I beseech you to stop her, my lord,"
Rebecca said, eyes cast downward. A quest popped up. Of course. You have been offered a quest by Rebecca. The good, the bad, and the bloody. Stop Lady Von Books. Kill her, arrest her, put her evil actions to an end. Reward for success, unknown. Penalty for failure or refusal, unknown. Yes, no. Fucking great. Another quest? I didn't have time for this. And yet, if it was true, that'd be something really good that I could do. Something that could make a big difference in Osterstadt. "Do you have any proof of this?" I asked. "It is all rumors," Isaac said.
"They are not rumors,"
Rebecca said loudly, just on the edge of shouting.
"That monster, my parents were... My father broke both legs in the Emerald Sea, and he could not afford a healer. We were going hungry, and then a woman appeared. This woman said she could get my sister a job as a maid. An apprentice maid, really, but in the service of Lady Von Books. She would be paid in gold, not chits. She would have no contract, and she would be free to accept employment in other houses as she grew older. It was a dream, a lifeline in an emergency. And my parents jumped at it because it meant we other children would still be able to eat, to go to school. My sister disappeared into the Von Books house. I saw her one time after she left. Once, in a market carrying a parcel. She was afraid, terrified. As soon as she saw me, she tried to run to me, but the large woman with her grabbed my sister and took her away. My parents were told my sister fell from a high window while cleaning, and they were given a sack of coin for their loss."
"Do you think that is how she actually died?"
"No."
"It's a tragic story," I said. "But I can't say that's definitive proof."
"I can get you proof."
"Rebecca," Isaac hissed.
"No. He must see her," Rebecca countered.
"What if there is nothing to see?"
"Can you get it quickly?" I asked.
"Whatever it is I need to see, it needs to be soon. I'm leaving the city tomorrow, and I can't say when I'll get back this way."
Her brow furrowed as she thought things through. It made me pause and wonder.
"Other kind of big question. What are the chances of me walking into this bar and asking a question you've got the answer to that will make me willing to listen to a quest?" I asked. "I'm thinking rather low, so I have to wonder if something else is going on here."
Rebecca looked over at her husband, and he looked at her. Something unsaid passed between them. "I am with child," Rebecca said, barely above a whisper. "And I have been praying that the goddess Zothis would send someone to save the city from the evil that is Lady Von Books. And you have come." There was a long moment as they both looked at me. I looked into myself, doing a little soul-searching. That certainly seemed to make some sense, given the logic of the world and its gamification. That had been the case with the girls in the bandit tower. Their father had prayed to his god, and I'd gotten a quest. But was that proof that Lady Von Books was engaged in the vileness she'd been accused of? What if this was a trickster god, and I was just being used to kill an innocent, if wealthy, woman? Could this just be base revenge? Could Rebecca's sister have died in an accident? It's not like I'd seen much in the way of OSHA regulations being followed, and I could easily imagine a young girl being sent to clean the windows on the 4th floor of a mansion. I will say that this moment, more than any, reminded me of the games I used to play, trying to complete a quest and being waylaid and delayed by side quests which require other quests to be completed before they can be completed. Quests on quests on quests. Hell, I was here on a damn side quest, really. a quest I needed to complete for Emmeline to stay with me and keep that quest complete. But that quest had already completed, so did that mean if I didn't complete that quest that Emmeline would leave? Okay, I said. Let's just say that you're very compelling here. But is there actual proof you can show me? Rebecca looked at me. Depends how you feel about magic. And how much gold we have. Chapter 26. I will cover the costs required, I said. And I am actually a minor practitioner of magic, so... Then come with me. Rebecca started around the bar. This is madness, Isaac said. Going after Von Books is insanity. She has half the city guard on her payroll, for fuck's sake. Like guarding her mansion? I asked. She has her own private army guarding the manor house, Isaac said. She pays the guard to look the other way on everything she wants to do in the city. You can only underestimate this woman. Don't worry, I said. She doesn't worry me. If she's doing evil shit, I'll fuck her up. Rebecca smiled at that, then smiled at her husband. The goddess sent him to us, she said. I have no doubts. Isaac held her gaze for a moment, then looked over at me. Please, Isaac said. Let no harm come upon my wife, or our child. I swear it, I said. Rebecca kissed her husband quickly, then darted around the bar and grabbed my hand. She led me back to the main thoroughfare, and then we went west towards the Emerald Sea. If Isaac isn't from here, I said, where'd you meet him? He was a caravan guard. From? A town far to the south, below the capital, closer to the coast. He told me that he has seen the ocean there and longed to see the Emerald Sea. We met in a tavern, and he decided he could not return without me. Did you consider moving to his hometown? We have spoken of it, but his brothers have taken over the family business, and there is little in his small town for us. My family is here, and though my mother and father have passed, my brothers still live. She looked up at the sun, getting low, and then at a clock. We must hurry, she said, and started walking very quickly. She had a long dress on, something that was rather common about the city. It looked like it was heavier than any of the armor I wore, which at that point was basically just the leg portions of the plate mix I'd had earlier, and the metal boots definitely had a bit of a clank on the cobblestone street. Now that we were moving quickly, I sounded like a bucket of bolts falling down a stairwell. It was a bit of a run until we got to the magic circle, but instead of going into the front entrance, Rebecca led me around the side and up the street to a side entrance guarded by 2 soldiers. One of the soldiers noticed Rebecca and nudged his companion. The companion turned, and he looked confused. What are you doing here, Rebecca? He asked. Sam, Rebecca said quickly. I need to get inside. Why? And who is this following you? The Duke of Cogshall. Never heard of it or him, Sam replied. I need to talk to Pripyat. Sam shook his head. You have the money for him? Sam asked. I know you have had trouble. Isaac spoke to me. Rebecca started to answer, but I held up my hand. I'm paying for this, I said. Who are you, really? He asked. I sighed, pulled my shirt over my head, and flexed the indicium. Weird flex, he replied. But okay, you have a family crest. Does that impress me? Don't you have one of those little books to tell you who I am? Those are for the wall guards. I guard the magic circle. We have no need to know about your kind. No need for that, I said. Then just know that I've got coin, okay? Whatever you may be, know that if you hurt my sister or scam her, I will kill you. I'm trying to make sure I'm not the one getting fleeced, and if I do somehow wind up hurting your sister, I will submit myself to you for killing. Sam nodded, then looked at his sister. You are set on this? He asked. She nodded. He sighed, then said, You know I disapprove. Yes, Rebecca replied. But please. Her brother unlocked the door and stood aside. Thank you, Rebecca said. Just Sam said, stopping to search for his words. "Please cease this." Rebecca shook her head. "You know I cannot. If you continue down this path, it can only lead to ruin," he said, hand out to her. She just nodded, pushed past his hand, and we walked inside. This area of the magic circle was different from the lobby. Not purely because the lobby had been a lobby and this was basically a long hallway leading into a small room. While the lobby had been exceedingly grandiose, where we were was designed purely for function. It lacked any real sense of decor. The floors were stone and the walls were stained wood. Stairs went up and down from the room, and a number of unremarkable doors led off it. Rebecca seemed to know where she was going and headed upstairs without hesitation. It was quiet. Walking up the staircase, I heard my feet on the treads, and I felt like a lumbering oaf. It wasn't deathly quiet or eerie or anything like that. Rather, it had the same sort of atmosphere as a library, the sort of place where the smart kids all went to hang out and read together, which, to be fair, I suppose might be something along the lines of what was happening here. If intelligence was the stat for mages and mancers, there probably was more studying happening here than most places in Osterstadt. "Where are we going?" I whispered as we went up another set of stairs. "Quiet," she said. "We are not supposed to be in here." I tried to take lighter steps. About 3 or 4 stories up, Rebecca pushed open a door, then peeked out into a hallway. She waited a beat, then gestured for me to follow. The hallway had carpeting, which was nice, though it was rather threadbare. Magic lanterns hung at regular intervals, providing steady illumination. No silly flickering flames here. Also, no shadows. While she walked, Rebecca counted the doors on the left, then found the one she wanted 10 down from the stairs. She knocked politely. A moment. The door squeaked open a hair and a half. I could see an eyeball peeking out. "Who is that with you?" a timid voice said from inside. "The Duke of Cogshall," Rebecca answered. "That means nothing to me." "You and me both," I said quietly. Rebecca shot me a dirty look, but the voice on the other side chuckled. The door shut, and I heard locks being undone. The door opened wide, and a young woman stood in front of her small quarters, little more than a bench, a bed, and a desk. The woman was human, a bit plump, a good smile, but her skin was pallid and her hair rather stringy. This was someone who needed to shower more. Which, I'm one to talk, but we can smell our own. Mainly because we all stink. The girl leaned into the hall, looked around, then ushered us into her room right quick. Rebecca sat down on the bench. Further evidence she'd been there several times before. "Do you have the gold?" the girl asked Rebecca. Rebecca pointed to me. "He does." I reached into my bag and I pulled out another stack of gold. It wasn't as big as I was hoping, and that was probably the best indication I was just about out of money. "How much do you need?" I asked. 70, the pallid woman said. 70? For what? "Well, my Lord Duke, this good woman wishes me to cast a rather dangerous scrying spell so that we may see somewhere we should not. And that costs 70 gold. You are not paying for the spell. You are paying for the education required to cast the spell and the willingness to cast the spell. Should you find my prices unreasonable, may I suggest finding another divinomancer in Osterstadt." "Is this where you tell me there are no others?" "There are. They are just less willing to traffic in casting illegal spells for the general populace." I could see why Isaac and Rebecca were having money troubles. I took a moment to count out the gold and set it on her desk. I was left with a fortune of 6 gold. I needed to get the treasure sold somehow, maybe melted down or something. The girl swept the coins into a tiny pouch, far too small to hold the coins I'd just given her, and she looked at me as if I'd be impressed. I wasn't. She frowned. "Normal attempt, Rebecca?" she asked. "Yes, please." The girl set a chair between us and her, making something along the lines of a tiny coffee table. Then she opened a drawer from her desk and pulled a few items out. She set the items on the chair, a shallow bowl about a foot across, a candle, and a crystal decanter full of a silvery liquid. It looked more than a little like mercury. She poured the silvery liquid into the bowl. Then she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The candle lit by itself. I could feel energy thrumming in the room. Glowing runes started to swirl around her body, up and down. And then everything moving and spinning around dumped into the silvery liquid with enough force that ripples went across the vessel. The ripples went back and forth, somehow building, even though I didn't see anything else going in there. The ripples moved faster until looking into the vessel made it seem like I was looking at static. An image was on the other side of the static, and it suddenly snapped into clear focus, close up on her face. Pale skin, black hair, pert nose. Very elegant, very beautiful, and very angry. She was yelling, but I couldn't hear anything. The woman raged for a moment before someone must have answered whatever it was she wanted because she calmed down and leaned back against a tiled surface. The camera, for lack of a better word, which is essentially what it was, a magic camera of some kind, stayed a fixed distance from her face. There wasn't a whole lot of background to see, which was a shame. "Why can't we hear her?" I asked. "Choosy beggar," the Divinomaster said. She wanted to seem like it was effortless, but I could see her muscles tensed. This did take work for her. "The lady has her home warded, so even this is a minor miracle. Had our friend here," she nodded her head at Rebecca, "not been so single-minded, even getting a visual would have been impossible. But I like Rebecca. And the gold she brings you? That gold is what allows me to keep up with my studies. It is what allows me to remain here debt and contract free, and it is what allows me to focus on divination. Without I appreciate what she is doing for you," I said. "Can you, is this happening right now?" "Yes." "Can you tell where?" She smiled. "I can show you." Her eyes closed one more time, and she gripped the chair with both hands. The view in the vessel pulled back, further and further. I could see the whole room, a bathhouse, a private bathhouse with a singular bath. But all the other aspects of the bath were there. The woman, Lady Von Book, lay in a tub, naked. Servants moved around, shuffled around. 4, 5, lots of them. Most carried large jars, and just as one of them was about to pour, we pulled back out of the house, going through a window. We moved across the grounds of the manor, through the streets of Osterstadt, and slammed through a window in the magic circle until I was looking at myself. "Oh my God," I said. "Now has become then." "Seen enough?" she asked. "Can you go back to the lady?" She sighed, but did as requested, and we were treated to the view of the lady in her tub. Close up again. "Pull back so we can see the whole room," I asked. "This is not a science, my lord," she said through partially closed teeth. "Do what you can," I said, wishing I had more gold to throw at the situation. She did something, likely behind the scenes as they were, and then we were back at the larger view. The attendants had left the room, and the lady relaxed in a steamy bath. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm just not seeing anything to indicate she's this child-killing—" I stopped talking as the door in the bathhouse room opened, and 2 of the attendants shuffled in with a girl, maybe 12 or 13. A figure in a black robe followed. The girl struggled, but clearly the attendants were very strong. They picked the girl up and held her horizontally above the bath. There was a golden flash as the figure in black brandished a curved bronze blade, a large dagger of sorts, well, more like a short sword. Very shiny, very sharp. I was quite glad there was no sound now because it was very clear the girl was screaming. "Where is this house?" I asked, a very grim feeling overtaking me. That is the moment I accepted the quest from Rebecca. I can guide you, Rebecca said. No, I replied. You get Leon Glatton and show him this. You cannot, the mage said. This cannot stand, I said. Fetch the Viceroy. But, Rebecca protested. You wanted this stopped, I said. We are stopping it, but we need some sort of authority to see what's happening. Rebecca looked scared. Her eyes were wide, and she opened and closed her mouth a few times without actually saying anything. Tell Leon I am asking him to come. Use my name. He will follow you. I go now. Rebecca stood, but I grabbed her hand to stop her exit. You, mage, I said. Can you hold this? Until the candle goes out, but... Then hurry, Rebecca. She ran from the room. Mage, help me and I will help you, I said. Hinder me and I will destroy you, understand? She paled but nodded. You know where this house is? I asked. She nodded again. What's the easiest way to get there? Go towards the mountains. Find the nicest-looking road headed towards the sea. Look for the biggest house. Thank you, I said, for all of this. I snuck a look back at the silver in the bowl just in time to see blood pouring down out of the body of the little girl all over Lady Von Book. Lady Von Book appeared to be in ecstasy. I was disgusted. And then I was running. Chapter 27. The directions the Mancer gave me were simple to follow and effective. It wasn't far to the cliff face, and once there, the mansions were easy to spot. They were huge. Massive expanses of ground surrounded by ornate walls with huge gates guarded by men and women with arms and armor. Some of them looked at me as I hurried by, but no one made a move to intercept me. Not that I blame them. I was in a rage. I had a feeling it was rather apparent, given some of the looks I received. The Von Book manor wasn't subtle. A gilded VB was emblazoned across the front gate, and the manor itself rose high and ornate behind the walls. There was a massive fountain, large enough I could see it from the outside, and unlike some of the other homes, the guards around the VB place were numerous. I stopped at the big black iron gates, staring through and looking at the building beyond. I walked the mental steps through the place, doing my best to visualize how the magical camera had gone through, getting an idea of the path I might want to take. I knew it was too late to save the girl, but while I didn't need to catch Von Book in the act, I wouldn't have minded. You need something? A harsh voice asked. I didn't want to interact with anyone, especially not a guard, so I ignored the voice and instead reached out and grabbed hold of the gate. What is it you think you're doing, cur? The voice asked again, louder this time, which meant the guard was getting closer. Back off, pal, I said, flexing and testing the bars. Release your grip or I will get violent. I turned to look at the person talking to me. Male, clean-shaven, clear eyes. You know what goes on behind these gates? No, he said, and I have no cares to know. I flicked my gaze down to his hand and saw it on the hilt of a sword. He wore the Von Book crest on a thick tabard, barely hiding the split mail armor behind it. He moved with a certain amount of comfort in his armor, meaning he knew what he was doing, at least enough to look the part. You protect an evil woman. Her coin is as gold as any. I was starting to like you, bub, but now... He pulled his sword out and swung with a backhand at my neck. I leaned back, letting the tip of the blade cut through some of my beard. Then I shot my hand out and got a grip around his throat. Sorry, I said, picking him up and bringing him to my face. Normally I might try a diplomatic approach, but I got a thing about hurting kids. He struggled, and his face turned a rather unpleasant shade of purple. A cool feeling settled over me. Righteous anger had boiled over, and I was beyond everything but the desire to enact vengeance. I threw the man as hard as I could across the road, and he smashed into a wall. I turned to the gate, grabbed hold, and pulled. For a moment, nothing. Then the metal started to groan in protest, and there was a sharp snap as the hinges failed, and I held the gates in my hands. I dumped it to either side of me, and I stared down the 2 guards who stepped out of a guard shack to confront me. The woman had a sword out, and it wavered slightly. The man next to her had his sword in his hand, but it was at his side, and he was shaking. "What are you?" he asked. "Run," I snapped, "and you won't have to find out." He ran. The woman, a smidge more courageous, swung at me, but it was a pathetic sort of attack. She didn't have a chance of actually hitting me. I let her overextend, and then I stepped forward into as big a punch as I could, smashing my fist into her side. Bones definitely broke, as her rib cage deformed, and she dropped to the ground, bloody bubbles escaping her lips. An arrow thwacked into the ground by my feet, then another, closer to me. I chanced to look up, and I saw plenty of archers about, all either shooting at me or about to, so I sprinted for the front doors of the manor. I got hit once, the arrow slamming into my side, but it didn't stop me or slow me down. I barely felt it. It just made me run faster, jumping up and slamming my shoulder into the big double doors. Again, the hinges were the failure point, and the massive doors fell inward, crashing to the delicate stone floor with a resounding boom. The interior was gauche. Gold filigree, stained glass, ornate columns, and a staircase larger than most homes I'd lived in. Guards came running into the room, swords and maces out, ready to deal with the intruder. I picked up one of the doors, and I swung it around before releasing it, the massive hunk of wood sailing horizontally through the air. One of the guards, probably not the smartest in the bunch, tried to block the door with her sword. It didn't go well. The door just flattened the guards. I followed the door, jumping up onto it so I could leap onto the stairs, and then I was sprinting up, taking the stairs more than a few at a time, getting up to the 2nd floor in record time. Left or right, I couldn't quite remember. I thought my labyrinthine recall would have told me, but standing there, I wondered if I had to have walked the path to remember. It wasn't like I could just see it on a map or a picture or a magic video. Guards were headed up to me from the left, so I figured I'd ask them. "Which way to the bath?" I shouted. One of them stutter-stepped, a bit shocked, and he looked over his shoulder for a second before resuming his run. All 6 guards pulled blades and stopped as a group. "Do we really need to do this, guys?" I asked. The red-faced one in the middle sneered at me. "You will regret this incursion, cur." "Cur? Again? Is that like in the Von Book Guard Handbook?" He didn't bother with a reply. Instead, he lunged at me. A little hip twist, and the blade skated on the outside of the armor around my thighs. I got my arm out fast enough to grab his forearm and pulled him to me. Then I brought his arm down while bringing my knee up. It sent his elbow the wrong way. He screamed, and I relieved him of the sword he wouldn't be needing any longer. The next guard was already engaging, though I think his buddy's wounds had gotten him a little worried, because he definitely hesitated long enough it changed the course of his swing. I got my sword around in time to push it wide, then spun inside his arm with my elbow up so I could knock him upside the noggin. Dude dropped like incels speed dating, and I was on the other side of the guards. I used the flat of the blade to slap one of the guards upside his helmet and backhanded the guard on my other side. 2 left. They looked at each other, then at me. Then they ran the other direction. I whipped the sword horizontally, letting go at the tip of the arc so the blade spun through the air. A pretty decent throw. It did exactly as I'd hoped and tangled up the guard's legs. He went tumbling down. I'd started running right after I let the sword go, so when Guard 1 crashed to the ground and Guard 2 paused to look at what had happened to his friend, I was already soaring through the air, arms out. I slammed into the standing guard, and I brought him down to the ground. Perfect football tackle, thank you, Coach McMurdy. I popped up and dropped an elbow on the downed guard, breaking some ribs and knocking the fight right out of him. What little remained, at least. The other guard got to his feet. I looked at his face, and I realized I'd been making some poor assumptions. She got to her feet. Blood trickled out of her nose. Gamely, though, she brought her sword up and held it between us. It wavered ever so much, and I could tell it required the bulk of her courage just to stand and face me after I dismantled her crew without a scratch. She thrust the blade at me, and I just batted it out of the way with an open hand, so she dropped the sword. It clanged against the stone floor. "I'm looking for Lady Von Book," I said quietly. "I believe she's in her bath. Care to point the way?" Trembling, she pointed behind her. "Black doors," she said. "You run along now," I replied, striding away from her. I heard her steps echoing off the walls. I imagined there was a great chance the guard was going to bring reinforcements. The hall was long, but it was immediately clear where I needed to head, namely the great big black doors. The walls around the doors were made of black marble, but the double doors had no other colors, not even slightly. They were made of stone, but some stone that was pure black. I pushed them open, stepped inside, and realized how weird this quest was about to become. Chapter 28. Immediately, there was a stairwell down, and I tripped a little on the first step, but the stairwell was open on either side, so I could see the large room the stairs led into. A massive space that was wide open. Everything inside was made of the same black marble as the walls outside, shiny and beautiful, lit by black candles that burned with a bright blue-white flame. The floor was mostly covered, however, by figures in robes, hoods drawn up over their faces. And there were a ton of them, shoulder to shoulder from the base of the stairs and around. All the way on the other side stood the figure I'd seen do the cutting, the asshole who killed the little girl, the dick in the white robes. All of the figures looked at me as one. It was completely unnatural.
"You dare invade the Master's sanctuary?"
The figure shouted at me, his voice shrill and deeply unpleasant. "This is the Master's sanctuary?" I asked.
"The Master will not look kindly on this."
"Hey, buddy," I said. "Any chance you know an asshole named Donner?" White Robes turned his head, and I caught the slightest glimpse of his face. He had a white goatee, a little long and wispy.
"I know no one named Donner."
"Fuck me, is this a different master?"
"There is but one master,"
he screeched. I flexed my muscles, and then I cracked my neck. "All right," I said. "I guess it's time you meet him then."
"I have met him,"
he said.
"I serve him."
"Dude, I meant me. Way to ruin—"
"Destroy the intruder."
All the black-robed figures launched themselves toward me as one, simultaneous. As soon as one of the robed figures hit the bottom of the staircase, I caught sight of a face. Intensely white skin, blackened lips, dark teeth, and eyes that were almost a reverse bloodshot, where there were just bits of white left in the sclera and virtually no pupils. It was also, at least at one point, a girl. Her arms were extended, long, slender figures with horribly busted fingernails reaching for me as she screeched. It probably would have been terrifying if the figure hadn't tripped on its robe and face-planted into the stairs with a sickening crunch, which was gross on its own, but then it moved up a notch when the robed figure behind turned the fall into a gruesome curb stomp, snapping the first girl's jaw off. I figured the girl would be out of the fight, but she got right up and rejoined the tide. With a mental flick, I fired off the identification spell. Sure enough, my assumption was correct. Zombie Thrall, level 11 undead. Ugh, I said. Zombies. I reached into the bag, and my mind went blank. As great as the bag of holding is, and it's truly one of the greatest magical items in the world, there is one singular drawback. If you can't think of what you want, there's no way to get something out. You can't reach around feeling for something. There's no way to get struck by imagination. It's all about knowing exactly what you need, and in that moment, as 100 or more zombie girls sprinted up the stairs towards me, guttural screams pouring forth from ruined vocal cords. I couldn't think of a weapon. When the first zombie arrived, I had no choice. I just backhanded the girl as my hand left the bag, and she tumbled back, stumbling into a fellow zombie before falling off the side of the open stairs. 2 zombies back into the horde below, but none dead, re-dead. I reached back into the bag, and I thought of a pick. Boing, there was a pick in my hand. It wasn't a pick in the mining sense. Rather, it was a military pick, which was essentially a more refined warhammer with a big point. On its opposite side was a small hammerhead. As the next zombie reached me, a young boy, or more precisely, a previously young boy, I swung the pick overhead, and as soon as it crushed his skull, the zombie dropped. Dead again. I shook my head as I looked across the throng. Mr. Whiterobe still stood across the room, looking smug. I gave him a jaunty salute, twirled the pick around my arm, and then I got into the swing of things. The zombies were not a great choice for, well, much of anything. They had little in the way of strength, dexterity, or intelligence, and nothing in the way of constitution. I carved my way through the throng, inadvertently covering myself in a very disgusting coating of blackish gore. It was gross. I got a few scratches, but that was the extent of it. They just didn't have the strength to do much of anything. 5 minutes of high-intensity deathercise, and the zombies were down. Not all re-dead, some were still groaning and pulling themselves towards me, but they were, in essence, out for the count. Whiterobes was gone. I stepped up to the door and kicked it in, going through into an old-style lab of sorts. I saw alchemical agents and reagents, beakers and glass tubing curling up around everywhere. A large bookcase was overflowing with books. A work table was set up along one wall where there were plenty of body parts, some stuff that looked like it glowed, and an open book with a quill to one side. Given how everything in the place looked, I could only assume this was some wizard's lair. That meant the books were valuable. Perhaps, and this was wild conjecture on my part, perhaps they were even spellbooks. Spellbooks were seriously valuable, like tons of money valuable. Though in my current financial straits, they weren't super useful. I needed more liquidity, not more goods to sell when I had no real means to sell them. Still, waste not, want not. I put all the books into the bag, and any of the jars that seemed like they remained sealed, and all the empty jars, and excess glassware, and the journal, as well as the quill. What's a journal worth if you can't write in it? And then I put the bookshelf and the chair and all the furniture in, except the work table and the body parts. Trust me, I thought about that as well, but I figured at some point I had to get all the crap out of the bag, and there's no way slightly rotted body parts were going to make that mess any easier to handle. There was only one way to go, so I went through the door. Again, someone had tried to lock it, but wooden doors weren't exactly going to stand in my way. A swift kick, and the door crashed in. I saw a bright blue flash. Something hit me in the chest, and everything went black. Chapter 29. I came to barely a second later, flying through the air until I smashed into the far wall, all the way above the door. It hurt. I smelled burned flesh, and I looked down to see my ruined torso. Some of my hair was on fire. The figure in white appeared in the doorway, smug look plastered on his face. He started speaking. "Now you know the power I come—" I stood up and brushed myself off. "No," the figure in white said. "No, you cannot." I crossed the room in a heartbeat and lashed out with my fist, hard as I could, putting all my strength behind my punch. I felt a hard crunch, and the man crumpled to the ground. Blood poured from his face, but ragged breaths came out of him, so I got some rope out of my bag and I tied the man up, then laid him on his side. Wouldn't want him to choke on his own blood. It made me curious. If he choked on blood and died, would I still get the XP for that kill? The room I'd been attacked in had scorch marks all over it, and the wooden door still smoldered. The place was small, almost like a waiting room of sorts. There were 2 doors I could go through, both wooden, both significantly nicer than the doors I'd encountered so far. A plush chair was in one corner of the room, with a small end table to the left and a high candle burning gently to the right. A small stool sat next to the chair. I chose the door on the left because why not? It was not locked, but as I pulled it open, I realized that it didn't open in the normal way, notably because of how incredibly thick the thing was, at least a foot and solid wood. The hinges were huge and silent. I stepped into a very quiet room. I was at the top of a staircase, and down below, a naked woman relaxed in a bath. A huge bath, almost like a Japanese soaker style, but instead of hot water, this was full of blood. The woman reached her hand up, languid, and grabbed a small cord. She pulled gently, and I heard the ringing of a bell. I gave a slight smile, involuntary, and I walked down the stairs as delicately as I was able in the armor I wore. Stopping next to the bath, I watched the woman for a moment. She was beautiful, if severe, and I had to admit she had an incredibly youthful body, everything high and tight and taut. "I can hear you breathing, Cade," she said, her eyes remaining closed. "I thought we spoke about your leering." "He did seem like a bit of a lech," I replied. Her eyes popped open immediately, and she did her best to cover up while scrambling out of the tub at the same time. "What are you doing here? Who are you? Where are my guards, my servants? Guards? You will perish most grievously. Guards!" "Yeah," I said, putting a foot on the edge of the tub and striking what I thought was a rakish pose. "Your servants are hiding, your guards have fled, and all those zombies you have, well, they're dead. Again." "Let's save that for later," I said. "Right now, I'd like to have a little chat with you." "Are you a brigand?" "Why is that what people always think of me? Is it the hair?" "You have broken into my place of residence and threatened me mainly because you're killing little kids. That's kind of the crux of the matter here, lady. I'm not here to steal from you. Though, I might need to liberate a little something from—" "You will not get away with this." "What is it you think I'm getting away with? Justice?" She settled on the edge of the bath and looked me up and down. She looked pretty disgusting, what with being covered in blood, especially in her hair. It was just, well, foul, especially because it was coagulating in places. "You, brigand, are clearly here to extort gold from me, and had you come through normal channels, perhaps I might have considered adding you to my payroll. Obviously you have certain skills, yet you cannot have knowledge of who I really am. Otherwise, you would not have been quite so foolish as to come here and confront me. You do not know who—" "Wait," I said, holding my hand up in her face as impolitely as I could possibly make it. "Are you about to tell me about the master?" "The master? No, he is not my master. He is my lover." "Okay, not sure who he is, but I'm pretty sure he's gross." "He is glorious." "Has he seen you like this? Because if he still loves you when you look like this, you found a keeper." "You are insolent." "Can't say that I know 100% what that means, but I'll agree with you on principle." "And a fool." "That is a common refrain here. Fool and brigand. Thing is, I'm not exactly either. But I am kind of impatient, so can we go?" "Go? Where do you—" "Yeah, tired of this." I grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up onto my shoulder in a fireman's carry. "Unhand me!" she screeched. "Nope," I said, and I started back through the house. "I will destroy everything you value," she shrieked. "Your family is dead. Your mother dead. Father dead. I will—" "Lady, Someone beat you to all that already. Only thing I care about is my beard. And your pet mage burnt the shit out of it today. After it got melted from that worm gun acid and burned away by the fire in the bath, slimed by the mimics in the dungeon, and cut by 100 people swinging blades at me, I'm just about ready to shave the fucker off and start over. That shut her up. It's also possible she was just confused by what I'd said. The dude in the white robe, ostensibly Cade, had yet to wake up, but had made quite the bloody mess on the floor. Want to bathe in his blood? I asked over my other shoulder, getting a good look at the lady's butt. She didn't choose to answer, so I chose to take it as a yes, and I hoisted Cade up on top of the woman. She started shrieking again. I figured I could have put Cade on the other shoulder, but then I wouldn't have any hands free for punching or defending myself. Walking through the gore-strewn zombie room, I noticed I left more than a few moving around. For giggles, I grabbed one as I passed by, one that had no arms and only a smidgen of upper torso remaining. It snapped at me while it swung back and forth from my fist by her hair. I felt bad about things. I didn't like having to have killed them. Re-killed. Question, I said, while you're a captive audience. What do you say when you kill a zombie? I mean, it's already dead. Destroy, I destroyed the zombie. Not quite as evocative a phrase. She didn't say anything. Perhaps because she was thinking, but perhaps she didn't really care. Either way, I thought she was being rather impolite. Chapter 30. A mass of people were waiting for me in front of the mansion. Quite a diverse collection, really. The largest group was the city guard, all the guards from the mansion, and a small number of legionnaires and one imperial viceroy.
"What is the meaning of this?"
the dude at the front of the city guard snapped out. He was a shorter man with a paunch, something that made his armor look hilarious because it had to go out and around his gut. He had a vile look on his face, a mix of smugness and rage. I stopped where I stood as several crossbows were up and aimed at me, and I set the 2 living detainees on the ground. Lady Von Book stood up immediately. "I demand you kill this villain," she shouted, pointing at me. "He has assaulted me and—" There was a twang, and a bolt shot across the empty space right at me. Without even thinking about it, my hand spun in a wax-off motion, knocking the bolt out of the air. "Hold your fire!" Leon shouted. The city guard commander gave a dirty look at the soldier who'd fired. The soldier looked away. "Look at what he has done to me!" Von Book shouted. "Look at what she has done!" I snapped and tossed the torso on the perfectly manicured lawn in front of me. The jaw on the thing worked back and forth, almost as if it was trying to pull itself forward with its teeth. "Undead!" came the cry from the guard, and all of the bolts were launched at once, whistling through the air and puncturing the torso and the head. They destroyed the zombie. I suppose it sounds better in context. I pointed at Cade. "That's the guy who made these monsters," I said. "And this crazy lady bathes in the blood of children, which, is all over her. And if you want to see all the bodies, most of them are inside the house."
"This is an outrage," the city guard commander said. "These are nothing but outrageous lies."
"Are you calling me a liar, you pudgy motherfucker?" I said with a little more force than I had intended, taking a step towards Paunch. The house guards took a step back, as the city guards pulled some weapons. "Kill him!" Von Book yelled. "Kill him and earn my favor!" Crossbow bolts were loosed in my direction, and though I tried that wax-on, wax-off thing, more than one punched through my meager defenses. I roared with rage, and the city guard responded by charging me en masse. Though it was clear every man was actually out for themselves, everyone trying to get the killing blow in order to get that juicy Von Book favor. The first man to step up swung wide, and it was an easy dodge. I snapped the jab out, and the man's head spun around as he dropped. If boxing was a thing in Glatton, I'd make a killing. I slipped my toes under the man's sword and kicked it up, grabbing it out of the air just in time to parry an oncoming blow. The swords were coming at me fast and furious, and it took every ounce of the training I'd received from Cleve and Company to keep the worst cuts from landing. Even so, my upper body was a mess of minor wounds. Then there was the incredibly loud sound of shields smashing against the ground, and the Legion advanced. There weren't a ton of them, but unlike the city guard, they operated as a unit, walking forward together behind their huge shields, shoving the city guard to the side until the Legion surrounded me. I was breathing hard while sweat and blood fairly poured off me. Leon looked at me, but he didn't smile. He just gave me a grim nod. Lady Von Book and Cade the White Mage were being held by Legionnaires in the center of a shield wall circle. Von Book had a Legion cloak around her and a modicum of modesty, and Cade's bindings had been relaxed somewhat. "Did you make it to the mage in time?" I asked. "It is why I am here and you are living," Leon replied. "I saw the second child be slaughtered for that vile fiend. I am sorry we could not stop this before now, but we are here to arrest this monster and escort you from the city, though I fear you might not survive from the city, for your safety. But it appears we are too late." Leon stared at the bolt sticking out of my body. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I'm fine." "There is no way you are fine." I started pulling out the bolts with a slight grunt as each one pulled a little extra of me with it, and I dropped each to the ground.
"This is a matter for the city guard,"
yelled the fat commander on the outside of the circle. Leon grimaced at me and shook his head. "On me," Leon said, and started walking out of the estate. The Legion matched Leon's pace, and the shield wall remained in place until we were in the street, and that's where we stopped. I noticed that the Legion outside the gates filled the streets. All the shields slammed on the street, and the sound was deafening. "This is the Empire of Glutton," Leon said loudly, stepping through the Legion lines until he was face to face with the city guard commander. "And I am the voice of the Emperor in this city. I am tasked with keeping this city to the laws the Empire has made, and you have broken them." "Wait," the commander said. "Quiet," Leon interrupted. "You are relieved of duty, Commander Dunleavy." Legionnaire stepped forward and grabbed the blustering commander. "You cannot," the commander started. "Silence him," Leon snapped. One of the Legionnaires backhanded the commander. It did the job. Nothing quite like a metal gauntlet to the face to make the point of not talking. Cade looked down at his feet, while Lady Von Book looked around, eyes wide as if she wasn't quite able to believe what was happening around her. "Excuse me for a moment," Leon said. He walked away to chat with a member of the Legion, someone who had more impressive armor than the rest, so I assumed was the leader of the group. The two men spoke quietly for a few moments. Then there was a split. A small grouping of the Legion went with Leon and me, while the rest went with Von Book, Cade, and the commander elsewhere. "Do you need us to get you a healing potion?" Leon asked, looking over me. "Nah," I said, showing off my unpunctured torso. "Totally fine by now." He peered at me, looking for any marks, but finding none. He just gave a slight nod in my direction. Impressive. Just me. "We must go quickly," he said, starting to walk. I noticed the Legion looking around, very alert. "I am afraid you have made quite a mess of things." "Me?" I asked. "I just stopped a child killer from, be that as it may. She is a very influential person in the city. Her gold goes a long way in keeping the city guard in their cups. So I'm the asshole here? The truth, when it spreads, will quell their, distaste of you." "Didn't you say the whole city wants to kill me? Distaste might be a bit weak to describe things." "There is some truth to that. What about the woman who, Rebecca and her husband are being escorted from the city as well? I cannot say for sure that anyone knew it was her who reported Lady Von Book, but I also cannot say their identity is not known. They're coming with me. There is little recourse for me." "I thought you were the voice of the Emperor." The Legion is outnumbered by the city guard 3-1, and though I would be willing to bet those odds are still in favor of the Legion, they cannot be everywhere at once. Are you about to tell me that Valamir is a friend of von Buch's? I doubt that. Valamir is fervent in his belief of the superiority of the nobles, especially the imperial line. He finds few true friends outside the aristocracy. You should watch out, though. The wizard guy, Cade Colton, that one, yeah. He keeps talking about his master, and how I would rue tangling with him. Is that so? Leon mused. And von Buch claimed this master guy was her lover. Sounds like you have another powerful enemy. Great. It is a sign of greatness in a fashion. I'm not looking for greatness, I'm looking for a peaceful life. If you find where that is possible here, let me know. You're first on my list. We got to the gate and I was ushered outside, the Legion interposing themselves between the city guards and me. Most of the guards ignored me, but I could see a few glaring my way. I will do my utmost to signal you when it is safe for you to return to the city, Leon said. Provided, of course, I am not recalled from Osterstadt. Thank you, I said. You are most welcome, he replied. I applaud what you have done, though perhaps next time we could work together to do things with a little more subtlety. I'll work on it. He clapped me on the shoulder and then shooed me away. Rebecca and Isaac were waiting for me on the other side of the bridge with a few others. They turned out to be Rebecca's extended family and a few of Isaac's close friends. A motley group, to be sure, but they all seemed nice, at least as far as I could tell. I had a few notifications to sort through as we walked from the city walls to the camp. GG, you've killed a zombie thrall, level 11 undead. You've earned 300 XP, what a mighty hero you are. I had quite a few of those to go through. I'd taken down plenty of the zombies, and I got some XP. Congratulations, you've completed a quest. The good, the bad, and the bloody. Stop Lady von Buch's, kill her, arrest her, put her evil actions to an end. Reward for success, unknown. I was over unknown rewards. But at least I'd completed a quest, and that had to count for something. Plus, one of Rebecca's brothers was a guard, so there was one more person around that could fight, or at least stand guard. Once we got to camp, I introduced everyone around, again, and the minutia of the camp was put together. Everything was really nice. Until I saw Emmeline walking over with a smile on her face. Motherfucker! I shouted. Chapter 31. After the evening meal, which was a rather tense affair of everyone eating as quickly and quietly as possible in order to facilitate not talking to any strangers, I had a quick meeting with Lee, then a short meeting with Emmeline. With Lee, it was mostly about logistics and finding out what we were missing, which was now money. With Emmeline, I asked her to point out the cemetery I needed to get to on the map. I asked the Hearth to take the watch for the night, dividing it up however they felt like. I said I was very tired, and after the series of days I had had, I needed a little extra rest. I didn't go to sleep, though. I laid on my brand-new bedroll for a minute, staring up at the tree branches above me. Then I got up, ignored everyone else, and meandered to a spot well away from camp, hoping Fritz would show up. While I waited, my mind wandered, and I spent the time drawing in the dirt, thinking about the city I was supposed to be building. Or the holding. Calling it a city this early seemed a little presumptuous. I hadn't even gotten to the spot where I'd be building whatever it was I wanted to call it. Things felt weird on that night because I couldn't stem the growing feeling that I was busy making someone else's dream come to fruition, and not following at all what it was I wanted to be doing. Granted, what I had said I wanted to do was a rather selfish and pointless task, at least as it related to the world at large. Fishing on a lake and avoiding everyone wasn't going to make a difference to anyone, except maybe I'd kill fewer assholes, monsters, and devils. But this holding, this dukedom, this city, whatever, that was the dream of Cleve, and I suppose to some extent of Nikolai. They'd bought into it, they'd made it possible, and now I was the one who had to make it happen. As the moons were disappearing behind the mountains, I felt something watching me. I turned around to see Fritz sitting right behind me. "Evening," I said. He nodded his massive head at me. "Good hunt?" I asked. He smiled, and I could see blood at the edges of his mouth. "No humanoids, right?"
"Deer."
"Tasty?"
"Yeah, tasty."
"See all these people camping here?"
"Yeah, tasty."
"No, not tasty. These are our family, Haas. As my companion, you protect them as you would me." He looked over the wagons and the sleeping forms, and he sighed.
"Family,"
he said finally. "And that includes you. You, too, are family." He chuffed at me, which I couldn't really figure out how to take. Was he happy about it? Was he angry? "You think you could carry me while you flew?" I asked. Wrapping his front paws around me and pulling me to his chest, he leapt up into the air. I heard his wings snap as they caught the air. Flapping his wings, we rose higher into the air. It was glorious. Seeing Osterstadt from the sky was really cool. I hadn't flown a ton when I'd been back on Earth, and obviously I hadn't done any flying while I'd been living in Voldrani, so it was a new experience. Also, flying on something with wings was a wholly new experience. There was some noise, but not much, and there was a distinct up and down feeling as Fritz's wings beat, but then he'd catch an updraft and just glide. It was remarkable. Of course, then he banked and cut a very tight spiral down to the ground, landing with a bit of a thud. He let me go, and I stumbled down to my feet.
"Easy,"
he said. I got to my feet and brushed the dirt off my butt. "Okay," I said. "That was unexpected. But I did have a reason for asking you besides shits and giggles."
"Reason."
"I need to get back into the city."
"Big arrows."
"Sure, but you're a nimble guy. You can avoid them."
"Maybe. Maybe you shield."
"Either way, can you get me into the city?" I pulled out the map, navigated it over to where I needed to go, and held it up to Fritz. "Specifically here," I said, pointing to the spot Emmeline had shown me. He squinted at it, tilted his head a little, then made a few quick glances from the city back to the map, and then to the city again. With a grunt, he leapt up and flew into the night. "Hey," I said as loudly as I dared, trying not to wake anyone. "You're taking me—" There was a whooshing, and Fritz came in hot, scooping me up with a rather hard hit, but he didn't slow down. Instead, he flew up very high, heading up into the mountains. It was cold as balls, and I was in some real pain as the wind cut through the last of my shitty too-tight shirts. Up and up we went, until the lights of the city were mere pinpricks. Then we were going along a mountaintop, and I could see creatures moving below us. Goats of some kind, herd animals, whatever they were. He cut hard and dove, almost going straight down. I had to shut my eyes. It felt like the wind rushing past was going to rip them out. At the last second, he flared his wings and let go. I opened my eyes as I fell to watch the manticore flap off through the night. He had dropped me into the city, and I was falling, and I was about to thud. I slammed against a roof. It hurt. Quite a bit. And I lay there for a moment, whimpering as my nerves fired off in a million ways to let me know how pissed off my whole body was. But then the magic of the world kicked in. My bones came back together and the pain dissipated. Sadly, the memory of the pain remained. I sat up slowly and looked around. I was on a tall building. It looked as if it was a church, and I was sitting on the bell tower, a solid 100 feet plus above the main roof. "Motherfucker," I said.
hating this stupid quest. Stupid books. Stupid Emmeline stealing stupid books, stupid wizards needing stupid books, stupid wizards calling themselves mancers, but mainly stupid Montana for agreeing to all this shit. "I'm supposed to be fishing!" I shouted into the night. Thunder cracked back at me, as if the gods were telling me to shut up already. Climbing down the tower felt a whole lot like climbing up the tower in the dungeon, except with fewer handholds and more death-inspiring drops. But each time I dropped, my hands managed to find a spot to grab and keep myself from crashing to the ground. 30 sweaty minutes later, and I was on the roof of the church, or at least the building that seemed a very church-like sort of structure. I wondered what god or goddess it might be dedicated to, because while there was quite a bit of symbolism and decoration about the place, and I'd gotten up close and personal to most of the sculptures on the soaring tower, none of it meant anything to me. I rested on the roof for a moment, my back to the tower, looking at the city around me. I was in a part of Osterstadt that was new to me, and I had the distinct pleasure of watching a few revelers here puke. I sighed and wondered why this quest was so hard. Why had I forgotten it twice now? I felt like I was falling into the same trap I fell into when playing games instead of living them. I took on every single damn quest I could find, and by the time I gave up playing the game, I'd accumulated a massive quest log and finished almost none of them. I suppose that I answered that question. I was falling into this trap, partially because I always fell into this trap, and also because I was feeling like I needed to do more good in the world to offset all the killing I'd done. Still, I needed to be better about the whole quest business. Frankly, I needed to get better about all the notifications in this new game of life. I crawled to the edge of the roof and swore. There was an impressive overhang, and getting to the wall was going to be a challenge, if it was even possible. The roof beneath me was made of clay tiles, and I felt reasonably sure I could punch my way through. But that seemed like it would be both unfairly destructive and highly attention-grabbing. I needed to get into the graveyard, snag the books, and sneak out of the city. Ideally without killing anyone along the way. I know, I always have to do things the easy way. I looked back at the tower, and I noticed there was a faint square of light coming through. I worked at it with my fingers, and I pulled open a door. A small door, mind you, something that had been left in place to facilitate workers having access to the roof in order to repair tiles and whatnot, but a door all the same. It seemed like I had to fold myself to fit in the door, and I very nearly got stuck, but I managed to get in the tower and found myself on a landing. The light was coming from below, and I could hear talking, or chanting, speaking. It was hard to understand, but something where humans were making noise was happening below. A staircase went up and down from the landing. It wasn't sealed, and there were no railings. It was an OSHA inspector's nightmare. I tried to keep quiet as I walked down the stairs, something made significantly easier without plate armor, but I still winced every time the wood creaked or groaned. Lower down, I got to where I could see the entire church below, and it was a pretty cool sight. There were tall stained glass windows that probably looked incredible with light coming through them. Stone pews in the hundreds took up the middle of the place, with a deep red carpet bisecting the rows perfectly. There was a large stone altar at the front, all the way at the other end of the place. That's where I saw a group of figures in white robes gathered and speaking. I thought for a brief moment that they were praying or engaged in some serious conversation, but then one of them started laughing so hard they fell over. This caused the others to laugh, and I found that I couldn't help but grin at their obvious joy. But quickly I focused back on the things I needed to be doing. I was definitely in a part of the church where the public was not meant to go. There were cleaning supplies and rags and whatnot left around, as well as what seemed to be a very comfy chair and a few half-drunk bottles of wine, or, alternatively, a few half-full bottles of pee. Tough to tell, really. Moving quickly while the laughter echoed through the place, I walked from the tower staircase around the perimeter until I got to another staircase heading down. This one was circular, but got me to the ground floor in a moment's time. I opened the door on the bottom,
only to see one of the robed figures standing there, a beautiful smile on his serene face. "She wishes to speak with you," he said. I looked at him, then peeked out and looked around. The figures at the altar were looking over at us. Who?" I asked. "The lady." "Lady von Books?" He shook his head, but the smile remained. "Follow," he said, and started walking towards the altar. I made a quick judgment of the distance to the front door and was in the midst of calculating if I'd be able to sprint there when I felt a tap on my arm. "She means you no harm," the man said. "This way." He had little slippers on his feet, and he moved with a real sense of chill. It was starting to rub off on me ever so much. So while I wasn't exactly inclined to follow the man and had zero interest in talking to this lady, whomever she may be, I moseyed along after the dude. It wasn't a long walk. It was really just to the end of the church, up past the altar and through a small door which I had to duck through and which led to a very small room, one so small that the dude and I had to smush together a bit. "When I close this door," he said, pointing to the door we'd come through, "another will open. Please go through." "Through the other door?" "Yes." "You know this sounds a bit nuts, right?" "No," he replied. "It does not. It is the way one goes to visit the lady." He squished past me and exited the tiny room, shutting the door behind him. As he did, that door vanished, and another took its place. It was an odd and somewhat surreal experience. I reached out, grabbed the door handle, and pulled it towards me. But instead of a door opening, I felt like I was ripped out of the world. Chapter 32. There was a brilliant light, and I dropped to a ready position, arms out and prepared for an attack. None came. What did come was a cool mist, settling down all around me, but not directly on me. It was like I was in some cheesy version of heaven. Clouds moved around my feet so I couldn't see the ground. Deep blue sky spread forever above me. This was a very surreal experience, but I had the feeling I was in the presence of a god. Only a deity would make a place like this. Sure enough, a soft choral melody arose and the mists parted. An elegant and beautiful woman dressed in a flowing white gown came down a staircase of clouds that seemed to form beneath her feet before being whisked away by a gentle breeze. It was impressive in a 1950s movie musical sort of sense, but nothing that really knocked my socks off. She came to a gliding stop about 3 feet in front of me, and just sort of posed there. She had very long, very blonde hair that framed her perfect face, well, perfectly. Her nose was pert, her lips were plump. Everything was textbook, good God. She was a bit shorter than me, and I noticed that she had very blue eyes when she looked up at me. "I am the lady," she said. "Zothis." "I'm Montana," I replied. "Duke of Cogshall." "I know who you are," she replied. "It is I who called for you to come to me." "Are you a god?" I asked. "You do not know of me?" "Can't say as I do. Are you the god of, let's see, good?" She smiled at me and gave the slightest bow of her head. "I am not the goddess of good, but I am a goddess of good. I am the goddess of children and of motherhood." "It is nice to meet you," I said. "You have helped one of my supplicants. I wanted to extend my thanks." "Rebecca? Sure, I mean, I don't know what I had to do, so no thanks necessary, but appreciated." She raised her perfect eyebrows ever so much, as if she wasn't used to being surprised, and certainly not by someone who looked like me. "I would offer you my thanks, "What would you ask of me?" she asked.
"Oh," I said, stalling a moment to think over things. I knew it was foolish of me to look a gift god in the mouth, but it just seemed so odd, and not needed. I didn't need a big award. Certainly not at the present, not with how my build was going. I felt pretty overpowered, and it just didn't make sense to help me out when an idea popped into my head. "You know," I said, "Rebecca is having a baby. Maybe you can just give whatever blessing you might give me onto that kid." The lady, or whatever her name actually was, stared at me.
"You willingly give away the blessing of a goddess?" she asked.
"Yeah," I said. "I mean, if it will help that kid have a kick-ass life, then for sure I do." Again, more staring. Then she blinked.
"No,"
she said.
"No! You cannot do this! You cannot be this way!"
She stomped away from me, yelling and waving her arms. With each wave of the arm, the nice things zipped away to be replaced by a sort of vague nothing. Her back to me, she raised her arms up and screamed. A blood-curdling and loud sort of thing, and had this been the real world, I'm sure it would have left permanent damage. But as we were in some sort of god hole, it just hurt momentarily. Not even any ear-ringing.
"You have consorted with the god of monsters, and yet you just give away a blessing from the 64? You are a greedy human visitor to these lands. You only put your interests first. How can you simply—"
"Hold up there, sugar tits. Whatever you may think of Typhon, he's done right by me so far."
"Your insolence is almost as profound as your stupidity."
"Look, Zothis, I'm probably a bit dim-witted, never really been a strong suit of mine. But I don't get why you're upset about me."
"'Cause it was a test, Montana of Cogs Hall. A test you should not have passed. Because it means I must reconsider the full ramifications of what a blessing upon you will do. Because it means—"
"I am not who you thought I was."
"Yes," she said sharply. "And I do not like being incorrect."
"Neither do I, but fuck it if I shouldn't have gotten used to it by now."
"You cannot possibly understand the problem I face."
"Is this where you look at the gods who've blessed me thus far and you're concerned because they're not your usual team?"
"It is rare to meet one such as you, one who has gathered so many of my peers together."
"Peers? You mean the other gods?"
"Yes."
"Just a unique man, I guess."
"Very much so."
She stared at me.
"You have forced my hand in this,"
she said, and placed her hand on me, which was rather literal of her, but who am I to judge? There was an intense flash and some pain, and then I got a handy notification. "Be aware, you have received Zothis's Blessing of the Protector. You gain 25 levels in shield and +3 constitution. Some might look upon this blessing with joy, others with anger. A side has been chosen." I looked down, and I saw my new indicium, a shield over my shoulder. "Thank you," I said.
"But fear not. I will watch over the child as if it were my own. He will lead a blessed life."
"It's a boy?"
"He is," she said with a smile. "I do not enjoy that I must tie my fate to Typhon. Yet you have done me a great service. And perhaps it is time for a change."
"Okay," I said, trying hard to figure out what exactly she wasn't telling me. "Mind if I ask you a quick question?"
"You may."
I hesitated because I was going to ask about the whole sides and teams thing, but I remembered that Mr. Paul hadn't been particularly forthcoming. Iona said she wanted to tell me but couldn't, and Typhon had just shut up. It'd waste the question. Instead, I thought back to the whole reason I was here in Osterstadt again. "Any chance you know where the sixth sheik's sixth sheep is located on a tomb?" She gave me one hell of a look, almost like I'd just taken a dump on her white suede coat. And then I was flying again.
Chapter 33. She did not know where that particular tomb might be. She didn't understand why I was asking her, but apparently it was enough of a stupid question that it marked the end of our conversation. Instead, I was bodily thrown out the little room so that I sprawled across the floor underneath the altar. The priests all stopped their drinking and storytelling to look at me. "You amused her," the priest who'd spoken to me before said. "Glad I could be of service," I replied. "It is rare she is—" He searched for the word while another of his compatriots helped me to my feet. "Challenged. And I thank you for doing so." "It doesn't bother you?" "Not in the slightest," he said. "Also, how do you know—" "The lady speaks to me regularly, and she warned me you were about to come through the door. At speed." I brushed myself off. There was a bottle in front of me, and smiling face behind it. One of the other priests was offering me a drink. I took it. It wasn't piss. Not much higher on the list of liquids, however. "Thanks, but I have something I'm trying to do tonight," I said. "She did mention that I was to assist you if I am able," the priest said. "I'm looking for a mausoleum here, one that belongs to, the Sheik family." "It is here?" my priest asked. "I'm quite sure of it," I said. "There is one in the older quadrant," a younger priest said. "It has some exquisite carvings on it, and it takes quite a bit of time to clean." My priest looked over at me and smiled. "I can show you then," he said. "Great," I replied. "Lead on." He gave a big smile and started down towards the front door. He walked in silence. My footsteps seemed to echo around the whole nave. At the last pew, the priest hooked a hard right and led me to another door. His hand on the handle to open it, I stopped him. Father?" I asked. "Father?" he replied, quite confused. "Do you have— I was trying to figure out what I should call you." "Nathan." "Oh, you don't have a title of some kind." "I am a cleric of Zothis, but you may just use my name." "Which is Nathan." "Yes. And you are Montana of Cogshall." "Nice to meet you." "It is," he replied with a legitimate smile. He opened the door, and there was another strange little room. This one had what seemed like a small armory in it. Long hauberks of dark chainmail were hanging from a series of pegs. There were heavy maces and open boxes on the ground, and a stack of shields took up the wall opposite. "Please feel free to use your own weapon if you have one," he said, pulling some of the chainmail off the wall and wriggling it over his head. "I'm sorry," I asked. "What's going on?" Nathan the cleric looked confused. "We are going into the tombs. You must be armed, and preferably armored." "Wait, there's—" My brain just wasn't working right. "What's down there?" "The dead. So why—" "Wherever you find the dead, you will find those that feast on the dead. Or, sadly quite common, you find the dead will rise again." "Zombies?" "Sometimes. This tomb is quite old. More skeletons, Draugr, Upterganga, ghouls if we are unlucky." "You find this stuff down there every time you go?" "No, not every time." "But that kid, he said he was cleaning." "He was. Cleaning the tomb of the undead and the rest of the vile things who choose to inhabit the tomb." "Okay. This is, It is right to feel fear, young one, but I will walk along with you. We will emerge alive. Perhaps not unharmed, but alive." "Is every graveyard like this?" "No, but some are. Some argue that is the only reason we clerics have jobs," he said with a smile. "Though I admit it is one of the more unpleasant aspects of my life here serving the lady." He cinched a belt around his waist, plucked a skull cap from the top shelf, and twirled a mace. "Shall we go?" he asked. He was so damn happy about the whole thing. "Sure," I said. "Let's go." I grabbed a hauberk and a mace, then slid a shield onto my arm. It felt oddly natural there, and I could tell how I should be using it. "One moment," he said. He closed his eyes and muttered, almost like he was praying. "You have been offered a quest by Nathan Gideon. Cleanse the Crypt. Clean the crypt of the undead and those that like to feast upon the dead and undead. Reward for success, XP and increased standing with the church. Penalty for failure or refusal, none. Yes, no." "You should have received a quest," Nathan said. "Yeah, thank you. It is the least I could do." He gave me a smile and opened the door, then walked down the stairs, still as if he hadn't a care in the world. I hesitated and shook my head. Another side quest. Emmeline's damn quest line was a pain in the butt. But I'd agreed to do it, so I started down the stairs. The mausoleum was basically the diametric opposite of the church. Where the church was happy and bright and chill, the tomb was dank, dark, and tense. The ceilings were lower than they should be. There were coffins and entombed bodies on dark stone shelves. Candles of all different heights burned, and I noticed Nathan pulling a candle from a bag, lighting it and setting it with the others. He continued to do so at each grouping of candles we passed, adding one to it. Made a certain sort of sense. You could track how long it had been since someone else had been down here, and provide a measure of illumination. There were, as well, larger chandeliers, and these seemed to have some sort of spell on them which kept them from going out, because Nathan didn't even give them a glance, and the candles all looked to be at the exact same burn level. The tomb was made up of large areas of ornate sarcophaguses with a ton of cool carvings. Small hallways connected the various larger areas, but even those hallways had lots of bodies and coffins. Being that this was the oldest graveyard in the city, I guess it made sense there were lots of bodies. We moved slowly, Nathan leading, shields up, maces out. But as we walked through, we weren't seeing anything. I was starting to think this was all a big joke, make fun of the new guy. Then I saw my first ghoul. We were walking out of one of the hallways into a large open space. As soon as I was through the door, Nathan about 5 feet in front of me, something leapt on me. I felt the weight, stumbled a bit, but with a strong rotation of my shoulder, I threw the thing on my back onto the ground. It was humanoid, just barely. Long limbs, long fingers, a sort of dark blue, purplish coloring to the skin, almost as if it was a human who'd been bruised over their entire body. The tongue snaked out of the mouth, thick and completely round, kind of segmented, like a worm. Red eyes that glowed slightly, wisps of something that might have been hair at one point but looked more akin to hay now. Rotted and black. Long claws came off each finger, and I could hear them scraping against the chainmail. As soon as the ghoul hit the ground, it rolled over and launched itself at me, lower jaw unhinging like a snake to reveal a massive mouth and that creepy tongue. Without thinking, I brought my shield up and stepped forward into it. There was a very loud crang, and the ghoul was sent back. With a sickening thunk, Nathan buried his mace in the ghoul's head. The ghoul went still. Nathan knelt next to the corpse, held his hand over the mess of the thing's head, and muttered something. A glow of sorts extended from his hand and spread over the ghoul. The corpse was illuminated for a moment. Then Nathan stopped doing whatever it is he was doing, and the light slowly receded into the corpse. Very weird. "What is that?" I asked. "A blessing from the lady," Nathan said. "A forgiveness of sorts for transgressing here. When I return to the nave, I will send some of my brethren down to collect whatever remains." He got back to his feet, and we resumed our march through the tombs. The next large room was even worse. There were skeletons waiting for us, ghouls who leapt over the skeletons to get to us, and something that looked like several corpses combined into one creature. That was the Opterganga. Though larger than the other undead we faced, the Opterganga was slow and uncoordinated, probably because it was comprised of multiple corpses. Nathan just whacked the big guy in the kneecap, which caused the leg to collapse, and then the Opterganga was on the ground and easy prey. It wasn't hard work, it was rather gruesome and slow-going. Nathan had to do his blessing on each corpse that fell, so that took forever. Finally, we got to the last room on this floor. Apparently, the tomb went down several levels, and that was the spot we were looking for. Nathan walked me over to a large mausoleum in the back, and he pointed to it. The Sheik tomb. Sure enough, there were plenty of sheep on it, and one of them looked rather sickly. I pulled the horn, and a little door, about 2 feet by 2 feet, popped inward on the tomb. The cleric's eyes went wide. "What is that?" he asked. "Apparently, a young thief used to use this as her, storage room." "Now I wonder how she managed that," Nathan mused, staring around the place. "I was under the impression there was but one entrance into this crypt." Nathan seemed to find something that interested him, so I crawled into the hole to look around. There was a surprising amount of crap stuffed inside. I started shoving everything into my bag of holding. Books. Lots and lots and lots of books. Old books. Books of wildly varying sizes. And then a small bag with a very wide mouth. I was just about to shove it into my unfillable knapsack when I stopped. Slowly, I unlaced the small bag and looked inside. It was the same eerie blankness that I saw when I looked in the unfillable knapsack. It was the bag of holding that she'd hidden the Library of the Magicians in, which made me stop and think, what the hell were all these other books? I decided it was probably a bad idea to store a bag of holding in a bag of holding. In all the games I'd ever played, that sort of tomfoolery would result in a massive implosion, sort of like making your own personal black hole. I didn't particularly want to go down that road, so I just tied it to my belt, and then continued removing everything that was inside the secret chamber. "Ah!" came a cry from Nathan. Surprised, I smacked my head on the tomb as I rushed out to standing, wincing as I brought my mace up, ready to fight. Nathan was standing at a wall, looking up. He pointed, then looked at me. "There is a hatch up there," he said. "Is your head all right?" "Fine," I said. "Seems as if your thief found a secret entrance into here and discovered a secret chamber on that sarcophagus. Very interesting. Perhaps you can arrange for her to tell us how she found all this?" "It's not super likely." Pity. We will have to block it off. Might want to mention that to her." "Don't worry, bub. She's heading out with me. Shouldn't be invading your space anymore." "Just as well, I suppose. Shall I walk you back?" I said goodnight to Nathan at the doors to the church, though he was really trying to convince me to stay and have more wine with him and his brethren. Maybe if the wine had been a little better, I'd have stayed. Instead, I walked out into the darkness, still wearing the chainmail. The mace and shield were in my bag. Getting out of the city was a bit of a pain in the ass, but being night, I just waited for a guard to nod off a bit, and then I slipped through the partially closed gate. I made it back to our camp just in time for breakfast. Chapter 34. Our group moved out just after first light. Most everyone who was able was walking, and the young and old rode in the wagons where we had room. Notably, the Patenti made room for anyone who wanted to come along with them, as well as made hot drinks for everyone. This was marginally balancing out the fact that none of the horses wanted to be near the creatures pulling the Patenti wagon, the Grovluks. No one left in the middle of the night, thankfully, and spirits were high. Like me, it seemed that everyone else wanted to get away from Osterstadt. I did catch Emmeline staring back for a spell, but I think that had more to do with unanswered questions about her father as opposed to genuine affection for the city. The deeper I dug into the city, the more disgusted I became with it. The culture it had developed was lopsided, unfair, and built on a particular type of cruelty. Also, there was a decent chance I had an arrest warrant out on me, and I really didn't feel like going through the prison again. We trundled along the road, going much slower than I'd expected, but it was fine. Moods were high, the sun was shining, and everything seemed hunky-dory. Then I looked up. I looked up into the north, where some of the mountains were. Their tops had always had snow on them, but now the snow spread quite a ways down. Summer was over, and that meant winter was coming. Given the environment I saw around me, the trees, the vegetation, and the animals I'd seen, this was a place that got cold in the winter, and we were going farther north and higher in elevation. I shuddered, hoping we wouldn't become the Glatten version of the Donner Party. While I tried to do a good job talking to everyone as we walked, of maintaining some level of socialization, building a community, that sort of thing, I felt like I failed. Partly, I wasn't having great reactions from people. No one really seemed like they wanted to talk to me or be near me. And so it became easier to just stop and think about things, and once that started happening, very quickly I was too in my own head about everything to notice much of what was going on around me any longer. I ran through all sorts of crap in my mind, just following the lead of everyone else in the wagons and walking. I mean, it was a rather basic road. Easy to walk, though not as good as the Royal Road we'd taken over to Sommiers or the Royal Road running from Osterstadt down towards the capital. I was trying to strategize this whole city-building thing. Voldrani was most definitely a game world, which meant there had to be some measure of gaming attached to the building. The city-building games I'd played back in the day had never really captured my imagination. I'd been more into RPG than RTS. I figured I'd have to tackle that aspect as soon as I knew what the rules of the new game were. In the meantime, I tried to pull together what basic elements a town might need. Food, shelter, security. Everything else could wait. Hell, I hadn't even seen the valley yet, which meant I had no idea what kind of resources I'd have available. Trees, likely. There was a river running out of the valley, so water probably wouldn't be too much of an issue. Potentially it could cover a certain amount of our food issues as well. There might be plenty of fish available. Certainly in the time I'd spent there, I'd caught a couple of fish with no problem. But with all the new mouths I was bringing, there might be issues relying on the river to supply all our food. We were about to stop for lunch when the Batenti said they'd be happy to do some cooking while we kept moving. So we had the Batenti version of burritos. They were tasty. Much like that, the ragtag crew took on some sort of order, one that somehow left me alone outside the chain of command, or socialization. Lee had taken over most of the logistical duties, figuring out food and making sure no one in the party, including our animals, were overexerted. Nikolai had most of the leadership stuff covered, assigning people to wagons, making sure there were guards posted at night and any time we stopped. Skeld and Ragnar stepped up to cover things like ranging and foraging, which was clearly inspired by the little kitsune girl, Amber, saying she wanted to be a ranger. Ragnar was about to let Skeld spend more time with her. Emmeline wandered about the whole group talking and making friends. More importantly, perhaps, she did the thing I should have done, which was to find connections between the disparate groups and help push everyone together. It was during the first night away from Osterstadt that I finally completed the quest for Emmeline, technically speaking. I gave the bag of books over to her, and she took them without comment. "You care about the other stuff in the tomb?" I asked. "No," she said. "You can keep it." And I felt like she'd dismissed me. I walked away and took up a spot a bit distant from the camp, and I sat there, watching. By the fourth night, the whole group was around the fire together, sharing food and drink, singing songs, and having a lovely time. An old dwarf had taken up a spot on the Batenti wagon porch next to Lanfranc, and the two geezers were yelling at the kids as if they'd been growing all together for all time. It made my heart swell. Even the Warmancer was brought into the fold, at least to a degree. The members of my herd would chat with him, and the other mages walked with him. It was really me who was the outcast. I saw the way people looked at me, and it wasn't always the same. Some fear, some mistrust, a modicum respect. And once Ragnar and Emmeline spun the story of the dungeon around the campfire, everything spiraled downhill quickly. Fear seemed to be in each and every look of all of my people. I suppose I'd be scared of someone whose kill count was in the 4 digits as well, if it wasn't me. When I took guard duty, I overheard more conversations than I wanted, and several of them were between families, asking if they'd made a mistake following me. And worse, I heard, more than once, parents telling children to stay away from me. And that hurt. More than I thought it would. Chapter 35. The initial trip from the dukedom of Cogsall to Osterstadt took about 4 days of running without stopping. Going back, it took quite a bit longer. Not just because the wagons went so much slower, but also because we had to stop at night, and we had to get our butts going in the morning. All told, it took about 2 weeks for us to get to the point where the river met the road. When we got there, to where the bridge sat, we found a man on a horse waiting for me, specifically me. A call came back for Duke Cogsall to come to the fore. I was mostly covered in mud, following a rather disastrous attempt at levity. Lee let one of the dwarven children drive, and I ended up having to push the wagon out of a rather impressive mud hole. I walked forward, watching everyone watching me. On the bridge stood a horse, and on the horse was a man in brilliant blue armor. A familiar man. "Lord Northwoods," I said as I walked towards him. "A pleasure to finally meet you." "Lord Cogsall," he said, more than a hint of sneer in his face. "Can I help you?" I asked. "I was hoping we might have a moment to chat, to hopefully resolve a misunderstanding. Perhaps we might speak in private." Northwood seemed amiable, polite, happy even. I got 0 sense of threat from him, and I doubted he'd be able to offer much of a threat to me in any case. So I smiled in return and then said, "If you'll give me a minute." He nodded at me, then turned his mount around and rode off to the other side of the bridge. I walked back into the group until I found Lee and Nikolai. "So," I said, "what do you think all this nonsense is?" Lee looked to Nikolai. Nikolai looked to Northwoods. "Guys?" I asked. "I feel he's about to pressure you to sign over your lands," Nikolai said. "Perhaps threaten you, or us." "I'm guessing that's a bad idea." "Of course." "So what's my move here? Punch him?" "Listen to what he says. Be polite but firm. He is your closest neighbor, but remember that you outrank him. Your title was bestowed upon your family by the Emperor, while his was bestowed upon him by a duke. He is a count. Make sure he remembers that." "Establish dominance." "Yes," Nikolai said, "but in the courtly way where you do not actually exert your dominance. You need to make sure that he knows you know the game you are playing, and the rules." "Great. Lee, advice?" "Don't lose our land." "Aces, on it." I wished for an extra minute or 10 to dunk myself in the water just to get rid of some of the mud, or an extra 20 minutes to get shiny armor on. Instead, I shook my long hair out, pulled 2 twigs and a leaf out of my beard, and marched my muddy ass over the bridge and then down a ways to where Northwoods had a small tent set up. Naturally, a plethora of armed and armored men and women were right there, though whether they were a guard against me or merely to intimidate me remained to be seen. Northwood sat at a small table, and there was a tiny camp chair for me. His chair was a camp chair as well, something small and foldable, but it looked to be a higher quality than the one saved for me. I scrunched myself up to be his size, and sat on the tiny chair.
"Wine?"
he asked, and a young man, I imagine was his valet, stepped forward with a small jug and 2 glasses. Sure," I said. Northwoods nodded, and the valet set the glasses on the table, then filled mine first, red and vibrant.
"I must begin by apologizing for that whole unpleasant matter with the jail in Osterstadt."
Unpleasant is a bit of an understatement, don't you think? "I am just so sorry that happened.
You must believe me when I say that was never my intention. Rather, my son was both overeager and woefully inappropriate. As soon as I found out what had happened, I rushed right to the jail and explained the situation, but they told me you had already been released on your own reconnaissance. So I hope everything wound up turning out well."
"You're saying it was all a misunderstanding?"
"Yes."
"A rather big misunderstanding."
"Nonetheless, I hope no permanent harm has come to befoul our relationship."
I didn't want to believe him, and yet I'd met his son, and the dude was a verifiable idiot who certainly seemed like the type to hold a huge grudge. It seemed like something an asshole who wanted to get back at me might pull off. "I suppose not," I said. "If your son would apologize, then perhaps—"
"My son has been sent south to the capital. I was so ashamed of his behavior I might have overreacted a little, forcing him to accept a position as a squire to the Duke of Ginsburg."
"Ah," I said, as if I knew who that was.
"I did come with a gift of sorts, an apology for what transpired."
"Oh?" Northwoods gestured to the guards, and one of them stepped forward to place a small chest on the table. It was about 8 inches long and 4 wide, something that seemed to be mostly for decoration. Northwoods pulled a key out from a pouch. Inside there were stuffed velvet pillows holding a small ring upright.
"A small piece of magic," Northwoods said, "to hopefully bridge the peace between us."
I looked at the ring, and I cast my little identify spell on it. Ring of Billowing. Item type, rare. Item class, jewelry. Material, aluminum. Armor, NA. Durability, 5,000 out of 5,000. Weight, 0.03 pounds. Requirements, NA. Description: incredibly light. This ring generates a magical wind around the wearer which causes hair and loose clothing to billow out behind.
"It may seem a bit foolish," Northwood said, "but there is something to be said for maintaining an impressive appearance as a noble. Your followers need to be able to look up to you."
I looked down at my mud-covered self, then over at his gleaming blue armor. Maybe he had a point. "Very generous of you," I said. "Thank you." He bowed his head ever so slightly and raised his goblet. Then he drank some wine. I reached out and took the cup. I didn't take a drink, not because I didn't trust him, but because I didn't trust myself. I needed to be on my game, and I had little experience with booze in Voldrani.
"Now I fear I must bring up a rather unpleasant problem," Northwood said. "It seems, to me at least, that we lack clarity on our boundaries. Some of my, shall we call them, advisors, they seem to think that this river is on my lands, but you are preparing to cross it as if it is yours."
I whipped out the little map and spread it out on the table. It took me a quick minute to get to right where we were looking, and, sure enough, my holding included the entirety of the river, right until it reached the large river that ran into Osterstadt, and it showed the bridge was most definitely on my land. "Looks like it's my river," I said. He tilted his head at me, a little surprised, and then he smiled at me.
"I stand corrected. This river is yours. Please take the bridge I have built as a small token of our friendship."
"Thank you again. A few more gifts like these, and I'll really find myself indebted to you." He took a breath, seeming to need a moment to screw up some courage to speak on an unpleasant topic.
"We, as an empire, are, unfortunately, moving into a time period of great volatility. I fear you may lack the means to navigate things effectively for those people who are depending on you. Right now, you maintain a certain leverage, an ability to make a deal which is beneficial for— I get how leverage works. Of course you do. Apologies. You are a mystery to so many. No one really knows of where you came nor what level of education you might have, and I do hope to avoid any further misunderstandings. In that regard, I want to apologize ahead of time if I assume too much. But from what I know, you are a man of action, a warrior of quite some skill, and with no shortage of courage. I have heard you are prone to adventures. I fear you will find the management of a holding quite unpleasant. It is because of that, then, that I offer you an opportunity. I will purchase your dukedom from you. I know I am often labeled an idiot. I was new to the land after all. But this guy was playing a game as old as time. I didn't have to be that wise to see through things, but it seemed prudent to play the fool a while longer. I can just sell the title? I asked. It will require a little touch from the bureaucrats, but that is something I have under complete control. And you will give me what? I will give you more gold than you can imagine. I am one of the richest men in the Empire. The gold in my coffers rivals even that of the imperial family. I will also purchase for you the greatest ship ever to set sail from Glatton, and you will be able to see the world, have adventures that will be written in the annals of history. That is quite tempting. Or you can suffer here in the wilderness trying to survive through a winter you are, as I can see at the moment, ill-prepared for. It is a good deal. Once Valamir is crowned, he will strip you of your titles and your lands, and he will give them to me. And, likely, he will march an army through and raise whatever structures you have built. While he spoke, I tried my best to rein my rage in, but listening to him speak, it was really hard. He was threatening me and the people who looked to me for their safety. That took a rather dark turn there, I said, gripping the goblet hard enough it shattered in my hand. He blinked at me a few times. Yes, well, he started. He needed a little glimpse of what I was actually capable of. Otherwise, he would just start to walk all over me. I got up and flipped the table over. It's one thing for you to threaten me, but it is quite another to say that you will destroy the home of these people. I pointed back across the bridge to my group, who have trusted me to give them a new life. You think you can come into my lands, my home, and threaten to destroy everything we build? You think I'm that much of a pushover? I ripped the chair apart and tossed the remnants to the side. Northwoods' eyes went wide. He kicked back, trying to put some room between us. One of his guards was a little over-eager and pulled a sword out, swinging it at my head. I brought up my hand and caught the blade. It cut deeply into my hand, but I sneered in the guard's face and ripped the sword from him. I threw the sword back away from the other guards and felt pretty good when I heard the splash as it landed in the river. "Wait!" Northwoods yelled, his face pale and fear clearly showing in his eyes. "Just wait. I fear there has been a terrible misunderstanding. One of your men has spilled my blood," I said. "Give me one good reason I shouldn't kill you right fucking now." "I am merely trying to explain to you the danger Valamir poses," Northwoods yells. "I am trying to help you out here, Duke Cogshull. Valamir is a proud and vengeful man. He does not like you and will never like you because of your connection to his brother. I am trying to tell you that if you are not fully prepared, Valamir will rip your title from you and tear down whatever you build, not me. I would not do that."
I stood there, looking down at the man, watching him breathe quickly, his eyes flitting between me and his guards. Blood dripped onto the carpet below.
"Please," he said. "Another chair for the Duke."
The valet, with no visible weapons, came forward trembling a little and set a new chair down. He looked absolutely terrified. So I bent down and picked up the table, setting it down between the two chairs. Slowly, very slowly, Northwood sat down again. "Sorry," I said, wondering perhaps if I'd overreacted. Maybe I'd been reading this guy all wrong. Maybe. But whatever the case may have been, I'd lost my temper. I'd exerted dominance, and maybe showed that I wasn't playing the game of courts. I hadn't followed Nikolai's instructions, and I wondered if that was good or bad. I sat down.
"You are passionate about your people,"
Northwood said, a modicum of color returning to his face.
"It is a trait to be admired. I apologize for the lack of clarity on my part."
"So my option is to what? Fight Valimir?" I said. "Go up against the presumed Emperor?"
"That is one potential future you may face, should you continue down this path. There are other paths you might take."
"Give everything up and do whatever on my own?"
"Yes, another path. I understand that might not be the direction you wish things to proceed, much as I would not want to give up that which I have worked for my whole life."
"I don't know, Lord Northwoods. I don't think I can just give away—"
"It would not be given away. You would be well compensated, and your people would receive fair jobs within my holdings. I do not mean to pressure you. I just know that you are new to these dealings, and I offer you an opportunity to exit gracefully."
"I'm not sure I can take you up on that," I said. "But I do appreciate the offer." I didn't. It felt like he was trying to play me. But at the same time, perhaps he was tilting his hand a little in my direction, letting me see some of his plans. Now, whether those plans were actual plans or just another means of sending me off the deep end, who knew? Northwood seemed to accept what I was saying, nodding, thinking.
"You have little experience in governance, correct?" he asked.
"Sadly true."
"Then perhaps I still might be of service to you."
"Sounds intriguing. What's your plan?"
"Given my son's recent breach of protocol and clear lack of understanding when it comes to politicking, I find it hard to expect him to inherit my holdings. Rather, I believe that duty will fall to my daughter. She knows my style of governance, having assisted me since the passing of her mother."
"Oh, I'm sorry for your loss."
"I thank you, but it was an age ago. My daughter is quite skilled, but, I fear, rather sheltered, having never ventured from my court. You, sir, though perhaps a little rough around the edges, are a man of honor. If you accept my humble proposal, allow my daughter to come live and work alongside you as an advisor, thus that she may gain experience far greater than I can offer her."
I leaned back in the chair, realizing a second too late that it'd give under my weight, but the little camp chair fought resolutely, and it didn't fall ass over tea kettle. Small miracles. "Okay," I said. "Sure." Northwood smiled, then gestured to his guards. One of them ran off.
"I will be sending along her lady-in-waiting as well," he said. "You understand?"
"Of course. As chaperone."
"Exactly. Now," he said, getting to his feet, "I feel as if we are on the way to a beautiful friendship. Now, excuse my men as we vacate your lands."
I stood up. We shook hands, and I walked back towards my group, who were all rather anxiously standing on or near the bridge.
"Don't worry,"
I said. I didn't give anything away. I got a weak thumbs up from Lee. Chapter 36. Now that we arrived, our first order of business was to get all the people up to the cliff face, the spot where the river cut through the cliff, which would be where we'd build a base camp until such time as we could figure out a way to cut through the mountains. Which was going to be a giant pain in the ass. There was something along the lines of a road near the river, again thanks to Northwoods, and because of that road it only took 2 days for us to get up and in position next to the spot where I'd gone fishing. The river was flowing harder now, either thanks to melting snow or heavy rains, I guessed. I hadn't seen much of the weather lately, what with the whole being in a dungeon thing, so it could have been raining the whole time for all I knew. Standing there, the enormity of our task really started to get to me. There was a cliff face, pretty close to sheer, going skyward a long, long way. The mountains above the cliff continued way up high and seemed to stretch on forever to the west and the east. There was a bit of a curve where the mountains doglegged to the southwest, angling down towards Osterstadt. The river cut through the mountain rock almost perfectly, but there was no bank to walk along, nothing. And because it was all neatly done by water, handholds or crags were non-existent. When Cleve and Nikolai had climbed through the canyon, they'd done so with help from Nikolai's magic. Now, though, that wasn't really an option. I hadn't seen the other side of the canyon, just heard from Nikolai that it was a forested paradise. While I stood there and stared at the problem in front of me, I slowly noticed that others had joined me there. Nikolai, Lee, Natalie, Emmeline, Ragnar, Skeld, and Warmancer stood around me in a loose semicircle, staring at me. "What?" I asked. "You stink," Ragnar said. "Is this an intervention?" Skeld held out a small block of something white, off-white, that smelled flowery. "Is that soap?" I asked. "You smell like something the worst layers of hell dreamt up to torment us," Nikolai said. "Come on, I'm not that bad." "You are," Lee said. The 7 of them, working remarkably well together, grabbed me and pulled me to the river. I didn't fight much, figuring perhaps they were right. They shoved me in above what looked like a deep hole, and I plunged into the deep blue water with a bit of a yell, just for effect. Coming back up, though, my scream was legit because the water was freaking icy. The water was calmer in the deep hole, and I spun in a lazy circle. "Take your clothes off," Emmeline yelled with a wry smile. Natalie blushed ever so much, but smiled, as did Warmancer. "You know this water is fucking frigid, right?" I shouted back as I tossed my pants onto the riverbank. Nobody touched them. Or my shirt. Or my boots. Everything was in a nice pile there, being disgusting. Skeld chucked the soap at me, the ivory brick tumbling straight towards my face. I grabbed it from the air and started lathering up. "Burn the clothes," Nikolai shouted. "Hey," I shouted back, eyes closed and unable to see anything. "Not the pants, they were a gift." I could hear Nikolai's harumph, so I hoped that was his agreement. "While you cannot run away," Nikolai said, "I believe it is finally time to start your governance over this dukedom." I stood up on a rock so I could lather up my torso, then turned to face Nikolai and saw that everyone had taken a seat. So is this the council?" I asked. "Is it?" Nikolai asked. "Are you having a council?" "I have no idea. I've never done this." Nikolai let a long breath out, the sigh perfectly detailing how disappointed he was with me. "I think so," I said. "Probably a good idea to have a council, and, technically we have one more person to add here." "Who?" "I did mention Northwoods' daughter is coming to work with us, right?" "Somehow it appears that little detail slipped your memory," Nikolai said. Well, yeah, she's going to learn how to build a settlement and spy on us." "I mean, probably. But we already know she's going to do that, so we can make that work for us." You have an impressive amount of confidence in your counter-espionage capabilities, Nikolai said, deadpan. The group looked at each other and then at me. I gave a little wave. You missed some gore behind your ears, Ragnar said. I frowned at the Lutra, but he was right. We have a shorter timeline than I'd hoped for here, Nikolai said. Not any fault of your own, for once. It just seems to be the weather we are fated to have. Thus, the world dictates shelter is our first order of business. Shelter, I said. That's key. But your plan was to be in the valley, right? Yes. Right, so how do we get this group through the canyon? Cleve said he had an idea, but he never shared it with me. My feeling is that he probably thought we would have time to come up with something. We have a geomancer. Anyone know what she can do? I'm looking at you, Warmancer. Warmancer frowned, and I realized that he looked remarkably better even though he'd only been out of chains for a short time. His hair was growing back on his arms and his legs. His skin had lost the clammy pallor to it, and perhaps it was just me being egotistic, but it looked like he was growing a beard. I do not intend for you to only call me Warmancer, Warmancer said. Just that it would be my title. You want us to call you by your name? I asked. Please. As to the geomancer, I know little of her powers. Should I go get her? Yeah, I think this is important. Make sure she's, sober-ish. And thanks, Taryn. He smiled at me as he got to his feet and then walked off. I feel our best course of action is building a walkway over the river into the village, Nikolai said. What about a ladder up the cliff face? Emmeline asked. The only real answer is a tunnel, I said. The valley lies at least a mile through here. So? I asked. There's no way we'll be able to construct a walkway over a river a mile long that can support wagons and the beasts that pull them in any reasonable time frame. By the time we get into the valley, it'll be time to run back to Osterstadt to avoid the winter. You think we can dig a tunnel in less time? I'm hoping the geomancer is going to make a dent in that. Regardless, for the time being, this is how I'm proposing we do things. Nikolai held his hands up, looking at me to be quiet. Then he turned to everyone else gathered there. If the rest of the advisors would leave us for a moment, Nikolai said. I think the Duke and I need to have a chat. Also, he needs to put some clothes on. We will resume at the cliff. The group dispersed, most everyone heading toward the fire and food. I dove into the water to rinse off one more time, then got out on the bank near Nikolai. I got clean, dry clothes out of the bag of holding and started pulling them on. What's that all about? I asked. You are the Duke of these lands, Nikolai said quietly. You need to act like it. Whether you feel like you should be or you want to be or what your old world might have had in place, here, you need to be strong, powerful, and dependable. Okay, not okay, Nikolai said. Stop saying that. You need to... Dude, these people are terrified of me. Should they be otherwise? To many of them, you are a nightmare creation. You truck with monsters, having been given a boon by their god. You have killed more creatures than almost anyone they know outside of legends. You move wagons easier than their pack animals. You smell like death and seem unconcerned that you are covered in the gore from 100 different opponents. You look like a nightmare who has come out of the wilds. You rarely sleep and you spend all night drawing strange things in the dirt. What do you expect? When you put it that way, I did put it that way. What do you expect from these people? They need to see you as a duke that they understand. To see you in full armor, shining in the sun, defending them from monsters. There is also the issue that some vile creature has been following us since Osterstadt, and everyone in camp wonders if you have some connection to it. Vile creature? The fox girl, Kitsune? Yes. She has found tracks around the campsite in the mornings, something large prowling around. I fear it may be a creature waiting for you to be gone, and then it will strike. Nah, pretty sure that's just Fritz. Who is Fritz? Oh. I had forgotten to tell Nikolai about Fritz. Maybe, in my vague defense, I'd been thinking that either Skeld or Ragnar would have told him, or that Nikolai would have seen Fritz at some point. Fritz is, it's a little hard to describe. Please tell the little gerbils powering your brain to run a little faster for a few minutes so you can figure out how to explain this to me. Fritz is my companion. Typhon provided him for me. The god of monsters. Yeah, he may be, I mean, it's part of the boon. And Fritz is this monster. Yes. What kind of monster? Manticore? A manticore. Oh, is that all? Basically. A monster known for eating humans and humanoids, just hanging around a camp where people have brought their children, and you know there are babies here, correct? Yeah, but Fritz knows the rules. He knows that this is his family and that he's a monster. Fritz is my companion, just like you. I was not provided by the god of monsters. Well, to be fair, you might not like Typhon, but he did save you in the dungeon. And we got those cool powers from the Indicium. What powers? The one for completing the dungeon. You got the full Indicium from the Dungeon of the Ancients? Yes, you didn't? No, I did not. No one did. Oh. Well, okay, so Typhon wasn't generous with the rest of you guys, but yeah, he gave me the full Indicium. Congratulations. Salty? Nikolai just glared at me. Sorry, I said. Fritz. Whatever his name is. He will make things more difficult for you. He will not make these people fear you any less. You need these people to like you because they are going to be the ones who will build this holding and allow you to fulfill the promises you made to Cleve. I'm really starting to regret this gig. That makes two of us. But we are stuck with each other, and there are plenty of those out there who are depending on us to make Cleve's dream a reality. So stop fucking up. Okay, how about you start fucking mentoring me and stop yelling at me all the damn time? Can't be good for people to see their leader screamed at constantly by someone who is supposedly his advisor. That got him to at least stop glaring at me and look out over the river. For a moment, it was nice standing there, listening to the running water, feel the warm sun across my back. I have endeavored to refrain from chastising you quite so vocally, Nikolai said. Perhaps I need to be better about it. I get it, I said. I'm a bit of an idiot here. Hell, that's an improvement over back home. There I was a lot of idiot. Yeah, I don't get the world here. I don't know it. I don't know the people or the politics, the customs or the culture. I've never led people or had anyone put their trust in me. I've never had to deal with things like gods and monsters. It's all new for me. Fuck, man, I need to remind myself that I should be the good guy here and not just murder everyone who pisses me off. Especially because now I can. We all admire your restraint containing your murderous self, Nikolai said, a hint of a smile. And, hearing you say those things, admitting where you have issues, that is a good start. I am here to help you with those things, but you must let me. I'll try. He tapped his chin as he thought, once again looking out over the water. We need a means of communicating without others being quite as aware. If I call you my lord, you are doing fine. If I call you Duke, that means you are doing something improperly, or we need to talk about it. If I say Highness, it is time to stop everything and talk immediately. I like it. Highness means I fucked up. I guess I should remember that one first. Yes, my lord, Nikolai said with a smile and a little bow. But if it's just the hearth, no titles. As you wish, Duke Cogshall. Oh, fuck you, I said, stifling a laugh. As His Highness wishes. Chapter 37. By the time everyone had gathered again, the sun was behind the mountains, and the area was bathed in a glorious sort of twilight. A song drifted over to us from the group fire, a low voice singing about a homeland far away. The geomancer, Essie, was sober for once, though still dressed a little more lasciviously than I would expect in the wilderness. Her boobs were pretty much hanging out, to the point where I felt uncomfortable looking at her. "Can you, I started, stammering just a bit. "Is there, Duke Cogshall wants a tunnel," Nikolai said. "Here?" Essie asked, pointing at the cliff. "Yeah," I said. "There's a valley on the other side of this, mountain range." Essie raised an eyebrow and then walked up to the wall and laid her hand on it. "You know how far?" she asked. Nikolai gauged it about a mile. "Which one of you is Nikolai?" I pointed him out. She looked him up and down, and then frowned. "How did you get there?" she asked. "I cannot imagine you made it up the river." "There was a small incident in Osterstadt which has left me feeling a little under the weather," he replied, frowning back at her. "I assure you, I climbed along the wall until we got to the other side, and it was about a mile." "How far up?" "Up? Elevation." "That I cannot adequately tell you." "Can you tell me what kind of rock is between here and wherever you want the tunnel to wind up?" "No," Nikolai said. "Judging from what's here," Lee piped up, "I imagine you're going to see mostly granite and perhaps other sedimentary layers, but nothing too soft. The soft material would be where the river is, or rather what the river cut out from the cliff." "Does it matter?" I asked. "I don't mean to be rude, or I just don't know much about, geomancy." "Of course it matters," Essie said. "The harder the material, the more energy it takes to move it or work with it. I have to move the stone out of the way, and that takes more energy. If this were something soft and easy—" "Pumice," Lee offered up. "Sure, pumice. Then we could have a mile-long tunnel ready to go in like a day or two. But granite? That takes time. Plus we have no idea what we might find in there. Could be something I cannot work with. Could be caves and the things that live in caves." I thought about one of the powers I'd gotten from the dungeon. Detect minerals and metals. I had to hold something in my hand, the thing I was trying to detect. Now, since I was trying to detect granite, see if that was what we'd encounter, I just put my hand against the cliff face, and then I closed my eyes and activated the ability. Despite my eyes being closed, I could see the granite around me in a 500-yard radius, the borders of each piece glowing in a soft red. Ahead, about 30 yards, something cut across, big, dark. Maybe a vein of some kind, but whatever it might be, it wasn't granite. Otherwise, granite as far as I could see. "It's almost all granite," I said. "At least out to 500 yards. "You cast spells, too?" Essie asked, hand on her hip and one perfect eyebrow arched over. "I have a few tricks up my sleeve." "Interesting," she replied. "I could not imagine much hiding up your sleeves given how your arms fit in them." I was still wearing clothes I'd purchased all the way back in Arenberg, and considering that I'd put on a few pounds of muscle and magically grown a few inches, none of my clothing fit very well. The current shirt was popping a few seams here and there, and probably wouldn't last a single fight. "They are small tricks," I replied. "Oh, now, I doubt anything about you is small." "Duke Cogshall," came Nikolai's voice, a little louder than I think he intended. "We must needs focus on the tunnel." "I can start the tunnel here," Essie said, tapping on the rock wall in front of her. "But you tell me the ground is on a different level on the other side?" "Yeah, is that a problem?" I asked. "Not necessarily a problem," she replied, back to looking at the stone. "But it requires more guessing on my part than I would prefer. If I get the angle wrong, I could wind up making the tunnel entrance well off the ground, or miss ground level entirely, and will be stuck tunneling in perpetuity." "Can you make a mark of some kind here and then, I don't know, do what it is you do from the other side?" "Yes. I can mark the entrance here and dig from the other side. How big do you want the tunnel? Essie asked. The ideal is so 2 wagons can pass, I said. She focused on the cliff, then put her hands up. I saw a little bit of a glow around her fingers, and a line appeared on the wall. A curve about an inch deep marking the outlines of a tunnel, as if she had carved it into the rock face herself. Lee watched, mouth open. As soon as the marking was done, he walked up to it and did a few rough measurements using his arms and his footsteps. Taller, he said, and you need to keep the curve more regular. This tunnel will have a lot of weight coming down on it. I will strengthen the stone as I go, Elf, Essie snapped. I know my business. Hey now, I said, putting my hands up. He was just trying to offer some guidance. Guidance I have no need for. He's in charge of logistics. So you'll be taking a fair number of your orders from him. Might as well be on his good side. Essie stuck on her tongue at me. I am on Lee's good side, she said. Lee shrugged. We have a working relationship of sorts, and I don't mind that she calls me Elf. She's just a stinky human. She can't possibly know any better. Apologies, I said to both of them. Just don't want to breed the racism we left. Noted, Nikolai said. All here are believers in equality among the races. Except gnomes, Ragnar said. Gnomes drool. Both Lutra laughed, but I missed the joke. While Essie and Lee worked out the tunnel dimensions, I looked over the rest of the group gathered there. Ragnar, Skeld, I said. I want you two to be in charge of ranging, hunting, fishing, and foraging. Seems a lot, Ragnar said. Happy to do it, my lord, Skeld said with a not-so-subtle spear butt smack to Ragnar's ankle. Thank you, I said, giving Skeld a slight bow. Lee is taking logistics, roads, tunnels, bridges. Nikolai, you're my number 2. When I'm not around, you are. Of course, Nikolai said. My lord. Natalie, I continued. You're in charge of security. Set up the watch schedules, make sure everyone knows what to do in case of an attack, and make sure we get some sort of secure area set up for the kids. She nodded. Emmeline held up her hand. Do I get a position? Morale, I said. I need you to make sure people are happy. She shrugged. I suppose that is something I can do? I believe in you, I said. And that leaves Taryn. Oh, I have a job, Taryn said. Yeah? I suppose you could appoint me differently, but if you have smarts, my lord, you will put me as second in command of security. That's a gig you need to get from Natalie. She's in charge of that. Natalie looked deeply unhappy at having to work so closely with a user of magic. She glanced at me, and I nodded. So she nodded. All right, she said softly. But no magic unless absolutely necessary. Taryn smiled, then raised a quick finger and shot off a tiny little firework thing that popped into 100 little sparkles about 10 feet up in the air. Natalie's face was pure murder. Necessary, Taryn said. For morale. Taryn gave Natalie a big smile and then practically flounced away, whistling a little ditty. Chapter 38. Night came about, as it usually does, sometime after day and before morning. It was dark, as per the norm, and full of monsters. At least it sounded that way. I knew there was at least one monster in the darkness. Fritz was out there somewhere. I was sitting with my back against a tree just a little outside the main grouping of wagons. We'd circled them, had a fire mostly down to coals in the middle, and there were sleeping forms all about. The workers, or those who weren't in the council, had spent their time in the afternoon unloading the wagons and getting our setup into more of a livable state. Some of the group had set up their sleeping rolls inside the wagons, especially the dwarven families. But as the evening turned to night, most everyone shifted their sleeping spots to outside so they could see the stars and enjoy the fire longer into the night. As per the norm, I'd taken my leave of the group to be on my own. I'd been thinking about what Nikolai said, and it wasn't any different than what I'd been thinking. I had to get the people who were following me to like me. Hell, best case scenario would be getting them to love me, but I felt like a fraud. I didn't believe I was a person who deserved to be liked or loved. In trying to figure out why I felt that way, I'd come to an odd and disconcerting fact. It was because of who I was in my past life. My actions in this new life as Montana Cogshull were mostly good. I hadn't killed anyone who didn't deserve it, or at least hadn't been trying to kill me at the time. I'd saved quite a few people. Certainly the girls in the tower had been in a perilous position, right about to be raped or whatever else by the bandits. I'd rescued the Lutra from slavery, rescued Emmeline from prison, and saved Mouse and his family from squalor. On the whole, my actions could arguably paint me a hero. And yet, my previous life, the time as Nils, was infecting the one I had now. Had any of my actions been done out of true goodness? Or was I just overcompensating for Nils and pretending I actually knew good from bad? I could sense Fritz's feet padding across the ground, even though he made no noise whatsoever. That was the eerie thing about tremor sense. Unlike my other abilities, somehow it had just slotted into my being like it had always been there. I didn't need to focus on it to see what was happening. It was just there. If I did focus on it, I could get a better idea where things were, of what was happening in the world around me. Like now, I could tell there were 17 worms of various sizes underneath me in the soil, and something burrowing, digging with claws towards the... And now there were 15 worms beneath me, and one creature happily munching dinner. Oh, and a monster about to pounce on me. "I know you're there," I said. The movement stopped.
"Sneaking,"
came the gruff reply. "Not sneaky enough, I guess," I said with a smile. The massive manticore took a seat next to me, looking over the camp. He smelled. Not bad, just a woodsy aroma, almost like pencil shavings. It was pleasant in its way, but this close it was a little overpowering.
"You bathe,"
he said. "I was malodorous," I replied.
"Yes, was stinky."
I shook my head to stifle a laugh. There was something delightfully ridiculous about a monster thinking I was smelly. "You up for meeting some of these people tomorrow?"
"Eating?"
I looked at him, frowning. He looked at me, something along the lines of a smile on his freakish leonine face.
"Joke,"
he said.
"Family. Eat no family."
"Right. I'm going to need you to ferry some of us over to the other side of this mountain, through the canyon." Fritz nodded.
"Carry."
"Thanks," I said. He settled down, laying so that his massive head was across his giant paws, looking at the group in front of us.
"Family,"
he said, his voice low, gruff. "Yup."
"What is?"
"What's family?"
"Yes."
I stammered, trying to come up with an answer to a question I wasn't sure I truly understood, not in a way that would be satisfying to Fritz, or perhaps any monster. Mainly because this wasn't a biological family, and to be fair, it wasn't a family of friends either. This was a group of people coming together to do something, mostly pulled by money, slightly pulled by friendship. But family was a bit of a stretch. It's when a group decides they're together no matter what.
"Tribe?"
Closer than a tribe. It means that, well, no one is ever left behind or forgotten, that we are bound together to help each other even when maybe we don't want to.
"Family. Odd."
Yeah, maybe. But it's also a key element to, life. At least for us. He snorted but continued to look out over the camp.
Fritz family?
You know it, I said. He raised his head up and looked over at me. You are to me, big guy, I said, meeting his gaze. You are to me. Chapter 39. Fritz went to sleep at some point. I'm not exactly sure when. He'd spent a good deal of time just looking out over the camp, thinking. We were still at the tree, sitting above the camp on a slight hill between the camp and the cliff. The wagons had been arranged neatly, wheels chalked to keep them in place. There was a kitchen of sorts set up near one of the fires, and a second fire that was just for socializing. Logs and rocks had been pulled over to make seats. It was a real camp. It had a quaintness to it. The manticore snored softly next to me, and I thought for a moment about petting his big mane, something I quickly decided was a bad idea. He was huge, and there were some serious spikes hidden within the fur, spikes that seemed primed to deliver venom. I seem to remember reading somewhere that manticores were poisonous, and I figured it had to be in their spikes. Could be teeth. Whatever twisted god built the manticore, looking at you, Typhon, they were definitely focused on creating something truly brutal. I'm not exactly sure what I thought would happen when people started to wake, but at no point was I expecting the screaming. I should have, seeing as most people considered meeting manticores a bad thing because, manticores were known to eat people. I mean, hell, the name manticore means man-eater. So rather obvious in retrospect. But at the time, I figured Fritz would look like a big old fluff ball to everyone. A fluff ball of death. The screams came fast and loud as one of the children in the group caught sight of Fritz. Whomever it was dove back into their sleeping wagon with such a rush of speed that I couldn't pick them out. Fritz was awake and looking around, almost as if he was trying to figure out what everyone else was busy screaming about. To be fair, I kinda was too. There was a sharp twang, and I heard the whistle of an arrow through the air. In that fraction of a second, I understood that someone was probably screaming at Fritz, and someone else was probably shooting at Fritz. I dove in front of the monster, and I was rewarded by my efforts with an arrow through my chest. I shouted a host of obscenities, and promptly got shot a second time. "Stop shooting!" I shouted. One more arrow went by, way overhead, and I finally saw that one of the dwarves had been firing at me, or Fritz, probably Fritz, and his last shot had gone wide after Ragnar snatched the bow from the guy. I grumbled and looked down at the camp, seeing that everyone was quite awake, and glaring at me with a hearty mix of fear and disgust. Behind me, I heard Fritz moving, so I turned to give him a look. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded once, then sniffed at my bleeding torso.
"You bleed,"
he said through a growl. "I do."
"Bleed for me."
"Yeah, well," I winced while trying to pull an arrow out. "Better for me to deal with this than you." The arrow wasn't being super cooperative in that it wasn't coming out. I was super irritated. "Are these barbed arrows?" I shouted at the dwarf. He sheepishly looked at his arrows, then nodded at me. I gave the man a wicked smile. "Awesome," I said. Then I pushed the first one all the way through, before reaching over my back to pull it the rest of the way out. It hurt. A lot. But there's a surprising amount of pain you can withstand when you know that the pain is going to go away in a minute. The second one was pretty bad, so I had to walk down and get Ragnar to deal with it. He got a little too much joy out of it. I looked over the gathered group and noticed they were all staring at Fritz. Fritz, in return, seemed to care less about them, and instead was alternating between looking languidly at the sky and looking over at me. He had, in fact, dropped down again, so it looked like he was just lounging around. "That's Fritz," I said. "Fritz, this is the rest of our little family here, okay?" Fritz nodded his head, then laid it back across his giant paws. Fritz is one of us, I continued. He is a friend.
He is a monster, the dwarf who shot me said.
Who here hasn't been called a monster at some point? I asked. All the hands went up, with the notable exception of Emmeline, Taryn the Warmancer, and Essie the Geomancer. Okay, so mostly everyone. Sure, he's a monster, but maybe let's all look beyond that and see who he is on the inside, I said, sweeping my arm back to gesture to what I thought would be a serenely sleeping beast. Fritz chose that moment to open his great maw wide and show off the seemingly endless rows of teeth. Well, that's one inside view, Ragnar quipped. You know what? Forget it. He's part of the group. Deal with it. Or if you don't want to, Osterstadt is that way, I said, pointing. Ragnar pointed in the opposite direction. Actually, it's that way. Fuck all y'all. Chapter 40. There was plenty of grumbling about Fritz from, well, everyone. But the Manticore's continued chill behavior and the addition of hot food to everyone's stomachs seemed to diffuse the situation. It wasn't long before the children of the group let their curiosity supersede their fear, and they approached the great big beast. Fritz seemed to enjoy the kids, letting them get close before opening a single eye and staring at them as they approached. I stood nearby, just in case. I didn't expect Fritz to do something stupid, but it'd be a complete deal-breaker if one of the children got injured after I went through the whole speech about him being part of the family. After a few minutes, a game of sorts had formed between him and the children, sending the kids into fits of laughter. A little girl ran up to the Manticore and gave him a big hug, and everyone sort of melted, even Fritz. Nikolai, as normal, remained his glum self, coming over to me with nary a smile on his face. Good morning, Your Grace, he said. I see you have decided to introduce your friend to us, finally. I have. Perhaps you might have your other Hearth members watch over Fritz while you and I chat about strategy. Sure, I said, and I pointed to Ragnar and Skeld, then at Fritz. They seemed to pick up on the cue when Nikolai and I walked off towards the cliff face. Lee was already there, looking at the carving of the tunnel. He had a notebook in his hands, doing a little sketching and the like. Nikolai looked over at the man, but after a heartbeat, decided it was a good enough spot for a talk. What is your plan for the day? Nikolai asked. I can't say you're going to be particularly fond of it. He sighed at me. Please ask me if I am surprised. I'd rather not. Then proceed, Your Highness. I nodded at him with a smile, catching the reference. I'm concerned about a few things, just a few. More than a few, okay? Just trying to downplay things ever so much because this is a whole lot of stress I wasn't really prepared for. Continue. We need to get to the other side of the mountain, right? Yes. You're the only person here who's been on the other side. Is it safer than here? Unknown. Certainly keeps us safer from any Empire-based problem. Or Osterstadt? Likely, yes. But other than that? I cannot say. Okay, but would you rather have our camp here or there? There. Great. So let's use Fritz to get everyone on the other side. The Manticore? You would like to use the Manticore to haul all these people and animals and things? I mean, I think we can pretty much put everything in the bag of holding. We'll have to break down the wagons and reassemble them on the other side, but you cannot be serious. Why not? That monster cannot be trusted. Sure he can. You think he will be able to control himself while he carries young children? You think I do. He's a thinking creature who has been given to me as a companion by the god of monsters. If I tell him that these people are our family and not to hurt them, he will obey me. If he eats anyone, I hope he starts with you. No response, just a dead look. It will be disastrous. I know that, okay? And you are willing to take this risk? I have. And I am. He's flown me around. That got me a long, slow-burning look from Nikolai. I tried to withstand it without shrinking back at all. Despite Nikolai having lost levels and stats and most everything, he was still a viable badass, and I didn't want to make him angry. Or angrier, I suppose. I think it is better for us to start building, Nikolai said. Being on the other side of the mountains will do good things for us, while remaining here will waste our time and resources. Then I'll get Fritz moving. Chapter 41. The Great Ferry Project started simply, with complaining. No one wanted to fly into the valley on Fritz. To be fair, Fritz wasn't exactly keen on the idea either. But after some clever wordplay on my part, as well as some shouting, and Nikolai threatening to push all the food in the river, we got around to the idea that a small group would go into the valley for a quick exploration, while the larger group broke everything down until it would fit into the bag of holding, which made everyone in the camp somewhat suspect. But then Nikolai again threatened to push everything into the river, starting with the ale. I went first, being the leader and all. Fritz grabbed me, pulled me close to his chest, and leapt into the air. A few beats of his huge wings, and we were up. Again, it was amazing, glorious, flying. I began to wonder if flying on my own would ever be an option of some kind. Was there a flying spell? Were there flying carpets? It was a world of magic. There could very well be a way. Fritz shot down the canyon, his wingtips mere feet from the walls, angling this way and that, like we were in a glorious little video game. I remembered that we were, and it made me smile. I was having a tremendous time, and I might have hooted and hollered just a little. Finally, we took a turn. I saw a bit of a waterfall, and everything beyond opened up. We came out of the canyon into a whole new world. Note, in this instance, I'm Aladdin and Fritz is the carpet. There's no Jasmine. Fritz flew up high, and I got a great look at the area. Once we got some height, he started going around. This was definitely the best way to explore the little valley. Below on the southern edge, directly around the area where the river cut into the mountains, was heavily forested. To the east, more trees and more mountains, but with a markedly harsher edge than everywhere else. It seemed as if it was less flat and more rocky, with a more gradual transition from valley into mountain. To the north, I saw a large, sparkling lake. I could just make it out above the trees. Beyond that, gentle rolling hills of mostly grass. In the distance, reasonably far, more mountains stretching into the sky. Not quite as high as the ones to the south, east, or west of us, but nonetheless, each way I looked eventually ended in mountains. It was unclear how far away the mountains were, but it looked pretty sizable. "North!" I shouted. "Take us north!" The manticore dutifully banked and headed north. The lake was huge, stretching out like a big old bean. A river came out of the lake through something that looked tiny from where we were, a small sluice, maybe. The other side, more northeast, had a big river draining into it. However, there were a ton of smaller rivers emptying into the basin. I had a feeling that water wasn't going to be much of a problem in the dukedom of Cogshall. The hills on the other side of the lake were quaint, gentle, lots of high grass waving in the wind. There were definitely creatures down below, but we were high enough up that I could only tell that things were moving about. There were no arrows coming up at us, and I saw nothing around to indicate anyone was living in the valley. Certainly nothing sentient. Which, was nice. What I was hoping for, considering I had little desire to get involved in colonialism. We moved along the river. I could see another waterfall, and above it, a lake. "Back!" I said, trying to be as loud as I could against the rushing wind of flight. Fritz heard me, and so he banked around, and we headed south. "Drop me off near the river entrance!" I shouted. He dropped me off in a clearing a short distance from the main river, and then dropped to the ground. He didn't look tired in the least, almost bored. "You tired?" I asked.
"No,"
came the gruff reply.
"Go back?"
"I'll stay here," I said. "Get Essie next."
"Essie?"
"Ask Skeld or Nikolai."
"Otter snacks."
"The otters are not snacks."
"Maybe?"
"No." He grunted, but I think he was messing with me. Let's just say I hoped he was smiling and messing with me. He flapped off, and I was alone in this new slice of the world. It was definitely wild, untouched, or at least untouched for quite some time. There was no indication civilization had ever been in place. The trees were mostly pines or pine-like in that general needle instead of a leaf family. Not a ton of undergrowth, but some clearings had lush grass. It was beautiful. The clearing I was in happened to be about 100 yards from where the river cut into the mountains. The cliffs on this side were even more extreme than the other. It was a sheer vertical and high, hundreds if not thousands of feet up. In many places I could see water seeping out of the rock above me. Some fell in small waterfalls, but nothing really reached where I was. The dirt was a dark black, the sort of stuff I remember reading about in U.S. history that led the Midwest become such a breadbasket for the rest of the world. I had basically nothing in the way of farming experience, but this gave me the idea the place would be good for crops. I walked a short distance to the start of the trees and I peeked around. Old growth, deep, loamy soil. A deer looked at me curiously, then jumped away, disappearing into the woods remarkably quickly. Closer to the river there were thick bushes, their branches heavy with berries. My first impulse was to do nothing, step back from the berries and pretend I hadn't seen them. But then I thought about my skills and abilities. I'd gotten something regarding harvesting and identifying things in the wild. I could identify animals, why not fruits? I shot my spell at the berry. Grizzleberry. Useful information, I suppose. I decided it would probably be best just to wait, see if anyone knew what a grizzleberry tasted like, and if they were poisonous. It was a really nice place, idyllic almost. The river was wide and peaceful until right before the waterfall. It practically teemed with fish. I had a great spot picked out for a little cabin, right next to the river. I could build a little overhanging porch and just sit down and drop a line in whenever I wanted. A little slice of heaven. Promptly ruined as I heard someone screaming, which was sadly becoming all too common. Chapter 42. A moment later, Fritz burst up above the waterfall and deposited a screaming Essie into the river about 5 feet from me. "What the hell, Fritz?" I shouted up at him. I think he was laughing. Whatever the case, he banked low, the tip of his wing slicing through the water, and then he did a fucking barrel roll over the waterfall. I had to dive in the water and grab Essie, pulling her to shore. Then I lay her on the bank to dry out. She sputtered, coughed, and looked at me with violence and rage in her eyes. "That thing is crazy," she said. "Yeah," I replied. "That's very likely true. But would you rather have climbed through the cliff?" She laid back on the ground and looked up to the sky. "No." "Then we got a truck with crazy." "Truck?" "Ignore that," I said, reaching my hand out. She took it and I helped her to her feet. "This way," I said. I walked her over to the mountain wall. She looked up and down, then left and right, and finally put her hand against the wall. "Where is it you would like the tunnel?" she asked. I had no idea. Everything looked pretty much the same to me. "Is there a place that will be easier?" I asked. "Not here." "So it's going to be hard no matter what?" "I am making a stable tunnel large enough for 2 wagons to pass each other through over a mile of some of the hardest rock in the Empire. Yes, it will be difficult." "Well, when you put it like that, I guess, over there?" I pointed at the cliff face, sort of a fair distance from the river, and about where I thought it might be closer to the clearing. I had a feeling the clearing would serve as the initial living area for our little group as we built things up. Essie nodded, and then ran her hands across the wall while she walked in place. She moved a little to the left, then a little to the right, then a step back to the left, and then she stood there a moment, both hands stretched out to the wall, leaning forward, almost like it was difficult to stand there. A subtle glow started out around her arms, which spread back across her whole body until it seemed like light was coming out of her. Sweat dripped from her body. I think she was even vibrating. It was pretty intense. The rock started to get a little darker, and then shift ever so much, and then the outline of the tunnel appeared, exactly as it was on the other side. Essie held on one more moment, and the outline solidified a bit. But then she collapsed on the ground and threw up. I rushed to her side, sliding on my knees the last foot, and grabbed her. I rolled her to the side and got the vomit from her airway, then gave her a few claps to the back. She shuddered just a bit, and then she started breathing again. Behind me, I heard the beat of wings and then a splash. I shook my head, then laid Essie on her side before sprinting to the river. I dove off the bank and grabbed Mercy. She gave me an odd look, and then the two of us were lifted up and out of the river and placed gently on the bank by a bluish undulating tentacle of water, which promptly disappeared back into the river. Then Mercy sucked all the water out of my clothes with her hands. She tossed it over her shoulder, sending it back into the river with no problems whatsoever. "Neat trick," I said quickly, "but I think something is wrong with Essie." "Something is always wrong with her," Mercy replied. "Like vomiting and unconscious?" "She used too much mana," Mercy said, already running. I looked around for Fritz, wanting to tell him to stop dumping people in the river, but he'd already winged his way back down the canyon. Running after Mercy, I found her sitting with her back against the cliff wall, holding Essie's head in her lap, singing something softly. Despite being rather curious about what was going on, I decided the best thing to do would be to give them some space. Essie seemed to be in good hands, and I probably had about a minute before there was someone else to save from the river. I ran back over to the river to wait for the next drop-off. It took quite a while to get everyone over, and even longer to get the animals over. None of them were really chill about being anywhere near Fritz, let alone being carried anywhere by the manticore, so it was a bit of a challenge. The goods were quick and dirty. I caught a ride back to the camp, and there was just a big pile of stuff. All the wagons were broken down to their component parts and sitting next to all the things they'd carried. I was remarkably impressed with the work the Patenti had done. Their wagon had been broken down into Patenti-sized pieces, tiny. I shoved everything in the bag of holding and then had one more trip back through the canyon. Fitz stopped dropping people in the water after I yelled at him, but he made sure to dunk me on the last trip. And then, because he'd spent the entire day flying back and forth and carrying people and animals, he took off away from us to go hunting. There'd been some work done already by the time we were all in the valley. A few trees had been felled, some boards cut. I was grateful to have hard workers in the group, but I noticed most everyone looking at me. I needed to dump the bag of holding, mainly because I had no idea what I put in it. I put everything in too quickly. "Hey, I said, "how about we have some food, and I'll get everything out of the bag?" Then I signaled to Nikolai, as subtle as I could, and told him we needed to take a little walk. Chapter 43. We walked into the bushes, pushing through until we found another clearing. This one was smaller, merely what remained when a giant tree crashed over from some recent storm. The trunk of the tree was laying down, having crushed a ton of smaller trees, providing a clear view to the river beyond. And, coincidentally, a home to some furry critters who eyed us for a brief moment before scurrying away. "What is it this time?" Nikolai asked. "I need to dump the bag." "The bag of holding?" "Yes."
"Oh, I want to see this," came Ragnar's voice. I turned to see both Lutra waltzing into view. "Same," Skeld said. "Dude, this was a meeting with Nikolai." "This isn't a whole Hearth meeting?" Ragnar asked. "No, guess I shouldn't have invited Taryn then." The Warmancer pushed through the bushes, but got his robe stuck on some sticks and had to be helped out of his predicament by Skeld. "Hearth meeting?" Taryn asked. "I suppose it is now," I said. "What are we doing here?" "He's dumping his bag of holding," Ragnar said. "Dear gods, why?" Taryn asked. "Because he does not keep an accurate inventory of the items he places within it." "That seems like a recipe for disaster," Taryn replied, a look of genuine concern flashing across his face. "Do you have an idea of how much is in there? Have you reached its capacity?" "Well, supposedly it has no capacity." Taryn crossed the space in the clearing with a remarkably short amount of time, both hands on the bag, immediately peering and pawing at it. "Off," I said, swatting his hands away. "I am most excited by this," Taryn said. "You should ask if Mercy or Essie would like to see this. I have never experienced. I wasn't even sure I wanted you guys around to see this." "Are you worried about us?" Skeld asked. "No," I said, realizing I hadn't thought my statement through. "That's not what I'm worried about. It's really the rest of them. There's a lot of gold here, I think, or at least some gold, and some other stuff. And we're going to need to go through a lot of it and see how it can help us here as a community." "Mostly," Nikolai said, "I want you to get all the food and construction materials out so we can get some sort of structure built before nightfall in order to have a safe place to sleep." "Yeah, that'd be a good idea," I said, looking up at the sun and realizing we were going to have to work our butts off to have any chance of doing that. "Okay then, Magic Man. How do I do this?" "Empty the bag?" Taryn asked. That's what we've all been talking about. That's what I'm trying to do." "So how about we do it?" "I've never done it." "Sure, but you must know how." "No, I have no experience with bags of holding. This is only the second I have seen, and the first I've been able to examine." "Do you wizards, Mancers?" "Right, Mancers. Do you guys have some sort of power that lets you see, like, instruction manuals on magical items?" "Perchance. If the enchanter enchanted the item with a manual of some sort, I suppose it might be possible for me to read some sort of magical manual. Might I look at the bag again?" I held it out to him, and he took it reverently. He set the knapsack on the ground and kneeled in front of it. Eyes closed, he extended his left hand to the knapsack and pulled a little something from a pouch on his waist with his right hand. He dropped some dust in the air while saying something under his breath, and I saw glowing runes flit out of his hands and around the bag. "I can read the full description," he said. "It is a most impressive piece. However, there are no more guidelines that I can see that you cannot, or have not. Perhaps you can recall what was said to you when you purchased this bag?" "It was a gift." "Can we speak to the gifter? I would be most happy to know the name of whomever was capable of such an item." "Kinda secret," I said. I promised. "Ah," Taryn said. "In that case, I have little to offer you, my lord." "I have heard of a few methods," Nikolai said. "None of which are exactly perfect." "Any involved destroying the bag?" I asked. "Most. How about we try the one where we don't break the most valuable thing we as a dukedom own? You turn it upside down, open it up, and order it to empty." "That's ridiculous," I said. "There's no way that any wizard—" "Mancer," Taryn corrected with just a hint of irritation. "Sure, that anyone would make that how you empty a bag of holding." "Are you unwilling to try?" Nikolai asked. "It is not like it will be the first time you have done something and looked ridiculous, Your Highness. Keep this up and you're going to be the next court jester for Cogs Hall.
He frowned at me. I think he was trying to come up with a retort, but I didn't want to let him. So I turned the bag over, opened it up, and gave it a little shake for good measure. "Empty," I said. And it did. Chapter 44. Shit poured out of the bag. As I held onto the strap of the bag, and more shit poured out, I started to go up. The pile of stuff I'd shoved into the bag got bigger and bigger until it was more than a little startling. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it was done. The great pile of stuff was below me. I was standing on boxes and crates and wood, my arms stretched out, holding the strap of the bag. I stumbled and fell down until I got to ground level and stepped away from the treasure hoard. It looked very much like the picture I had in my head of a dragon's hoard. Gold coins spilling out of chests, gems sparkling in the sunlight, glittering armor, glowing swords and maces. It was truly breathtaking. A gamer's dream. And then there were all the other things, the actually important things. Crates and barrels of food, literal tons of wood and metal for construction purposes. All this stuff that we needed buried under gold. Well, gold and treasure. Ragnar shrieked with glee and ran to the pile, grabbing handfuls of gold and shoving it into his pouches. "Hey," I said, that's the Duke's treasury." "I have yet to be paid," Ragnar started. Nikolai cuffed the Lutra, and Ragnar looked suitably chagrined. "Being in the hearth is a position of honor, not gold." "I've heard it both ways," Ragnar said. Nikolai shot Ragnar the glare he normally reserved for me. I laughed. Ragnar glared at me. "Let's all relax a moment," I said. "There's plenty of gold to go around." "This is barely a drop in the bucket," Nikolai replied. "All those people over there, eating a shitty lunch because you couldn't be bothered remembering what was in this damn bag, they are expecting to be paid. All the other souls coming here will require gold. Soldiers to man the walls, farmers to till the fields, all the workers who are going to make this a safe hold, they need gold. This is a pittance, and—" He walked over and picked up a coin, looking it over. "This is not even of the realm. You will need to find collectors to buy this, or we must melt it down, sell it as ingots." "Yeah, there is a lot of, ancient treasure?" I pulled a heavy chest off the pile and popped it open. Bright white metal coins were filled to the brim. Platinum. But like the gold, it was from another place and another time, and it wasn't anything local merchants would likely take. Though, it made me curious. Why not? Was a gold coin from Mardoom fundamentally different than a gold coin from the Empire? Had the Empire pushed beyond the traditional gold standard? But then again, who was I to upset the economic modality of the Empire? Especially if I was going to be a member of the aristocracy, I would need to keep the status quo at least for a little while. "I think," I said, looking at the various coins I could see, "we don't exactly have much in the way of imperial currency." "That seems to be the case," Nikolai said, "which presents a rather serious problem, as we will need to be buying quite a bit of food in the very near future, or we will face starvation. So let's find some in the pile. Construction shit off to one side, gold in that pile there, weapons in a third, armor in a fourth." Ragnar held up a half-eaten, mostly rotten steak. "And this?" The fifth pile, other." It was a long and arduous process, at no point of which did I enjoy. It was the collecting and the finding that was fun, but the sorting— that forced me to come to terms with the fact that my loot-taking tended more towards hoarding and not quite as strongly towards gathering actual useful items. We had plenty of rusted swords, enough to outfit a garrison of skeletons, more chainmail that had fallen apart or been broken apart than any that was whole, again perfect for my army of the undead. Broken pieces of wood, torn curtains, a mattress leaking feathers. All of this stuff that would have been perfect for a junkyard dump was now my mess to deal with. But there was also a ton of treasure. Likely more than a ton if we're speaking literally. The dungeon of the ancients had trunks and chests and barrels full of gold and platinum, huge piles of gems and jewels, rings galore. Taran, for his part, was frantically casting identification spells over nearly everything he could find or that we would bring to him. We had a small but growing pile of magical items, some useful, like a ring of protection plus 10, and some not, like a stone of level checking. I let Nikolai and Taran handle the loot, while the otters and I started hauling all the lumber, wagon parts, and useful items back through the woods over to the main camp. Essie had apparently woken for a short time and taken a bit of food. Lee had been sketching things out in the dirt, places to put homes, buildings, a mill near the river, a road from the tunnel to the mill, spots for guard towers and walls. He was basically drawing the entire city in life-size in the dirt. I walked the streets and tried to visualize what he had planned. The Batenti and the dwarves had taken the lead on the first and most important structure, a longhouse for everyone to sleep in. We needed shelter and protection before anything else. Mercy was standing in the area where Lee had planned the structure, and she was pulling water out of the ground. Someone brought her an empty barrel, and she just transferred the water from the ground and into it. I grabbed a handful, and after looking at her and getting a nod, I brought it to my mouth. Distilled water, pure and clean. Having a hydromancer was useful. Is this free from... I started. She smiled at me, confident for the first time. It is pure. It is a basic spell we learn very early, how to purify water, to remove contaminants of all kinds. What happens to the contaminants? I asked. She frowned and looked at the ground. I suppose they stay in the ground. What if you pull water from a river? Do you think you could purify the river and just pull the contaminants out? It might work. I've never heard of it being done, but we could experiment. I smiled at her. Let's do that. Not now. Plenty to do at the moment, but it could become useful later. She nodded and went back to work. As I did, the beast of burden. The main loot pile was shrinking while the other piles were growing, but there's still quite a bit to go through. Eventually, though, just as night was coming close, it was done. It was all sorted out, and it was quite the haul. Thousands and thousands and thousands of gold pieces, thousands of platinum. The silver was uncountable. Diamonds, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, black gems, and multicolored stones, all by the dozens. And yet, a paltry 228 gold in imperial coinage. There were 17 magical swords, 20 magical axes, 1 magical mace, 5 magical hammers, and 12 magical spears. Nothing really that impressive. Mostly was just a slight bonus to damage or durability. One of the spears did double damage against goblinoids, so that was pretty cool. We had enough jewelry to not only open a store but keep it stocked for generations. There were tons of minor magical rings, necklaces, amulets, bracelets, crowns, cloaks, and armor. Again, nothing grand or fantastic. But there were a few really impressive items. A suit of full plate that provided almost total immunity to heat and fire, though it did have a weakness to cold and ice. It was also currently sized for someone along the lines of a dwarf. A small booklet called Ephius's Guide to Follicular Perfection, which had a number of drawings indicating mustaches and beards. It could, according to Taran at least, make that facial hair sprout from the face of anyone willing once per day. Pretty cool. To me, at least. A quiver full of arrows of slaying. 16 arrows, each one for a different creature, and each one offering a substantial damage bonus towards that creature. The Brazier of Infinite Imps, which, when lit, spawned some imps, and apparently more were spawned every morning. Not sure of the use of that, but it was pretty cool. The Blaze of Glory, a platinum torch that had a rather impressive effect. If someone willingly sacrifices themselves to the torch, it explodes outward, doing 1 point of damage for every 2 points of XP. Certainly a way to go. The Book of Monster Recipes, which had a ton of recipes detailing how to cook up bits of monsters and other magical creatures and make foods that provided a host of magical effects, some good, some bad. Spider climbing boots, which allowed you to walk up walls. 17 magic beans said to grow giant plants in practically no time. A magic quill requiring no ink to write with. The Ring of Monahan, a ring that allows you to see what's on the other side of any solid object. And while it was all so cool, and I could already see all my Hearth members angling for who got to take what, there was definitely a major problem. We needed money. Chapter 45. I let my Hearthmen take what they wanted from the pile of magic gear. Nothing really struck me as super useful as of yet, except the Blaze of Glory. That might be something to use in the future, if everything else was falling apart. It made me wonder how it would affect me. Would I lose all my hit points, or would I just respawn as normal? If the latter, that made the torch a nearly game-breaking weapon. Something to think about. After the gear had been apportioned out, I hurriedly scooped up all the non-Empire gold and treasure into the bag. We needed to put together a treasury of sorts to hold the wealth, but until then, the best spot was still the bag of holding. Then we all pitched in with the building, following the advice of the elder Patenti, who stood on a rock with his pipe and directed us. Apparently, he was a mid-level architect with several applicable skills and an ability called Visualize that would let him project a blueprint of sorts for up to 10 people at a time, so we could all see exactly where we needed to put the next piece of, well, whatever. We could see exactly where the nail or screw needed to go, how to hang the hinge so it would be perfect. It was a very interesting way of building things, and made the building go together exceptionally quick. It wasn't the prettiest dwelling, but just as it was getting dark, we put the door onto the first home. Everyone got inside and claimed a sleeping spot, then promptly headed back outside to stand around the fire and await food. I stood back from the group, not bothering to take a sleeping spot. I didn't really sleep, so it's not like I needed one. Also, I still got looks from everyone, and I just didn't feel comfortable being so close. I knew they were still afraid of me, and though Fritz had some measure of welcome amongst the group, it appeared that the opening of arms to him hadn't extended to me. I watched the interactions happen, and I took stock of the people and who they were. The main crew, my council, were moving around and talking to everyone, except Taryn. He was on the opposite side of the large fire than myself, also standing apart. Essie was leaning against a log, half awake. She'd barely been able to move after whatever it was she'd done with the tunnel. A tunnel, mind you, that wasn't there yet. So far it was, at least to anyone looking, merely a marking on either side of a mountain. The dwarven families were large, which meant that dwarves were everywhere. And they seemed to be pretty happy about things. Amongst that group we had 3 miners, a blacksmith, a metallurgist, 2 cooks, and a butcher. Plus several kids ranging from infant to, still small. I wasn't exactly great guessing the age of kids, especially dwarven ones. The Batenti were almost as numerous as the dwarves and seemed to be subsuming everyone into their clan. They also had cooks, and it seemed a friendly rivalry was starting between the Batenti and the dwarves over who would make the best meals. Lanfranc, our architect, was busy talking with Lee, eating while they walked the layout of the town, pointing out various issues. There was a tinkerer, whatever that might be, among the Night Delvers clan, as well as 2 miners, 1 jeweler, a baker, and a rope maker. And smiling and making small talk amongst the group, the Wok, the Rockman sort of thing, Connell, had some levels in carpentry and some in masonry. We had the legendary carpenter, Guy Gambrel, who was slowly warming to the fact that other races were people too. His wife and kids were charming, though, and mostly made up for his assholic behavior. Rebecca was a cook, and Isaac was a barman, but he had a whole host of skills geared toward farming and animal husbandry. He was our only farmer at present. Zoe was an accomplished blacksmith, and it made me rage that she'd been forced to live in such abject poverty. Her frame was filling out with regular meals, as was Mouse and her daughter, Lily. Mouse had a few, questionable skills, but he was taking delight in the outside world, so I figured we could push him toward rangering. Lily was just happy running around with all the other kids. Standing back, I liked what I saw. I immediately worried what was going to befall this group of people, considering what this world liked to throw around. Chapter 46. The following day, I awoke before anyone else, and I ran through all the various fighting forms I could think of. I wanted to limber my body up and start working out again. I needed to get better at fighting, and to stop relying so hard on my strength to overpower opponents. As the sun came over the mountains, it lit up the world around me, and I was struck once more by how beautiful everything was, minus the eyesore that was our longhouse. It was a ramshackle sort of structure built out of a wide variety of materials, none of which went together particularly well. I got the Lutra out of bed, set them up as watch outside the house, and then I grabbed an axe and headed into the woods. We needed trees, lots of them. As I moved away from the river, heading west into the valley, the trees were bigger and thicker. I hiked about 20 minutes and found a copse of trees on relative flat land, and then I started in. I unleashed the rage inside me and directed all of it towards the trees. The axe whistled through the air and slammed into the tree, going nearly halfway in. Slam, 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 slam. Trees were falling every third or fourth swing, and I was just moving my way through the forest, creating something akin to a path of stumps. I wasn't clear-cutting, though I could have. We needed it for farmland, unless we wanted to make the farms on the other side of the lake in the grasslands there. But that seemed like quite the trek, at least at this stage of the game. I wanted everyone to be close enough to the central camp to be protected. And that thought reminded me that protection was necessary here, and I got angry all over again. And I took it out on the poor trees. They fell with heavy booms, crashing to the ground and sending up showers of needles and dirt. I just kept going and going, falling into something along the lines of a Zen state along the way, which was a problem, because I could easily lose track of time doing such activities, since I didn't get tired. So, when I finally blinked and looked around, I had climbed to the crest of a ridge, and I saw another river heading to the west out of another, smaller lake. It was all a bit lower down than where we were, almost as if there'd been a fault line at one point, and the ground had broken along it, one side dropping down a good 100 feet plus. But that barrier prevented the water from flowing in the same direction, which resulted in two rivers so close together. Hell, two lakes. But the bigger surprise was what I saw as I looked along the river. Sure, there was the telltale mist of another large waterfall, but beyond it was the verdant and endless green of the Emerald Sea. I had a vague memory of Nikolai or Cleve mentioning something about looking for another entry into the sea, and here it was. Given a bit of time and a lot of infrastructure, and we'd likely be able to provide some competition to Osterstadt. In time, at least. For now, I needed to get them back on my side. "Are you done?" came a soft voice behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see Amber standing there. She was kitted out in leather armor, if bursting at the seams a bit, her tails visible over her shoulder. She had a bow in one hand and a quiver of arrows at her side. "Done with what?" I asked. "Destroying the forest." "Just getting us some wood to build with." "You know this is a trail almost 5 miles long." I looked back behind me, and I had definitely underestimated things. Whoops. Yeah, that was, I wasn't paying attention, I finally said. That was you not paying attention? I have some skills. I would say so. And you, what are you doing out here? Lee asked me to find some downed trees so we could get a little lumber. Nikolai asked me to find you. Ah, well, success on both counts. Now we just have to haul a wagon out here to get these logs back to camp. Perhaps next time stay a bit closer. I got this, I said. You just go back to camp and tell them everything is fine. She arched one perfect eyebrow at me and shot me a smile that made my heart go a little faster. Oh? I nodded. She shrugged. I was great at this whole socializing thing. As you wish, my lord, she said with just the hint of a curtsy. Then she sashayed away, Tails flouncing along with her. I watched her go for a moment, then got to work. Work which now involved truly testing my strength. I cut all the branches off the trees, then got a rope around the trunks, and I pulled them along with me, adding each tree to the group as I went. I got up to 10 trees until the weight got somewhat bothersome. Worse was just hauling the trees themselves. These weren't the biggest trees in the forest. I'd left those alone. I'd taken some of the smaller ones out, the ones that were under 10 feet in diameter. So the weight really wasn't the determining factor, it was more the bulk. Needless to say, it took the rest of the day for me to get the wood back in range of the camp, and then the next day to stack it all and get it ready for working. 3 days in, and we had 3 buildings up. One was a mess hall, one was the longhouse, and one was a large barn. But then we started coming up against problems. Not just that the Gravlux kept trying to eat the horses. The first was materials. We needed more. We had plenty of raw logs, but not much finished lumber. We had little in the way of nails or of any metal objects. Those had largely been used up already. And though our stock of food was robust, an end was in sight, especially if we continued eating the way we had. Lee had negotiated several deliveries and purchases with farmers near us, but in order to get that food, we'd need to get the tunnel built. And that brought up the tunnel. The biggest pain in the ass. Chapter 47. What Essie had done that first day was pretty remarkable in and of itself. Essentially, she had marked the path the tunnel would take all the way through the mountain. So, if one were so inclined to pick up a pick and hammer at the rock, you'd be able to see where to hit. And she had hardened quite a bit of the tunnel already, so even if you were over-eager, you'd likely be unable to do much damage to the tunnel surfaces. That said, it was a monumental undertaking for a single day, and it had drained her quite completely. While her mana had returned, she was still suffering some of the ill effects of taking her mana down to 0 more than once in a single day. Apparently that was rather dangerous for mages, or mancers, whatever. So day 3 was the next day she started back to work on the tunnel, and that's when I joined up with her to see how I'd be able to move the project along. Thing is, she was saying, there are a number of ways we can do this. I just have no idea what the most efficient method might be here. What can you do? I asked. Are you asking me what spells I have? Yes. Loads. Okay, let's pretend I know nothing about magic. Would we need to be pretending? No, but I was being polite. I like it better when you are you, she said with a smile. She was an inveterate flirt, and was already making enemies with half the camp, mostly the women, and some of the men. Her behavior was, well, challenging. So tell me some basics. I can move the rock. I can transmute the rock. I can cut the rock, break the rock, shift the rock. I can move dirt and dig. I have a long list of what I can do. Can you make rock just disappear? And put it where? magic get away? To an extent, but it is extremely mana-intensive. How much can you do? Perhaps a cubic foot? Okay, so that's not great. No. What about cutting rock? I can do that. How much? A fair amount. Can you just cut out the entire tunnel? No. Even if I could, that would leave all the rock in place. Can you form the rock, like make a ring in it? Yes, I can shape the rock. So, try cutting out a big chunk of the tunnel, and then shaping a ring on the front of it. What form of ring? Something I can grab. You are going to haul it from the tunnel? I'm certainly going to try. This I would like to see. Let's do it. She reached out and touched the rock and muttered a little something. Then she sent a pulse of light and energy into the mountainside. There was a loud crack, and I could see that a section of the tunnel was now free. She pushed her hands into the rock, and almost as if it was soft clay, she shaped the rock into a handle. Then she stepped back and gestured that it was my turn on stage. I walked up to the rock and looked at it. I had no idea how thick it was, but I could tell how tall and wide it was. Wide, tall, big. Reaching out, I grabbed the handle and gave it a soft pull. Nothing. Essie laughed. I smiled and then dropped into a better form, getting my legs ready. I pulled again. My arms snapped tight, muscles taut, veins bulging across my body. A seed of doubt bloomed within. Was I? But then the rock moved, a little. A gasp from Essie. And I went to work, pulling and heaving and getting all my strength to bear on the damn rock. And after a grueling stretch of work, I got a chunk of stone out. It was about 10 feet thick, and the tunnel was about 20 feet wide at the base and about 20 feet wide at the top. Despite my lack of stamina, after pulling the rock out, my arms felt wired, jittery, like after a truly intense workout. I shook everything out and tried to ignore Essie staring at me. Okay, I said. 1 down, 5,279 to go. Essie ran off. I sighed, realizing that this was going to take a long fucking time. Lee walked up and looked over the giant block of stone. It was pretty neat to see this perfect section of granite pulled out of the mountain. You could see all the striations and the color patterns. Cogs Hall was going to have the best countertops in the Empire. You know how much this weighs? Lee asked. Nope, I said. Granted, this is an estimate, but somewhere north of 170 tons. That's like a blue whale and a calf. Let's not tell anyone about this. Essie already is. Fuck, man. You can't keep these things quiet in such a small group. I was going to try. Probably best not to. The rest of the group already tells enough lies about you as is. Have you put a stop to it? Pointed out the truth? That's a bit more challenging. They don't like to listen to me. They have begun to suspect I am from the same world as you. You are. Yes, well, they also assume I have hidden powers like you do. I'm sorry, man. I'm not. They will come around in the end. See that I am just a man. Whereas I am what? I think you're well on your way to becoming a legend. Let's, can that talk? Lee gave me a sly smile, then went back to looking over the block. He had a measuring tape out and a small piece of chalk, and he was making marks here and there. What are you doing? I asked. Getting everything set for the mason to come and start cutting blocks. Then we can find a spot to put everything. Pretty sure Essie can just cut this up. She can. But it's not the most efficient use of her time right now. She needs to be cutting out the tunnel, and we need to get this out of your way so you can pull out another one. And we have to cut it to move it, considering no one else can do the impossible like you can. Hush. The rest of the day was spent in the tunnel pulling out blocks of rock. We realized rather quickly that it was smarter to do smaller chunks, largely because it required a certain amount of monkeying about with the blocks in order to actually get the big blocks out of the tunnel, especially when we came to the first curve. It was a gentle thing. It had to be in order for wagons to get around it, but no longer could I just pull out the whole big piece. We hung lanterns and candles along the way, even though I could see perfectly in the tunnel. Depending on the dark vision is why I didn't really notice how poor Essie was looking after about 3 hours in. Her skin was gray and she was looking a bit groggy. Finally, when she started to tip forward, I caught her and carried her unconscious form out of the tunnel. Carrying her around was starting to get just a little too common a practice for me. She'd burned all her mana once again. The other 2 Mancers took care of her, and I jumped in to work with the rest of the group, clearing the rock out of the way. Our lone mason, Connell, was working overtime shaping the blocks as quickly as he could, sacrificing quality for a bit of quantity. We piled them up near our building projects, but as we lacked mortar and the appropriate bits for scaffolding, we couldn't really put any of them to use quite yet. At our lunch break, I sat next to Essie, and I asked her about using her skills to put the granite bricks together, and that's when she told me about stone. "I could," she said, "but that would require turning all the granite to stone." "I don't get it." "What?" "Granite is stone." "No, granite is a type of stone, but stone is stone." "Explain." "Like you are a child?" "That seems to work best." She smiled at me, and I got the feeling she liked treating me like a bit of an idiot. Perhaps she thought it was endearing, who knows? Still, it was often easier to understand things when people thought you were an idiot. "Granite is a specific kind of rock. Has a certain hardness and its own density, yes?" "Sure." "Stone is a magical equivalent to all rocks. All stone is of the same color, the same density, and it is never quite as good as real, natural rock." "Can't you, connect granite to granite?" "I can, yes. But matching rock like that, or transmuting rock in that fashion, is extremely difficult. I have to know the properties of both the rock I am starting with and the rock I am ending with, or I could muck it up and then it might not stick together. Many a building have fallen to dust from an over-eager geomancer trying to make one stone into another. Also, it takes an immense amount of mana. And though I like to think I have quite a range of skills, I do not possess the mana reserves to pull off what you ask for. I could shift it to stone, but I do not think that would be as wise." I sighed. Why did it feel like magic just made things harder? Still, by the end of the day, things were looking pretty decent. I actually managed to get a strength bump for all my hard work, +2, and it seemed that everyone else was starting to see the results of all this hard work in terms of their own levels and skills. All told, we were about a third of the way through the tunnel. We had plenty of stone and wood ready to go for construction, and 3 structures standing. People were happy, and dinner was hot. Naturally, that's when something bad had to happen. Chapter 48. It was the 4th night in the area when we first had an encounter with our neighbors. And like most meetings with neighbors at night, it started with screaming. Specifically, Zoe screaming inside the house. I was sleeping outside near the fire. I wasn't on watch for once, but I was pretty quick to wake up. There were people running around everywhere, lots of shouting, torches being lit from the coals. What wasn't there? Lily, Zoe's little girl. 2 dwarves had been on watch, a brother and sister who were both adults. They had seen nothing, but from the rather guilty looks on their faces and the lines in their faces, I had the distinct feeling they'd been snoozing and not watching. A quick walk of the longhouse showed a major issue. Someone had cut a hole in the wall. Small, about 2 feet by 2 feet. Big enough to get a child out, but not big enough to get a human in. This wasn't an animal, and that made me angry. You have found a quest. Save the girl. Lily has gone missing, or someone has taken her. Save her. Reward for success, XP and the gratitude of your people. Penalty for failure or refusal, increased distrust and fear of you. Possible desertion. Yes, no. Naturally, I picked yes. "Natalie," I shouted. Her head snapped my way. "Get everyone in the house now," I said. "Post guards outside. Guy, fix the hole." People started to move. I knelt at the hole for a moment, and I thought about tracking. I'd done a fair amount of tracking in the real world thanks to years as a scout, and I knew I had a few levels in it now thanks to the dungeon, and I wanted to use the skill. I closed my eyes and mentally fortified myself, telling myself I knew how to do it. Opening my eyes, I could see faint glowing marks about the terrain. Lots of footprints, things I'd never been able to see before. But now here they were, some soft, a few bright. The brightest ones led away from the longhouse. Cold rage blossomed in me, and I started running. I heard someone say something behind me, but I was on the hunt now. I sprinted through the dark woods, seeing everything perfectly, following the bright tracks. Small footprints, but numerous, maybe 20 sets. They weren't moving that quickly, the tracks weren't so deep. But, and this was most definitely a guess, they were trying to move about quietly. I lost the tracks here and there, but because there were so many of them, it wasn't exactly hard to pick them back up. Plus, I could track at full speed, sprinting through the forest. Close to morning, I heard chattering up ahead, creatures talking. And then, boom. Smashing. You've learned a new language. Dark Goblin. I stopped, quickly, almost too quickly. I lost my footing and had to catch myself on a tree. It didn't seem to interrupt my quarry, though. They were intent on setting up a camp, getting a fire going, and arguing over the appropriate way to cook their catch. A few careful steps forward, and I peeked through thick ferns. Creatures were setting up a camp of sorts at the edge of a clearing, a spot where a large tree had fallen some time ago. The dark goblins were pale creatures, their skin a really gross off-white. They wore metal armor, though, and were much more muscled than their surface cousins. Long teeth, big red eyes, massive drooping ears. And their weapons didn't look like they were scavenged. These guys were well put together. They had little Lily bound up, and next to a circle of rocks where a hooded goblin was chanting something. The situation was complicated. I counted 16 of the white goblins, 15 that had armor of some kind, and 1 that had a robe. The armored goblins ranged in size from human toddler to 5th grader, and it was very clear that the largest goblin was the one in charge. He was the one sitting down and barking orders at all the others. All of the goblins were within the fallen trunk of the tree, and all of them were armed with sharp knives. As soon as they detected me, I was sure Lily would be killed. I knew I needed to keep her alive, and that really limited my options. Not that I wish I didn't need to worry about her. I wished she wasn't in that situation and that I could just kill the little motherfuckers. Well, it was a complicated situation, and stealth wasn't exactly my biggest skill set. I knelt and watched, waiting, letting them get comfortable. I pulled a few weapons from my bag, laying out all the battle axes I'd picked up in Voldrani. 14, none magical. Those I left in the bag. These were for throwing, and I was willing to accept I wouldn't get them back. The goblin at the fire, the one in the robes, stopped chanting. Black flames leapt forth from the circle of rocks. Slowly, darkness spread from the flames, counteracting the morning sun. In less than a minute, the inside of the fallen tree was completely black, like a little slice of night in the day, and I could hear sighs of the goblins relaxing. They clearly didn't like the light.
"We cook her now?"
shouted one of them.
"Yeah,"
the boss said back.
"But keep her alive. I like them to scream and squirm before I eat them."
Fuck. That pissed me off. I ran over the few strategies I had, trying to come up with something. Some particular strategy that might work, knowing that I had mere seconds to go on. I could sort of see inside the zone of darkness, thanks to my own dark vision. But being that there was daylight between me and the black, it created an interference of sorts, hazy vision. I could, however, see the fire, and I could see a gross-looking goblin trying to get a spit set up over the fire. I decided that was a good place to start. The axe flew true through the air, spinning perfectly. Since I'd really put some oomph behind the axe, it bisected the goblin, sending half of the jerk right into the fire. A moment of silence, which I didn't let go to waste. The next axe hit the big goblin, slicing through his torso and lodging into the wall. Mr. Robes booked it, and I let an axe go after him. There was a wet thwack and an anguished cry, and I knew one less goblin was around to trouble me. I threw the next axe as I ran, getting into the fallen tree just in time to stand over Lily and take the sword strike meant for her. It bit deep into my thigh, and there was a generous spray of blood about the place. The goblins laughed, taking heart at my wound. Shouting a roar at them, I invoked Stand Tall, and laughed as my wound appeared to heal instantly. The little fuckers were clearly scared now. I took advantage of their shock, chopping down one way and then the next, slicing apart the goblins as fast as they could move. Once Lily was, more or less, safe, it was an easier fight. I had more skill than the goblins, plus better reach and better weapons. All they had were numbers, and numbers plus cowardice doesn't equal anything resembling victory. The last goblin sacrificed their brethren to get away, and I figured it was better that they go back to whatever hole they crawled out of, telling stories of the horrible humans who slaughtered them. Plus, I needed them to leave quickly so I'd be out of combat and start healing, because blood was gushing out of me. That initial slice of theirs had hit an artery. "You come back!" I shouted at the 3 retreating forms in their own language. "I will kill you, all of you!" Chapter 49. I carried Lily in my arms. After a few minutes, she stopped crying and fell asleep. I didn't bother grabbing all the loot. For once, I figured it would be better to wait a while and take care of the girl. Halfway back to the village, I came upon the rescue party. Amber, Skeld, Ragnar, Natalie, and Taryn. They stopped and watched me as I walked by with the little girl. I didn't say anything to them. I was busy trying to process how I felt. A lot of anger, disappointment, frustration. It upset me that something this bad had happened. I knew it was a possibility in this world, but there was something so violating about it all. These twisted goblins had snuck into our home and stolen away with a child, and we had been none the wiser. Had I not been as overpowered as I was, this sweet girl would have been the morning repast for those dark goblins. The dwarves had been sleeping, not watching. Natalie had chosen them to be the night watch. Natalie decided Skeld and Ragnar could sleep, that I could sleep, that Rebecca's brother, the only one of us with actual guard experience, could sleep. Or rather, was it my fault because I decided I could finally sleep? That wasn't good. Did I need to change my sleep schedule, sleep when everyone else was awake? Try and stop sleeping altogether? There were no good answers, and the frustration was starting to get to me. Back in camp, I walked through with the little girl, not letting anyone talk to me until I had placed Lily back where she belonged, in her mother's arms. And after that, no one wanted to talk to me. They wanted to look at me. I walked over to the river and walked in until I was neck-deep. I stood there for a moment, letting the river do the hard work of washing all the goblin blood off me, and my blood. I was gross. There was a crimson ribbon trailing downstream behind me. I dunked my head under, and I felt the horrible pain from the ice-cold water as it assaulted me. I stayed down underwater until my lungs burned. Part of me wanted to kneel down, to stay down, to give up. But another part of me thought of what might happen to Lily or Mouse or any of the other kids if I wasn't around. I stood up. I had learned my lesson. Climbing out of the water onto a rock, I sat down and let the drops run off me. I stared at the moving water. "Whatever you may think," Nikolai said softly from behind, "this was not your fault. And the only thing you did wrong was not waiting for more help." "There is no time for that," I said. Lily was literally seconds from being spitted above their fire. "There was no way to have known there were any others in this valley. We could have scouted more. Yes, we could have. But who would you have sent? You needed Ragnar and Skeld to guard here? Your only other ranger is a level 18 courtesan. You think she would have found the goblins, let alone survived an encounter with them? Who else was free to go deeper into the valley? Everyone has been working as hard as we could to get a place that is safe. It's not safe," I interrupted him to say. I made a mental note to ask about Amber the Kitsune girl at a later date. I hadn't known what her class was, but if that was the case, I didn't want her ranging alone yet. No, not yet. This was something we knew, and there were mistakes made. What do I do? Punish those 2 dwarves because they couldn't stay up all night? It is what they expect. They aren't guards. They're not trained for this. If I remember correctly, they're both just barely adults, and neither of them have the least bit of combat experience. In this case, the fault lies with Natalie for choosing them. So I punish her? Punishment is not the only tool in the leader's arsenal. I don't know what my arsenal might be, and that is my fault. Your actions this night have been commendable. You were decisive, quick to act, and you were successful in rescuing and protecting your people. We know there is an enemy out there, and we know that you have defeated them once. This gives us great advantages. So what do I do? With the dwarves? With Natalie? Yes. It is a tough one. I've never had to discipline someone before. At least, that's not true. I have. I used to bust kneecaps when people didn't pay. But when someone just fucks up? I don't know, man. Can you just give them a solid tongue lashing? As your second in command, I can do that for you. Thank you, I said. You know, this was supposed to be a safe place. What we imagine is not always what is true. This will not be the safest place at the beginning. And I believe you were upfront about this when you spoke to all of these people following you. You said there would be dangers. And those of us who have lived in Voldrani know there are dangers in this world. Focus now on what went wrong and how we might fix it. A big wall. A wall will help. Made of stone. Yes. Which should be the emphasis for the next few days, not the tunnel. Get a wall up around our buildings, and then we can go back to the tunnel. I disagree. The tunnel is vital. Then we need to get more people here. Hire some swords. That is an excellent idea. However, we've got 200 gold. What's that get us? Very little. How much do we need? More than that. Can we sell some of the treasure? You cannot. If I remember correctly, you are no longer permitted in Osterstadt. Neither are you. I think we need to examine who among our group is willing to make that trip, and then we send them back to buy things for us. Emmeline would be perfect, but she is not allowed in the city. I'm noticing a rather bad trend here. Yes, we have not built up the best relationship with our neighbors, have we? Kinda fucks us. Yes, it does. We sat there a moment longer, the water going by, fish returning and swimming around. Who would you send? I asked. Darden. He's one of the Night Delvers clan. He's got some good appraisal skills and an ability which allows him to see the value of objects, at least as it pertains to the person who is claiming ownership. That's cool, I guess. It is cool. But the problem will remain. We need actual currency in order to get food and materials. We cannot simply send Darden into Osterstadt with piles of ancient treasure. He will be marked quickly, and likely mugged or killed. And there is not as large a market for pure treasure. Certainly not enough to fulfill this entire holding. So we need cash. Cash? Liquidity, imperial coinage. Yes, that is quite a necessity. If I step away from here for a moment to go get some money, would you be able to hold things down? Where is it you are going? A place not that far away. Thing is, I don't really want to tell you exactly where I'm headed because I'm pretty sure you're going to tell me it's a stupid idea, and then you're going to try and talk me out of it. But I need to do it. So, well, just tell me I can leave this place in your capable hands. Do not die. I won't. Pretty sure I can't. Don't lose any of the children. I won't, he said, using a contraction for the first time, which may have just been him mocking me by repeating what I said, but it could also have been the first tiny sign of his butt unclenching. Baby steps. Chapter 50. I headed towards the waterfall and looked up and around the cliff sides until I saw a familiar bit of fur hanging out at height. "Fritz!" I yelled. A big head looked over the edge and down at me. I waved. He seemed to roll off the edge and then fell towards the ground for a moment until he unfurled his wings and caught some air, landing in front of me with a whoosh. "What?" he asked. "Up for an adventure?" I asked. He seemed to consider it for a moment, then nodded. "Yes." "Then let's go." "Must fly?" "Yeah. Out through the canyon, then east along the mountains. We're looking for—" He grunted, then grabbed me and flew us through the canyon, getting really close to the walls. He cut along the mountains, and we set off east. It was nice seeing all the landscape from above. We covered ground significantly faster than walking. Even still, it took more than 2 days to get there. Every once in a while, Fritz would drop down to the ground and he'd rest. I did a bit of fishing where I could, feeding everything I caught to the big guy. But we finally got to where I was trying to go. The place I'd given away some of my golden coinage. The wormhole. He dropped me in the dirt in front of the hole, and he did some sniffing around. I got up and brushed a copious amount of dust off me. Considering I'd killed the worm recently, I figured it would be a simple matter. Walk inside, grab the loot, return home with gold, and then, I don't know, go to the Voldrani equivalent of Disneyland. "Smell death," Fritz said. "Yeah, it stinks here," I replied. "Inside?" "Yeah. I'll go first. You follow." He grunted, which I took to mean yes. The cave was big, and the area in front was all dust. I knew it was my imagination, but I felt like I could still see the spot where Tila had waited to be killed. It was just a dusty spot. Nothing was there to indicate how many people had perished here. I walked into the cave, looking up and around. It was more like a horizontal borehole than a natural cave, at least to my untrained eyes. No stalactites hanging from the ceiling, no stalagmites coming up from the ground. It was remarkably smooth. The floor was dusty for another 40 or so yards before a slow transition to mud, as plenty of condensation dropped from the ceiling. Another 50 yards, give or take, and the mud gave way to stone. The light from the outside world barely penetrated where I stood. Behind me, I could hear the surprisingly loud breathing of Fritz. It almost seemed like he was afraid or uncomfortable. Maybe the big guy didn't like being in the cave. I wasn't overly fond of it either. The smell was definitely getting worse the deeper in we went. Whatever was inside the place was rotting something fierce. Farther and farther. There was a sharp bend, an S-curve of sorts, and then the tunnel straightened out. Ahead, I could see that the cave opened up in a big way, But where I was, that's where I found the first rotting body. He was a human, one of the men who'd been trailing the group back when Cleve was alive. His skin was mottled black. There were burst pustules over his body, and the remains of something I think might have been vomit. It was truly disgusting. Notably, it looked like he was running away. Something had caught him from behind. I didn't recall the worm having anything power-wise that would have caused something as brutal as that. Not wanting to leave any treasure behind, I pulled the coin purse from the man's belt and dropped it in my bag. I looked back at Fritz and noticed he was hanging back a bit. "Gross?" I asked. He nodded.
"Poison."
I stepped away from the body, all of a sudden afraid that I'd suck in something deadly. But whatever had been there had dissipated. There weren't any bugs, though, or other small creatures feasting on the corpse. That struck me as odd. Still, the worm was dead. I was just wasting time. So I stepped over the body and went in deeper, walking tall and even humming to myself. At no point was it pleasant, however. It smelled bad, the place felt bad. In a way, it even seemed to me that it looked bad. This cave was a bad, bad place. I wanted to leave. Maybe that's why I was humming, why I was walking with a little more pep in my step, attempting to push back against the overwhelming miasmic feeling the worm's cave threw at me. I got closer to the large opening, and I could see a mound rising up in the open space. Treasure. A hoard. A hoard for the books. Chapter 51. There was gold most everywhere. Piles of gold that were taller than me. Statues of various precious stones. Works of art. A golden spear. It looked a bit like someone had decorated the place in the style of Scrooge McDuck. "Holy shit," I said. "Jackpot." My words reverberated around the cave. I looked up, but I couldn't quite make out the ceiling. The walls extended out into darkness. Immediately, my first moments in Voldrani came rushing back, the memory of being eaten alive. I shrank back, fear burbling inside me. I shook my head, chasing away those thoughts, telling myself that I was stronger now, and, importantly, not paralyzed. If those things that ate me came around, I could throw down. Hell, I could throw them. I'd be fine. I was not fine. A form rose up behind the treasure pile. A massive head, huge eyes, huge mouth. Something along the lines of a school bus in size. Just the head, mind you. Pretty sure the school bus could have fit inside this thing's mouth. Clawed hands, big enough to molest the Statue of Liberty, slammed down on the piles of treasure, gold coins flipping up and clinking back down. A gigantic, sinewy neck extended out beyond the huge head, attaching to gods know what down below where I couldn't see, and I wasn't thinking about getting any closer. Now this was a dragon. I fired off the identification spell. Ancient forest worm. Level ? Matriarch. Oh. This was bad. I'd killed one of her babies. Pretty sure she figured that tidbit out because she sniffed me, then reared back. Her head went so high it seemed to disappear into the blackness above. I felt the wind from it coming before her strike, and I dove out of the way. Her teeth crashed together with a noise so loud I could feel it. She had barely missed me. She let loose a terrible roar, strings of vile saliva flying out of her massive maw like nightmare silly string. A claw came sweeping across, and only through a bit of luck and a tiny depression in the floor did she miss, the deadly talon passing by inches from me. I scrambled to my feet, reached into my bag, and froze, once again. I backed away, trying to think through possibilities. Some way to fight this skyscraper masquerading as a beast. I flicked through my skill list and saw that big number sitting in shields. So I looked at the worm, and I looked at the pile of treasure. There was a beautiful, shiny silver shield sitting about 20 feet from me. The worm's head was moving, and instead of darting backward to avoid her strike, I ran forward, diving at the pile of treasure as she snapped her jaws shut mere inches from where I just stood. Here's the thing about piles of gold. It's not like DuckTales, where Scrooge dives in the gold and swims. I dove in the gold and nearly knocked myself unconscious on the heavy metal. I slipped around on the coins, the thing shifting under my feet as I scrabbled up the slight rise until I could grab the shield. As soon as I grabbed it, though, it felt right. I knew how to hold it and move it, even though I'd barely done anything with the shield before. The ancient worm's claw came whooshing from the side, and I got the shield up, pushing my shoulder into it just in time to catch the full impact of the hit. There was a great prang as claw hit shield. The metal shield neatly wrapped around me, unable to withstand the sheer force, but I had. Sure, I'd slid back a few feet, but I held. Fast as I could, I drew a sword from the bag and stabbed over the shield, slipping the blade into the fold of skin right around the talon and shoving it down as hard as I could, hoping I'd cut right to the quick. There was a gasp from the ancient worm, and green blood came out of the wound. The matriarch snatched her hand away and reared back. I peeled the shield from my side and tossed the ruined bit of metal onto the ground. Stepping sideways, I was trying to get a bit of the natural formation of the cave between me and the great beast, just as an extra bit of defense. I could feel my body aching from the hit, and a quick flick of my eye towards my HP bar told me I'd taken some damage. Who knows how much damage that hit would have done to me without the shield, but even with it, I knew I couldn't withstand many more hits like that. Plus, I was currently out of shields. The worm was sucking in a great breath, so much so that I started to wonder if worms had breath weapons. I figured dragons did. That was just such a part of the lore that they breathed fire. The worm I'd fought before had done nothing of the sort, but maybe that was because it was too young or too stupid. Or, I jumped down its throat before he had the chance to use a breath weapon. All possibilities. It came slower than I'd anticipated. I heard the rush of air, and I could see, vaguely, the worm weaving its mouth back and forth through the air. But there was no flame, no nothing. For a second. Then the roiling, greenish clouds came burbling towards me, like the footage I'd seen of World War I. Poison gas. I had no way to fight it. I had to run. I turned and burned, shouting to Fritz that he needed to run as well. Fritz was nowhere to be found, so I guess he was wise enough to know the worm would breathe poisonous air out. Despite having good scores and sprinting as fast as I couldn't outrun the noxious fumes. As soon as they overtook me, I could feel burning. My skin was on fire, and I stumbled. My knee hit the ground, and then my hand, but I was still trying to move forward. The cloud was dissipating, and though I could feel wetness as great blisters burst all over me, I knew that if I could just get out of her range, I could probably wait it out. If I could get out of combat, I could heal. I pulled myself along the ground, my legs really not working. My health bar was green, and it was dropping quickly. Finally, though, I got around the corner, and it seemed like the worm had decided to let me die further from her. She didn't pursue. Combat was off, and I started to heal. Sort of. The poison seemed to be killing me at or about my regeneration rate, so I was stuck in the liminal stage, hovering right over death as the poison ravaged my system. Then my savior walked up to me. Fritz, standing above me, looked down at me. I smiled weakly and reached an arm out to him, thinking he'd drag me out of the cave. "Help," I said softly. He bit me instead. Chapter 52. Fucking monsters. His first bite took nearly all the flesh from my arm, leaving the bones hanging there like I was a well-cooked rib. I screamed in pain. And it counted as being back in combat, so my health started to plummet. Blood poured from me. "Why?" I asked, thinking death was imminent.
"Try. Help,"
came the reply as he looked me over, ostensibly trying to pick the next juicy morsel. "Help?" I screamed. "You're killing me!"
"Think."
I tried to think, despite the agonizing pain. Was this betrayal? There'd been nothing to indicate betrayal. I thought we'd been getting along. How was eating me going to help me? "Absorb," I said, using my other hand to grab the manticore's face. Fritz's eyes closed, as if he was accepting his fate.
"Family,"
he said softly, as he got sucked into me. There was some magical swirling, a bit of flashing lights, and some sounds that were right out of the Super Bowl halftime spectacular. Then he was gone, and I had a little notification. Ability gained. Poison immunity. That was nice. The green tinge to my health bar disappeared, and my health started back up. I closed my eyes as my arm reformed, clenching my teeth through the pain of new flesh stitching itself together. Regeneration was a neat trick, but a fucking painful one. I might have taken a nap there, involuntarily, but it was safe enough. The matriarch seemed content to remain in her part of the cave, and no other creature was stupid enough to come into the cave holding an ancient worm. Except me. When I woke up, with a brand new arm, thank you, I stood up very slowly and worked the kinks out of my muscles. The new arm felt just like the old one, which was good. I felt pretty good. And now that I knew what was waiting for me at the end of the cave, I could take a moment and actually put together a plan, instead of running blithely and blindly along. I had to ask myself, what was my endgame here? To get more treasure? There was certainly some niceties about that. But if this was just more ancient coin, I'd be in the same position. I probably needed to just set up a smelting station and make ingots, say that we'd found a gold mine. Probably would have also been a good idea to set up this city in the spring so we could get farms going instead of in the middle of fall. We were going to be royally screwed come winter, and a lot of people were counting on me to pull them through. Leaning against the wall, I thought about Lily and her brother Mouse. I thought about how she'd looked up at me when I found her tied up in the goblin encampment. That hope, that relief. I'd been her hero. I thought about Fritz, that he'd sacrificed himself so I'd have a chance to actually defeat the worm. I couldn't let that go to waste. I couldn't run, not after he'd done that. I knew I'd have to go in to fight the worm, at least long enough to scoop up treasure. Maybe I didn't need to kill her, but I would have to steal from her. Where was the morality on that? The worm obviously had no real use for the treasure. It was just, a collection. I was going to use the gold to feed my people. Surely I had the moral high ground. But did good guys steal? Was killing the worm any better? Kill the worm to get the loot? These questions were too hard for me. They were things I needed to ask Nikolai, or Lee. He seemed to enjoy philosophy and inane questions. At that moment, I supposed that a good guy did what he needed to do to help others, regardless of what it required of him. It was time to go up against the worm. Chapter 53. This time, I went in quietly. I took my time. I used stealth. And when I got close to the pile of riches, I stopped completely and knelt down. I looked around. I listened. There was virtually no sound save an occasional dripping. Kneeling there, feet from the gold, a thought occurred to me. I suppose it was because I was looking at something golden I was thinking of harvesting, but I began to think of the worm like a queen bee. This was honey. I was just harvesting the honey. Sure, it wasn't a perfect metaphor, but I had to admit that it soothed my soul just a little bit. The worm didn't seem like she was overly intelligent, not beyond a typical beast, so perhaps it was just, me taking the fruits of her labor, in a way. I crawled across the stone floor until I got to the coins spilling off the pile. I wasn't here to kill the worm, just take some gold. As quietly as I could, I started picking up coins and dropping them into my bag. It was slow going. Trying to move gold in silence was a challenge, especially since most of it was precariously balanced on each other, and I couldn't exactly climb to the top of the pile to start there. But I realized there was a great way to expedite the process. Use the magic of the bag. I opened it as wide as it could possibly go, and then I just scooped the bag along the pile. The coins just disappeared inside. Almost total silence. I was doing really well for about 10 minutes, just getting massive amounts in the bag. Then I got a little overconfident. I tried a new technique, putting the bag down on a pile. It worked. The whole thing disappeared inside, which was a bit mind-blowing and certainly didn't work with a regular bag. But by going vertical, I could take everything that fit inside down to the stone floor of the cave below. But as soon as I moved the bag, other coins rushed in to fill the empty space, and those coins made a heck of a lot of noise. Instantly, the great worm's head popped up. Her eyes narrowed as she saw me. A great big intake of air, and she blew out the poison gas, so hard and so voluminous that my hair blew out behind me. I couldn't help it. I struck a pose, ready for my romance cover photo. The worm was not impressed. It was, however, quite confused. The air was hot and moist, but there was no burning of any kind. I smiled, and then continued trying to get as much of the treasure into the bag as I could. Now, I'll admit that I was more than a little overconfident in that moment, which is probably why I wasn't paying attention when the worm smacked me. I went flying, hit a wall, and fell to the ground. It hurt. I hurt. A solid chunk of my hit points were gone, and I was having trouble breathing. Some broken ribs, but everything worked. But the ground was moving under me and around me. I got my eyes to finally open, and I saw a horrible sight. There was a rift behind the treasure pile. The floor of the pit was covered with small worms. Young things. Still big, somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 16 feet long, depending on where you like to stop counting the body and start counting the tail. They were very interested in their new plaything, and immediately began moving towards me, mouths open. Mama had given the babies a snack. And talk about babies, they were everywhere, tons of them. Above, I could see Mama Worm looking down at her kids, waiting for them to eat me. Oddly, I wasn't exactly keen on that idea. The first one came for a bite, and I smashed my fist down on its head. The creature bit its tongue off and squeaked. A roundhouse punch to the next one, and a few kicks to make space. I reached into my bag and pulled out an axe, my go-to weapon. I swung overhead and split a worm in two. Being young, they were stupid, and they continued to swarm, excited by the blood. Some of the worms even began to feast on their litter mates. Do worms have litters? I swung again, and this time I drove the axe through two worms. I had to kick to the side as some were getting a little close, and then I abandoned the big battle axe and instead pulled out a short sword from the bag. The numbers were overwhelming, and I didn't have the space I needed for big swings. With the sword, it was quick work. Jabs were fatal to the creatures, going through their mouths and out the back of their heads. I started to make some headway, using my free hand to pick up the occasional worm that got by me and throw it over my shoulder. I'd get a stomp in here and there. My death march got Mama's attention. She was angry, and she roared. That's when I saw the rest of her body. It was in the pit with us, Hell, it made up one wall of the pit. Geez, she was big. Like, eat a jumbo jet and still have room big. She quickly determined I was too dangerous for her babies to feast on. Though, to be fair, I'd done a pretty good job of providing food for the surviving ones, since they didn't seem to have any predilections against cannibalism. The ancient worm brought her head down to bite at me, but I'd watched how she'd worked. Her head was shaped a bit like a horse's, which meant that as soon as I was close to her mouth, she couldn't see me very well. I needed to get out of the pit, and I had a terrible idea. She snapped at me, and I dodged just out of the way, where I could still reach her and touch her. Then I got up close and personal with her pebbly green skin. I jammed the sword in as deep as I could, feeling the steel blade stick against the bones of the worm's snout. There was a roar and a surprised jerk. I kept hold of the sword and shot up as the worm brought her head out of the pit. Then I let go and got to soar like a bird. That is, until I smacked into a stalactite high up against the roof. Acting on instinct, I grabbed hold of the protrusion, snapping my legs around the rock and holding on with all my strength. It was wet, and if I remembered my science of caves, this was going to ruin the stalactite's formation. Also, I hadn't seen any when I'd come into the cave. Clearly, I needed to go further and look higher. Likely, the worms knocked everything over while coming and going from their cavern home. Mama Worm shook her giant head, the sword still stuck in her snout. One giant clawed hand came up and swiped at her nose, and the sword cut deeper, but came free and went spinning end over end into the darkest reaches of the cave. Green blood poured liberally out her face, and I swear I could see her eyes watering. Nose injuries always made me cry. It took a moment for her to recover, but then she scanned the cave floor, looking for me. She pawed through the piles of treasure, and then picked through her surviving wormlets. The one thing she didn't do? Look up. Chapter 54. I hung there for minutes, and though it wasn't pleasant, it wasn't overly difficult. Once more I had to thank Mr. Paul for his gift of strength. I waited, and waited. Eventually, the ancient worm decided I'd gotten away. It probably would have been a good idea for me to walk away, hell, to run out of that place. But while I was hanging there, I had a moment to do some thinking, and another moment to count the wormlings. There were 112 still alive. I thought about the worm I had killed, the size, what it had been capable of doing. I thought about the 100+ wormlings down there. Even if just 10% survived to a larger state, there was a very good chance one of them would head west. It was just nature. They needed to find their own hunting grounds or territory, and it was overwhelmingly likely, in my head, that conflict would arise between the people of Cogshall and the worms. And given the current battle readiness of my folk, I could only imagine the worms coming out the victor. And while I hadn't initially wanted to kill the ancient worm, and frankly still didn't, I knew that I needed to kill the wormlings. And to kill the wormlings, I had to kill the ancient worm, which meant I had to do some strategizing. The matriarch was almost directly below me. Her head lay on a pile of gold, her body snaking down into the rift and then who knows where, coiling into oblivion for all I knew. I had a bag of treasure and weapons. I looked around the ceiling, hoping I'd find a giant stalactite I could use to crash into the worm's head. That was a classic maneuver, one I'd read in books 100 times. Well, probably not 100 times, because I'm not even sure I've even read 100 books, but I definitely read it in more than one book. Oddly, that perfect setup wasn't here. There was just the one I was holding on to. It wasn't that big, and definitely wasn't that pointy. I needed something that'd do more damage, preferably all the damage, and it needed to happen before my poison immunity wore out, which could be any moment now depending on Typhon's whims. The boon he'd given me was pretty shit in retrospect, and I started to wonder if there was a way to change it or get rid of it. Locking my legs as tight as I could, I let one hand go, and I reached into my bag, thinking of a spear. I got one and pulled it out. It was remarkably awkward, but I had it. I looked over the weapon and decided it wasn't quite right. It was a pretty traditional spear, long haft, pointy metal bit at the end. I put it back in the bag. What I wanted was something pointy but barbed, something that would be very damaging going in and nearly impossible to get out. I figured I'd only have one good shot at damaging the worm matriarch, so I needed to make it count. So instead of a spear, I thought of a halberd. There were several we'd pulled out of the bag when we emptied it, but I couldn't remember if I'd put any back. But my hand felt something. When I pulled it out, I saw immediately that it wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. There was a big pointy spike, a long haft, and an axe head on one side and a hammer on the other. If I got really lucky, I'd nail the creature and get the hammer and axe head lodged on the other side of a bone. If not, well, I'd probably get eaten, or smushed, and then eaten. I got one hand around the halberd, pointing down. My other hand and both legs held onto the stalactite. I leaned my body out, trying to aim. And then I jackknifed off the stalactite, driving my body down while riding the halberd. Flying once again, then stopping rather suddenly. I've never viewed luck as a dump stat, mainly because there were so many occasions in which it's pulled my ass from the fire, as in this moment, where the halberd pierced the worm matriarch's head, going all the way through the brain and into the floor beyond, where it stuck into the stone. There was some thrashing around, but the halberd held, and the matriarch couldn't rid herself of either me or my weapon. As her blood and brain fluid sprayed forth in the worst possible wash. She died. It wasn't pretty, it was actually gruesome, but it had been effective. GG, you've killed an ancient forest worm, level 67 matriarch. You've earned 29,756 XP. What a mighty hero you are. Chapter 55. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 23. You receive 3 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 24. You receive 3 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Immediately, I put 4 points into luck. I had to. It was the only thing I could do. And then I put 1 in strength, because that was what I did, and 1 in constitution, because I'd still been coming too close to death lately. Rolling off the worm's head, I hit the cave floor with a thud. I lay there and rested for a few minutes before I began the really unpleasant task, killing all the wormlings. It took a lot longer than I'd anticipated, but once done, I thought about resting. Instead, I started skinning all the wormlings. That took a lot longer than I'd anticipated, the rest of the day, and most of the night. But by the end of it, I'd gotten a skill. Cool beans, you've learned the skill skinning. Now you can use a blade to remove the hide of an animal with minimal damage to it, plus 5% value to skin, plus 5% chance of undamaged skin. Then I got the specialized version of the skill, skinning worms. Skin over 165, I'd killed 112 after killing the mama, the rest were from before mama attacked, and likely any of the worms that had killed themselves. Worms of various states, and you'll get to about level 10 in skinning. At least I got to level 10. And that's when I started on the ancient worm. A day and a half later, I had the skin. It wasn't perfect. There were definitely a few more holes in it than there should have been, but I had it. And I could roll it up and shove it in the bag. Then I knocked out her teeth and cut off her claws. I thought about taking her eyes, but I was starting to get grossed out. Plus, I'd spent enough time away from the holding, and I had quite the walk to get back. One last thing to do in the cave. I put all the treasure, the entire worm's hoard, into the bag. Congratulations, you've completed a quest. For the hoard. You returned to the worm's cave, and despite finding it occupied, you persisted. You killed the worm, and you stole the treasure or took the treasure, whichever way your morality is blowing at the moment. You have refilled your loot bag and helped ensure the survival of your holding. Reward for success, treasure, 5,000 XP. It took a long time. There was a ton of stuff there, literally. Gold coins, a lot from the Empire this time. Silver coins, chalices, mirrors, art, weapons, shields, armor. Most of the armor was damaged, but, I figured we could melt it down or something. There were chests full of bizarre things I couldn't name, and a bunch of books. Grimoires, spellbooks, and otherwise. There was even a table and all of the trappings thereof. It was in the back of a broken wagon. I even broke the wagon down and took it, mainly because we needed the nails. But once it was in pieces, it seemed silly to leave the wood behind. That took another day. Outside the cave, it was dark. I was tired, but still, it was time. I started, and I noticed that my poison immunity had gone. Typhon had chosen a new companion for me. That meant any monsters I saw, I had to let live until I'd made sure they weren't my new buddy. It was turning out to be quite a stupid night. I heard the snapping of branches. Dropping into a crouch, I pulled out a shiny new shield I'd liberated and put it in front of me. A deer sprang into view, stopping to look at me. I stood up straight. It bounced away with a quickness. I shook my head and started the hike. I walked through the night, took a brief nap during the day, then resumed my walk. It took quite some time, multiple days, before I got to the river. But there I was greeted by a welcome sight. There was a bridge across the river, and in the mountainside, a tunnel. Wide, welcoming, perfectly flat inside. It was beautiful. And there was the start of a road going along the western bank of the river, leading south toward the main road and the farms. The trip through the tunnel was rather dark, and I had the feeling we'd need to do something about that in the near future. Too easy for nasty things to hide in the tunnel if we left it as it was. On the far end of the tunnel, there was a small gap, then a big gate. The wall wasn't quite built yet, but someone called out for me to stop. "State your business," came the cry. "Coming home," I replied. I saw a face peek over the wall, and I waved. It was one of the Patenti. "Oh," he said, "'tis you. Might as well come around the gate, then. Not working yet." I smiled and walked around the gate. The town looked mostly the same, a bit more polished. There was an additional building, something that looked very much like the barn, but with smaller doors. My guess was a storehouse. My people were busy working, small projects here and there. A well was being dug, skins were being cleaned, meat was being smoked. There was a spot where the felled trees were being debarked and cut into lumber. It was a proper little town. Chapter 56. Nikolai walked out of the barn carrying a bucket of milk. He stopped and set the bucket down. Immediately someone else picked it up and took it into the longhouse. Nikolai walked over to me. "You have returned," he said, looking me up and down. "That I did." "You were gone longer than I thought you would be." "It was further than I thought, and Fritz, he, didn't make it." "Oh?" "He sacrificed himself so I could win the fight." Nikolai shook his head, but I saw a hint of a smile there. "Your Hearth is quite angry with you. They feel you left them behind on purpose." "I did. Someone had to stay and guard this place. Did they?" "Stay? Yes, and guard it. No others have been abducted, nor have we sighted any of those goblins. But that is something we must discuss." "I know, just was your trip a success?" "Yes." I reached into the bag and thought about imperial coins. I felt leather in my hand and pulled forth a very heavy pouch. "Here's one of many," I said, shoving it into his hands. There was quite obvious relief on his face. "We will send out a merchant today," he said. "Nice job on the tunnel, by the way," I replied. "It was all due to Essie and Mercy. Good investment, I think. Yes. Also, there is someone here to see you." "Shit. Northwoods?" "Yes." "Ah, crap." "She approaches behind you," Nikolai said, hiding a smirk. "Perhaps you should limit what you say." I turned and saw Eliza Northwoods striding through the camp. Despite the rather austere living conditions, she managed to look flawless. Her hair was perfect, her skin clean, her eyes clear. She smiled at me, and I couldn't help but smile in return. "Duke Cogshall," she said with a slight curtsy. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance again." "And you," I said, "as well, or, it is nice to—" I'm going to shut up now. "Excellent job, Your Highness," Nikolai said softly. I glared at him. Eliza Northwoods just smiled. "I am quite excited to be here," she said. "I have never seen something like this before. Bringing forth a city from out of the wilderness." "Yeah, me neither." "My father mentioned to me that you might not be familiar with the governance of a holding. Is that true?" "Very." "Have you claimed this land?" He has not," Nikolai answered for me. "Do you know the ritual for that?" she asked. I shook my head, and to my surprise, Nikolai did likewise. "It is quite simple. Would you like me to perform it with you?" "How about you walk us through it?" Nikolai offered in return. "And then we will do it." She smiled at the slight and nodded. "Of course. I meant nothing by saying I would participate in the ritual. You need a dagger or a blade of some kind, a flagpost or pole, and a patch of ground." I looked around the area and picked out a spot in front of the longhouse. Sure, putting a flag there would make it look like a trumped-up summer camp bunkhouse, but it was the only good spot for a flag. "Does the flag matter?" I asked. "It is more the act of putting something into the ground," Eliza replied. "It is symbolic, really. Once you have completed the ritual, you can remove the flag if you like." I pulled a spear from the bag of holding and held it up. "Blade and pole ready," I said. Again a smile. She was definitely a smiler. I wasn't complaining. She had a great smile. I shook my head and focused back on the task at hand. "Cut your hand," she said. "Or rather, anywhere you'd prefer. Let the blood fall upon the ground, and then plant your flagpole, or spear in this case, in the blood. Then you'll be given the prompt to claim this land." "Sounds easy enough," I replied, and promptly cut along my forearm. Nikolai opened his mouth, seeming like he was going to say something, but then he frowned. I let the blood drop onto the ground, and then I jammed the spear down into the earth through the blood. "You seek to claim this land. Do you claim this as a holding, an estate, a town, a barony, a county, or a dukedom?" Seemed like an odd question. I was a duke, so I claimed the dukedom. "The dukedom of Cogshall has been claimed by Montana, the Duke of Cogshall." "Done," I said. "You have claimed the holding?" she asked. "No," I said, looking from her to Nikolai. "I claim the dukedom." The blood drained from her face. "Oh, no," she said. "That was unwise." This concludes 4. The Loot by Eric Ugland. Narrated by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2018 by Eric Ugland. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Air Quotes Publishing, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright there too. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.